Accursed Space, Mage Saga Book 5, written and narrated by J.J. Green. Chapter 1. Carina Lin was hanging upside down by her knees in the Duchess's gym when she received a message via her earcom that the scanners had picked up Lomang's interceptor vessel. She pulled herself up to grab the bar, crunching her aching gut one more time. After unhooking her legs, she jumped down to the mat and then walked to the exit, grabbing a towel to wipe the sweat from her neck. "Where are you going?" Atoy asked, hanging from the same bar. "Wimping out already? I thought you wanted to get into shape." "After 2 months with you as my workout partner, I think I'm pretty much in shape. We can't all be stronger than half the men aboard, you know." "Yeah, whatever. Lightweight." Carina smiled and stepped through the opening gym doorway. Then she turned back to her friend and called out, "You'd better make the most of your session. You're going to be on duty for the next few cycles." Atoy's eyes widened in her flushed, puffy, upside-down face. "We found the smuggler's ship?" She gave a whoop, reached up to grab the bar and then kicked off from it, somersaulting onto the mat. "Earth, here we come!" Carina strode quickly toward the mission room where Cadwallader was waiting, though her excitement was giving way to tension. Meeting with the lieutenant colonel was something she'd been avoiding whenever she could, ever since the incident involving Sable Dirksen. But now the Black Dogs and she had the opportunity to take over Lomang's ship. She would need to work closely with Cadwallader to coordinate the merc and mage attack. When she entered the mission room, Cadwallader was seated at the hollow screen. He didn't deign to look at her, let alone greet her. Two can play at that game. Carina strolled over to the hollow. The Duchess's computer was building a translucent hologram of the interceptor ship from the arriving scan data. The image increased in detail by the second, refining the ship's lines and bringing the equipment on the hull into relief. She studied the interface display to discover the vessel's dimensions. What she saw caused her to draw in a breath. She had heard the starships that travelled the imaginable distances across and between galactic sectors were big, but she hadn't realised how big. Lomang's ship was even larger than Nightfall, the Shura's former flagship. According to the display, it measured 2,889 metres in diameter at its widest point, and its longest dimension was 3,523 metres. Colony ships were supposed to be this massive, and she guessed that was its original purpose. No thought had been put into making the ship pleasing to the eye. It was a mess of bumps and lumps, a bulky, hulking mass of dull metal resting motionless in the void. Most of the ship's capacity would be taken up by fusion engines, but that still left plenty of room for living facilities. The extra space would make a welcome change from the cramped, overcrowded Duchess. Then there were the deep space capsules. "It's equipped with defensive weaponry," Cadwallader said in his usual clipped tones. "It isn't a warship, but we should be cautious when approaching it nevertheless." She sat down and looked upward at their target. The hollow of the ship had begun to spin while the computer continued to add detail. She saw the armaments Cadwallader had referred to, lasers aimed at the docking ports and airlocks, presumably to deter illegal boarding, and plasma cannons spaced in 3 rough rings encircling the ship. These were short-range weapons intended to protect against takeover attempts, but as Cadwallader had said, the interceptor ship wasn't a military vessel. It wasn't carrying any long-range weapons. Perhaps these kinds of ships couldn't afford to expend the energy needed for their immense journeys on pulse cannons and particle beams. Lomang will have put safeguards in place before leaving her. If she's entirely unmanned, he might have set booby traps and stars knows what else. I'll enthrall him and see what I can find out." Cadwallader nodded, maintaining his lack of eye contact. "Do that. The Duchess is already slowing down. I'll wait to hear what he says before we proceed farther." She stood up to leave, but stopped. She had endured Cadwallader's behaviour toward her for longer than she cared to. "Look, we're going to have to work closely on this. Don't you think it's time we put aside our differences and—" "Our differences?" Cadwallader gaped, finally looking at her. He got to his feet and slammed his hands on the hollow screen table. "You jeopardised the safety of my crew and effectively banished me and the Duchess from this entire galactic sector, and you think we have a difference of opinion?" She gritted her teeth. "I've already admitted I was too hasty in executing Sable Dirksen. I know I shouldn't have taken the decision out of your hands, okay? What else do you want me to say? She deserved to die after what she had done. Surely you're not going to tell me you would have let her live after she tried to kill a child? There are more things to consider when defying the Dirksen clan than yourself and your family, Lin. The Black Dogs was already on their hit list after it took on the Shura assignment to rescue your brother. The Dirksens must have figured out by now their leader's dead, and we had a hand in it. Our future in this sector is over." He leaned over the table and glared at her. "You had no right to make yourself judge, jury, and executioner of Sable Dirksen, no matter what she had done. I did not agree to allow you to decide the fate of our prisoners. You broke our contract, and now we're all suffering the consequences." She couldn't deny the Lieutenant Colonel made some good points. The encounter with the Dirksen corvette and Commander Key as they left Ostalon had sealed the Black Dog's fate. They had finally escaped the corvette, thanks to Darius's cloaking of the Duchess, but Commander Key would not forget them or their ship in a hurry. Cadwallader's profile was too high to escape the Dirksens' notice when they investigated their leader's capture and disappearance, and the Duchess was an easily recognisable liability. The mercs who remained aboard her were also at risk. Those who hadn't wanted to embark on the years-long journey to Earth had already resigned and disembarked on a backwater planet. Providing they made up convincing stories about their past that didn't include the name Black Dogs, they should be fairly safe from reprisals. Yet on the other hand, many of the mercs who had stayed seemed happy to come along. Attoy, Jackson and Halliday had all signed up. Apparently the prospect of not seeing their families for decades, or perhaps ever again, didn't faze them. Perhaps for some, the Black Dogs was the closest thing they had to a family. It had been that way for her. Even sour-faced Chandu was sticking around, though she was less pleased about his presence, especially since the incident where he'd gotten fresh with Parthenia. The Duchess remained nearly at capacity in terms of its military contingent, which was fortunate. The Black Dogs were dead mercs walking, as far as the Dirksens were concerned. There would be no new recruits. "Fine," she said, meeting Cadwallader's cold-eyed stare. "Hold on to your grudge. I've apologised, and there's nothing more I can say or do. I don't regret what I did, if that's what you want to hear. Not for a second. I would do the same in the same circumstances, and I will do the same to anyone who tries to kill a member of my family." She stalked toward the door. "I'll bring Lomang here so you can question him with me. You probably know more about the potential hazards on his ship than I do." "I do," said Cadwallader, fixing her with his ice-blue gaze. "And the hazards aboard this ship, too." Chapter 2. Lomang's cell sat next door to Calverley's. The decision to bring the Shura Admiral along with them had been hard to make. It had been only after long discussion Carina had agreed with Cadwallader that they had no other option. The Black Dogs had taken the Shura assignment to rescue Darius, so the band was not the clan's enemy, but she and her siblings most definitely were. Or at least, if not their enemies strictly speaking, they were definitely on the Shura's most wanted list. The Shuras would be extremely keen to have mages under their control again, and Calverley would naturally divulge everything he knew about them. The clan would be very interested to hear all about her and her last known whereabouts, as well as that of Stefan Shura's children. The fact that she had rescued the Admiral from near death at the hands of the Dirksons wouldn't make any difference. Gratitude wouldn't influence his loyalty, or his belief that whatever heinous act it committed was excusable for the greater good, as she had once heard him say. She strode past Calverley's cell and only glanced inside. The old man seemed to have mostly recovered from his ordeal of captivity and starvation. He had put on weight and was looking healthy. Perhaps when they had travelled so far the possibility of him ever causing them any harm had faded to zero, they would release him. Lomang, on the other hand, had continued to lose weight over the months he'd been incarcerated. She hadn't seen him for several weeks, and now he was almost down to the size of an average adult male. Next to his brother, he looked positively shrunken. The cheeks that had once been round and full now hung loose, sagging around his jaw, making his large white teeth look as if they belonged to a gnawing animal. Not that Lomang had allowed his predicament to dampen his confidence or aplomb. He greeted her with a wide grin. He sported his iridescent blue hat at an angle, as if it were the latest fashion, though in truth the headgear was beginning to look worn and dull. From what she had heard, he passed a lot of his time telling stories to Papu. The brothers would also play cards the guards had given them as a gesture of kindness. The smuggler's apparent sanguinity in the face of adverse circumstances provoked a grudging respect. Lomang seemed to return the sentiment, bowing low when she arrived outside his cell. Was his attitude sparked by the fact he'd witnessed her transport Sable Dirkson to her death in the airless void? Carina didn't dwell long on the question. All she needed from him was information.
"Ah, the Mage Queen has come to pay us a visit, Papu. Stand up, stand up. Don't slouch in the presence of greatness."
Papu was sitting on the cell floor, resting an arm on Lomang's bunk, one of his long, brawny legs outstretched. He climbed smoothly to his feet. For all the time the giant had spent in captivity, he didn't seem to have lost an ounce of muscle or tone. From the look of the abs under his thin shirt, she imagined that punching him would be like punching a wall. Ignoring Lomang's attempt at flattery, she lifted her flask of elixir from its pouch in her belt.
"Oh, no, no, no,"
Lomang exclaimed.
"Not the bewitching again. Please don't do that, sweet madam. I dislike the sensation intensely. It is most unpleasant. Just ask me whatever you want to know. I promise I will tell you whatever you like. I am an unsecured database."
While Lomang babbled, she swallowed a large mouthful of elixir. She wanted to enthrall both men at once. The guards would have to remove Lomang in Papu's presence, and she didn't want the latter to try to escape. She made the cast. When she opened her eyes, the gazes of the smuggler and his brother had become vacant. She asked the guard to open the cell and bring Lomang out. The smuggler didn't resist as he was escorted by his arm to her side. She told him to follow her and led him through the Duchess's passageways. Before she reached the mission room, however, she saw Bryce approaching from the opposite direction.
"Hey, I heard we found the ship."
Glancing at the smuggler, he asked,
"Another interrogation?"
"I prefer to think of it as an interview," she replied innocently. He chuckled.
"Just as long as you never do that to me. I don't want you finding out all my secrets."
"I already know them all."
That's what I want you to think.
He gave her a peck on the lips.
I hope you find out what you want to know. I'll catch up with you later. I have some exciting news.
Wondering what news Bryce could have heard within that region of rarely travelled, uninhabited space, she continued taking Lomang to Cadwallader. When she arrived, enthralled smuggler in tow, Cadwallader's temper hadn't improved. He didn't say a word as she walked in. He was standing with his hands clasped behind his back, peering at the hollow of the Intersector ship. Details and definition were no longer being added to the model. The ship's scan was complete. "Sit down," she instructed Lomang. The man mechanically obeyed. She set her earcom to record. "Right," said Cadwallader, also taking a seat. "Lomang, what's the name of this ship?" He pointed at the hollow.
"It is called the Bathsheba,"
the man replied in a monotone.
"And what defensive measures have you taken to prevent the Bathsheba from being stolen?"
When Lomang struggled to answer, Carina advised, "You should probably be more specific." The lieutenant colonel threw her a sour look.
"List all the traps you've set aboard your ship, the Bathsheba."
She listened carefully to the smuggler's reply, which included explosive devices set to go off in the airlocks if particular codes were not keyed in, and the requirement to input his biosignatures to the ship's computer before initiating the engine startup sequence to avoid triggering a self-destruct. Cadwallader asked more detailed questions about each trap, noting down the codes and other information, but she was listening for signs he was fighting the effects of the enthrall and omitting something significant. She didn't get the impression he was. He explained each trap fully. As Lomang himself was at risk of death when boarding the Intersector ship, she guessed he would have spilled the beans about them anyway. She was interested in other potential risks the Black Dogs would face. "Lomang, what other dangers are there if we board your ship?"
"Lasers are aimed at the ports and airlocks."
"We know about those," said Cadwallader.
"What else is there to prevent us from assuming control of the Bathsheba?"
Lomang's lips remained closed, and he stared directly ahead. She gazed into the man's eyes. He appeared to remain entirely enthralled.
"There doesn't seem to be anything else."
"No, there doesn't," she said, but hesitantly. She couldn't help feeling they were missing something. For the next half an hour or so, she and Cadwallader continued to probe Lomang, but they learned little more than they'd gleaned in the first 5 minutes. Then the smuggler began to throw off the effects of the enthrall. He blinked and appeared to try to focus his eyes.
Said Cadwallader. "Time for him to go back to his cell."
"Yes, I'll take him," she told Lomang to go with her. As she walked with him en route to the brig, she asked softly, "Are you hiding something, you old crook?" Lomang only blinked. Chapter 3. After returning Lomang to his cell, Carina encountered Bryce again. "Are you stalking me?" He smiled.
"You're an irresistible attraction."
"So what's this news you want to tell me? You clearly can't wait."
"Well..."
He put his hands on her waist.
You really are irresistible, you know."
He pulled her toward him and they kissed. She utterly relaxed in his arms. She loved these moments they stole together, which were too few and far between. Some time later she heard Atoy say, "You, for star's sake, get a cabin." She was watching them, hands on hips, shaking her head. Laughing, they broke their embrace.
"We have a cabin," Bryce protested. "It's full of kids." "Then do it in the mission room during the quiet shift, like any other self-respecting crew member."
Atoy strode away, still shaking her head. Pulling Carina close again, Bryce said,
"As soon as we're aboard the Intersector ship, we'll be able to have our own cabin, right? I've seen how big it is, The living quarters must be huge.
Yeah, I'm sure they are, she added with regret. But I guess Darius and Nala are still going to want to sleep with us. Ever since escaping the nightfall and their mother dying, Darius had always preferred to sleep near her. She had never had the heart to discourage him. He was so young and he'd been through so much. It felt wrong to force him to sleep in his own bed. And poor Nala had been a mess of anxiety ever since witnessing Stevenson's death and being trapped in the pilot's cabin with his dead body. The little girl had lost all the bright cheerfulness she'd developed since escaping the control of her eldest brother, Castiel. Bryce heaved a sigh.
I guess so. Still, we should be able to get some privacy sometimes, right?
Yeah, we should. She added, do you think Atoy was serious about the crew using the mission room for their trysts? She had begun to feel icky.
You would have a better idea about that than me,
said Bryce pointedly. A flicker of tension passed between them. Was he going to bring up her history with the black dogs again? She'd thought he'd gotten over his jealousy.
Anyway, with all that space available, we should manage to finally get some time together, just you and me.
Yes, we should. The passageway was empty. She leaned in for a kiss.
We'll need to after we get married, after all.
She froze.
That was my news.
His face was centimetres from hers. His eyes were warm and happy.
I talked to Jace about it. He says he can perform the ceremony. He can marry us, mage style. Isn't that great?
She put her hands on his chest and moved her head back. You talked to Jace about us getting married?
The subject kind of came up.
He chuckled and turned a little pink.
To be honest, I brought it up. That was what the matching was for, wasn't it? To find romantic partners. I thought to myself, mage tradition has to include a next step in the matching. It turns out a mage wedding ceremony is pretty much the same as a regular one. You make promises to each other and then do some other stuff. Jace said he would explain later. The best part is he can officiate. He said he'd be happy to. Who would have thought, huh?
Yeah, who would have thought? Bryce was studying her.
What's wrong?
Nothing. She forced a smile. I'm just a bit surprised. I hadn't really thought about us getting married yet.
You hadn't?
His arms fell to his sides and he took a step back. His happy expression faded to unease.
Hadn't the idea even crossed your mind? I don't understand why not. We love each other. It's only natural we should get married.
I do love you, but... His eyes grew serious as she struggled to complete her sentence. Eventually he said,
I thought we were on the same wavelength, but clearly I was wrong. I've sprung this on you, haven't I? But I don't understand. What is there to think about?
She didn't have an answer. She didn't know if her reluctance was due to the days she'd spent as a merc, when no one got too close to anyone else, knowing the dangerous lives they were leading, or perhaps it was Nine-Eye's warning never to get involved with non-mages, which the old lady had drummed into her from as far back as she could remember. Or maybe it was a fear of what Bryce would be getting into, that he would be snatched from her and murdered like Bar. She didn't know exactly what was holding her back.
I guess there's a lot to think about.
Bryce's expression was a mixture of sadness, hurt, and disappointment. She tried to think of something to say to reassure him, but nothing suitable sprang to her lips. She felt like shit. After all Bryce had done and given up for her, she wanted to make him happy, but she also couldn't lie to him. The thought of the two of them getting married filled her with anxiety. He went to say something, but an alert suddenly blared from the shipwide comm. The Duchess was under attack.
Crew to battle stations,
ordered Cadwallader, his voice resounding along the passage.
The destroyer that severed us from the Zenobia is approaching. Prepare to engage.
They stared at each other. She wanted to hug him before they parted to perform their duties. If the Duchess didn't survive the battle, they might never see each other again. But she hesitated. Their brief conversation had thrown up a barrier between them. She saw the same indecision in his eyes. Abruptly, he turned and strode away, heading for his station. Hurt seared her chest. She swallowed. However, like Bryce, she also had a station she had to get to. Unfortunately, it was on the other side of the ship. She set off, jogging toward the docking port, where she had to prepare to repel boarders. Damn Lomang's wife! She had been the danger the smuggler had managed to avoid mentioning. His wife had known the coordinates of his interceptor ship, and she'd been waiting in the vicinity in case Lomang managed to make it here, or in case the Duchess turned up. Cadwallader had asked him, "What else is there to prevent us from assuming control of the Bathsheba?" Not who else. Chapter 4. Carina had almost reached the docking port when, "Brace for acceleration!" ordered a voice over the ship-wide comm. It took her a moment to recognize the speaker. It was the former co-pilot, Xiao, who had taken over from Stevenson. She scanned her surroundings for a place to prop herself against or something to hold on to before the Duchess sped up. Only the handbars lining the passageway just above head height, for use if the ship lost agrav, were available. She reached up, but just as her hand touched a bar, the full acceleration force hit, flinging her into a bulkhead. Her skull and back smacked into the hard surface, and air whooshed from her lungs. The ship continued to move so fast she didn't slide to the floor, but remained pressed against the bulkhead. Xiao was really gunning it, struggling to breathe and trying to ignore the pain radiating from her head and spine. Carina hoped neither the kids nor Bryce had been hurt. What was Cadwallader's reasoning behind the massive acceleration? The last time the Duchess had faced Lomang's wife's ship, the fate of the battle had seemed sealed before it had even begun. The destroyer carried a particle lance, a weapon the merc's vessel had little defense against. Pulse cannon fire could disrupt the beam somewhat, and a well-aimed shot could take out the lance, but at close quarters and unimpeded, a particle lance was deadly. A single direct hit, or rather slice, of the lance's beam would breach most ships' hulls. Decompression would be fast and fatal to anyone unlucky enough to be caught in the path of escaping air. Unlike the last time the Duchess had been hit by the lance, her occupants were not wearing evasuits. Had Cadwallader ordered Xiao to try to outrun the destroyer? The merc's vessel didn't have the capability. The lieutenant colonel was trying to reach the Bathsheba. If the Duchess moved between the destroyer and the interceptor ship, Lomang's wife might hesitate to fire, reluctant to risk damaging the larger vessel. It was a smart move. In the circumstances, it was the only move. Carina also had an idea what Cadwallader's endgame was. If she was right, he would need her at her station. She was pressed against the point where the passageway turned a corner. Grimacing at the effort, she twisted herself around and reached for the nearest handhold. Her fingers closed around the bar, and she pulled herself against the force of acceleration in the direction of the docking port. She gave out a grunt as she reached for the next bar and the next, hauling herself hand over hand. At the far end of the passage, another merc appeared. He was also crawling along the vertical surface toward the port. Cadwallader's voice barked in her earcom.
"Where are you, Lin? Why aren't you at your station?"
"I'm on my way," she replied with some effort. "I'm trying, but—" The lieutenant colonel cut her off.
"Never mind. I need you there ASAP. I want you to lead a boarding party."
"A party to board the Bathsheba?"
Unless you had somewhere else in mind.
His tone was sharp and sarcastic.
We've taken out the lasers defending one of the airlocks. ETA 4 minutes. Make it.
The comm went dead. Shit. Why her? Why not Atoy? As a captain, her friend was the obvious choice for the job. She hoped Atoy hadn't been hurt, and Cadwallader had another task in mind for her. She grasped the next rung and pulled with all her strength. To run the distance to the port from her current position would have taken only 30 seconds in normal circumstances, but at the Duchess's acceleration she would be lucky to reach it in 10 minutes. Cadwallader had said she only had 4. It was an impossible task. She groaned as she dragged her body forward. By pushing her toes into the bars behind her, she could propel herself onward a little and lessen the strain on her arms, which were already in agony. The sweat oozed from her hands, which also made gripping the handholds difficult. The ship shuddered. They'd taken a hit. Yelling echoed down the passageway. Someone was issuing orders, but she couldn't make out what they were saying. The Duchess must have received some damage. How long had it been since Cadwallader had calmed her? It had to be 30 seconds, or even a whole minute. The docking port remained frustratingly far away. The merc ahead of her seemed to be barely moving too. Another problem popped into her mind. She wasn't in armour or carrying a weapon. According to Lomang's responses while enthralled, the Bathsheba had no crew, but his wife would probably also attempt to board the ship. If that happened, the fight for control was a given. An armoury was situated near the port, but reaching it would take additional time she didn't have. Then she realised the flaw in her thinking. She'd been imagining the acceleration would continue, but if the Duchess sped up, that meant the ship also had to "brace for braking," instructed Xiao. She clutched 2 bars with all her might and scrabbled her feet around, trying to hook her toes under another bar. The deceleration hit hard. When the reversal in forces came, her slippery hands couldn't hold on. She flew down the passage, lifting an arm to try to protect her head. Her elbow took the full force of the impact. She screamed as bones shattered. The deceleration was pushing her into the bulkhead, but it wasn't sufficient to hold her upright. She slid to the floor. Her right arm was strangely bent and blood soaked into her sleeve. The other merc, also trying to get to the port, had hit the wall beside her, but he was wearing armour. He lifted his visor and pulled a face when he peered closer at her wound. He slipped a knife from a sheath on his thigh and slit her sleeve open. Bone shards were poking through her skin at her elbow.
"I'll come for a medic."
"No," she gasped. "It's okay. Just..." She ground her jaw to prevent herself from crying out. "Just take the flask from my hip and pour some of the liquid into my mouth," she finished through clenched teeth. The merc's eyebrows lifted, but he did as she instructed. The flavour of elixir was usually disgusting, but at that moment she didn't think she'd tasted anything more delicious. She closed her eyes, forcing away the agony that threatened to consume her. She wrote the heal character in her mind's eye and sent it out. A second or two later, the pain began to fade. She opened her eyes and looked at her elbow. The bone shards had withdrawn into her skin and the wound was closing up. Within a few beats, her arm resumed a regular shape. Soon all that remained of her injury was rapidly drying blood.
"Stars," breathed the watching merc. "I knew you could do magic, but I didn't know you could do that."
"It isn't magic," she said irritably. "Shit!" She recalled Cadwallader's command. "We have to get to the docking port." She screwed the lid onto the elixir canister, replaced it in its holster, and leapt to her feet. The Duchess had continued to slow with brutal force while she'd been healing herself. and the braking continued. Good, it meant they still had time before they attempted to dock. She began to run, pressing her hand against the bulkhead to counteract the rapid deceleration. The armory appeared ahead, the doorway open. She ran inside, snatched one of the few remaining suits and hastily put it on. Only 2 rifles remained. She grabbed one from its cradle. As she'd been suiting up, the deceleration had eased.
"Lin!"
blurted Cadwallader from her earcom.
"Where the hell are you?"
It was a rhetorical question. The lieutenant colonel knew exactly where she was. Her armor would have identified her from her biosignatures and logged her position in the ship's system. "Nearly there, sir." Sir? Where had that come from? She'd automatically slotted back into merc mode, but there was no time to ponder it. She sprinted out of the armory and headed for the port. As she was running, the Duchess jerked violently, throwing her to her knees. Had the ship taken another hit? Or maybe they hadn't been hit. Maybe they'd clamped onto the Bathsheba. She rounded the final corner and ran directly into a bunch of 10 or more armoured mercs. The men and women were checking their weapons and raising their visors. Names appeared on her HUD, identifying the soldiers. Bryce was not among them, which wasn't surprising. His battle station was at the Duchess's airlock, yet she found herself wishing he was here. The mercs turned to face her, awaiting orders. Chapter 5. Parthenia opened the door to her cabin and peeked out. Mercenaries in full armour holding pulse rifles across their chests were running past, all heading in one direction. "What's happening?" Oriana asked, peering over her shoulder. "Oh!" She drew back as she caught sight of the soldiers. "Where are they going?" "To the docking port, I think," Parthenia replied, annoyed. She pressed the button to close the door. "No one's told us anything. They've forgotten we exist." "They have better things to do than give battle updates to a bunch of kids," said Fern. He was lying on the bunk he shared with Oriana, his hands behind his head and his legs splayed out, taking advantage of having the entire bed to himself. "I'm just glad all that horrible accelerating and braking is over." "We aren't just a bunch of kids," said Parthenia. "If there's a fight going on, why didn't they ask if we could help? Like we did at the Mage's Mountain on Ostalon. It's as if Carina and the rest of the adults have forgotten all about everything we did." "That was pretty awesome." Fern grinned and sat up. "I reckon I transported at least 5 Dirksen soldiers." He mimed a throw. Pow! And then another. Kapow! "It was exciting," Oriana said, "until Darius got hurt." "Oh, yeah." Fern's face fell. "I forgot about that." He looked at his little brother, who was sitting on the bunk opposite, playing a game on an interface with Nala. "But you're okay now, right, Darius?" "Yes, I'm all better now," the boy replied absently, before quickly prodding the screen with a forefinger. "I got it! You did!" Nala squealed and clapped her hands. "Now it's my turn." Darius handed over the interface. "Maybe they didn't have time to ask us to help them," said Oriana. "I don't think they knew this battle was coming up." "That's right," said Fern. "What was it Cadwallader said? The same destroyer that attacked us before was going to attack us again. I don't think they expected it would follow us all the way here. Not after Darius cloaked our ship." "No, maybe not," Parthenia conceded. "But I feel so useless. I want to do something. Not sit around in here like a pathetic baby while others risk their lives." "Carina would want us to stay here where we're safe," said Darius, not lifting his gaze from the screen Nala now held. "So?" Parthenia replied irritably. She folded her arms across her chest. We don't have to do what Carina says. She isn't our mother, and anyway, I'm 16. I can make my own decisions." Fern mimicked her, folding his arms and waggling his head as he mouthed, "I can make my own decisions." Oriana chuckled, and Darius and Nala looked up to see what she was laughing at. "Fern!" Parthenia admonished. Then she smiled, stomped over to her bunk, picked up a pillow and swung it at his head. He threw his arms up, but he was too late. The pillow hit him full in the face. He curled onto his side in fits of giggles. Parthenia's smile disappeared, and she slumped onto his bunk. "This is serious. We should be doing something. I should be doing something at least. I'm the eldest after Carina. All the soldiers are only here and fighting because they have to be, because she killed Sable Dirksen." "It isn't our fault she did that, though, is it?" asked Oriana. "I suppose not, but I can't help feeling responsible somehow." "You're always taking responsibility for things that aren't anything to do with you," said Fern soberly, "like you did with Castiel." The mention of her brother's name only increased her feelings of guilt and remorse. She'd been sure for so long that her dark mage brother was the family's problem to fix. Now she wasn't so certain she'd been right, and she regretted constantly pushing Carina to bring him under control. But she didn't think she was wrong to want to join in the current battle. Surely she should support the soldiers. She could do so much to help. She stood up decisively and strode to the door. "Where are you going?" Darius asked, her sudden movement distracting him from his game. She opened the door. "Out for a while. You all stay here, okay? Don't leave this room unless you really have to." "You're going to fight the soldiers, aren't you?" said Fern. "You're going to be in so much trouble." She didn't answer. The door was already closing behind her. The passageway was empty, and she couldn't hear a thing. Even the noise of running mercenaries had faded away. She hesitated. Now that she'd decided to do something, she wasn't sure exactly what. The deceleration of the Duchess had ended with an abrupt jerk. Had the ship connected with another vessel? Perhaps the destroyer? And were the black dogs fighting the enemy? She made up her mind and began to run toward the main armory. The fastest route would take her through the brig, so she headed in that direction. An eerie silence reigned in the corridors. Even the steady subliminal throb of the engines had stopped. When she was growing up on Ithia, she'd read tales of ghost ships, starships found drifting in space, entirely empty of passengers, yet their distress signals inactivated. Whether the stories were true or not, she couldn't guess. But she quickly found herself longing to see a human face to dispel the sense of creepiness settling in. It was funny. Having so many brothers and sisters often left her longing for some time alone. But actually being alone made her uncomfortable. The brig came into view. As she'd predicted, only one soldier had been left to guard it. The sight of the woman was a relief in the nearly empty ship, and Parthenia wasn't worried about what was bound to happen next. "Hey!" the guard called out as Parthenia rapidly approached her. "Where are you going?" "Hi," she replied, giving a small wave. "I won't be long." "Won't be long doing what? You can't." Parthenia reached her and sped right past the woman and into the brig. "Just passing through," she said cheerily over her shoulder. She caught a glimpse of Lomang and his brother, and the Shura Admiral, Calverley, in the neighbouring cell, staring at her as she flitted by. Then she was through. The guard hadn't had time to react, and, after all, the woman couldn't fire on a child, could she? A minute or so later she arrived at the armory, breathless. She was confident her armour would still be in storage here. It had been specially made for her for the mission to Ostalon and wouldn't fit anyone else. Though she was keen to join in the battle, even she knew it would be foolish to enter it wearing no armour. She stepped through the entrance and then jumped in surprise as she spotted a large, tall, dark figure standing with his back to her, rummaging in a storage unit. She had expected the place to be empty, like most of the rest of the ship. "Jace!" she exclaimed. "You gave me a shock." He turned to face her.
"Parthenia, what are you doing here?"
Would he disapprove of her plan? Probably. I could ask you the same question.
"I'm looking for armour. Cadwallader told me to stay put, but I feel useless and pathetic sitting around while others are fighting. Which is why you're here, isn't it?"
His final utterance was a statement, not a question. His gaze was fixed on her, stern beneath his black, bushy eyebrows. She wilted a little under his stare, but then she rallied. She liked Jace a lot, and she had plenty of respect for him. She'd spent many long hours with him learning about mage lore during their weeks of journeying. But at the end of the day, he wasn't her father, and so he had no right to tell her what to do. "What if I am?" She marched into the room and over to a cupboard where the children's armour was stored. Carefully avoiding eye contact, she pressed her hand on the plate to open the door and took out her armour. The maid remained silent as she emptied her flask of elixir into the suit's reservoir. Perhaps he was weighing his words. Finally he said,
"Parthenia, it would be remiss of me to allow you to take part in—"
"Then it's just as well you don't get a say in the matter." She slipped off her shoes and stepped into her suit's legs and boots. Inwardly she was wincing at her defiant words. She didn't want to offend Jace, but on the other hand, she had to make it clear she wouldn't let him order her around. Unexpectedly, Jace snorted with laughter.
"I can tell you and Carina are related."
"I don't know what that's supposed to mean." She and her older sister were not alike. Carina was bossy and opinionated, and not similar to her at all. She pushed her arms into her armour and hefted it over her shoulders. As the edges of the front came together, they automatically joined and sealed. Rather than answering her, Jace only scanned the storage unit and sighed.
"I'm not going to find anything for me to wear. There's hardly anything left, and what's here is too small."
"Then it wouldn't be wise for you to accompany me," she said sweetly. The mage rolled his eyes.
"Are your brothers and sisters alone?"
"Yes, I had to leave them, but they should be okay. Darius is a force to be reckoned with all by himself." She put on her helmet and it locked into place.
"Nonetheless, I think I'll go stay with them. It'll be something useful for me to do, and if the battle goes badly, they might need me."
"The battle won't go badly." She grabbed a pulse rifle. "Not now Carina and I are fighting on our side." Chapter 6. Carina carefully copied the first 2 lines of digits displayed on her HUD onto the keypad in the Bathsheba's airlock. The numbers comprised one of the codes Lomang had given while enthralled, and it was supposed to correspond with this particular entry point. If she got the numbers wrong, or if Lomang had managed to fight off the effects of the cast and tell them the wrong number, the airlock would explode. Given time, they might have found the explosive devices and disarmed them, but they didn't have time. Lomang's wife was bearing down on them in her destroyer. At any moment she might attempt to blast the Duchess away from the prized intersector ship, or she might board the Bathsheba herself. She might know about the various booby traps Lomang had set and how to circumvent them. Mercs crowded behind Carina, waiting to enter the foreign ship and defend it. She glanced at the 20 or so men and women Cadwallader had assigned to the task. Beyond them she could see more arriving. It looked like the lieutenant colonel had committed most of the black dogs to the effort. His decision made sense. The Bathsheba was massive. It would take more soldiers than they had to repel a boarding attempt. And yet, "Return to the Duchess," she ordered. "All of you. Step back to the other side of the port and seal it. Wait for me to reopen it from this side." The soldiers hesitated. One of them murmured, "But if we—" "Follow my order, damn it!" With some apparent reluctance, the merc shuffled out of the airlock. The Bathsheba's entry hatch closed. She was alone. If the airlock exploded, there was a good chance only she would be killed, and the black dogs would survive to protect her brothers and sisters. She inhaled, and, holding her breath, she read the second line of digits on her visor display and then keyed them in one by one. There were 8 numbers in total. She pressed the keys 7 times. She guessed she had to be inputting the digits correctly or she would have set off the explosives. A bead of sweat crawled down the side of her face. Every muscle in her body tight, she pressed the final key. Nothing happened. She exhaled. Then she realized that though there had been no explosion, the airlock hadn't activated. The numbers on the display above the keypad faded away, and words in a script she didn't recognize appeared. Maybe her suit's computer could tell her what they meant. She focused her gaze on the words and asked for a translation. A message popped up on her HUD. "Does not translate." She sighed. All the information she had to go on was that the background to the display stayed green. Did the unchanging colour mean she'd input the correct code? Assuming she had, why hadn't the airlock activated? Or was it designed to be activated manually? She stepped back from the keypad and scanned around the inner hatch for a lever, wheel, or something similar. It was possible the Bathsheba's operating devices might be as alien as its written language, but if the ship was designed to be operated by humans, surely she should be able to recognize what to press, pull, turn, or push to work the airlock. The surface around the inner door was entirely smooth, except for a square recessed area at the bottom, flush with the deck. She squatted down and squinted into the hollow space, which measured roughly 15 centimeters square. It was empty inside, but the base sloped upward, making the rear of the hole smaller than the opening. Puzzled, she stood up. The message in an unknown language was unchanged, and the airlock remained dormant. Minutes were passing. If Lo Mang's wife intended to board the Bathsheba, she could be inside by now. It was vital the black dogs gained entry immediately. But how? The pressure of so many people depending on her was building up. She began to grow angry. She had done what was required. Why wasn't the airlock working? "Come on," she muttered, and thumped the closed hatch with a fist. She brought up the code on her HUD again and pressed the key of the first digit, but the number didn't appear on the display. The message remained stubbornly in place. Shit! Was the code she'd input right or wrong? What was the message saying? Was it a warning telling her to leave? She had to get inside the Bathsheba, or Lo Mang's wife would get control. Anger and frustration boiled up, and she kicked the hatch. Her leg muscles jarred as her boot impacted the hard surface. Cursing, she looked up and down the entrance to the intersector ship again. Her gaze alighted on the recess in the bulkhead, and suddenly something clicked. The hole was roughly the width and height of a booted human foot. The inclined base could be a kind of lever. She put her right foot inside the hole, but before she pressed down, she paused. What if attempting to activate the airlock after inputting the wrong code would trigger the explosives? She cursed once more. If she didn't try, their cause was lost anyway. She trod on the base of the hole. It depressed, and she was surrounded by the sound of valves opening and air hissing. The tension in her muscles released all at once. It was as much as she could do to remain upright. She leaned her forearms against the hatch and rested her head between them. Then she remembered her task wasn't over yet. Far from it. She ran to the other end of the airlock and opened the portal to the Duchess. "We're in," she said to her troops. "Search and secure the ship in your fire teams." The atmosphere in the merc's vessel had flooded the Bathsheba's airlock when the ships had first connected. The airlock sensors would detect the existing air pressure and a thunk behind her signaled a hatch opening. She swung around. The hatch slid to one side and she got her first view of the interior of the Intersector ship. All was dark inside the Bathsheba, though the light cast from the Duchess and the merc's helmets reflected from shiny metallic surfaces. Through the figures of soldiers pouring into the ship, she also thought she could make out contoured glass structures. A brilliant flash in the darkness suddenly revealed the Bathsheba's innards in stark relief, like lightning illuminating a landscape, but she had no time to process what she'd seen. The flash had been a pulse round. The black dogs were under attack. Chapter 7. Mercenaries were running into the other ship. Parthenia's guess had been correct. The Duchess's docking port was open, and glimpses of another vessel were visible through it, between the figures of the soldiers. A battle was going on. She had seen enough fighting over the previous few months to recognize the intermittent flashes of pulse fire, and her helmet's audio was picking up its signature hiss and fizz. The battle seemed to have only just started. Black dogs were still pouring through the portal. She ran to the end of the line of soldiers waiting to join in, hoping she wouldn't be noticed, and ordered to return to her cabin. The man she stood behind turned around and glanced at her, but if he realized she wasn't one of the regular mercenaries, he didn't say or do anything about it. The front of the line jerked into action, and seconds later the movement reached the end. Parthenia found herself of moving ghostly figures and bursts of light. Her group took up a position at the rear, only a little way beyond the entrance to the new ship. Perhaps they were waiting for further orders. She stuck close to the soldier nearest her while she tried to figure out what was going on and how she could help. She would have to be careful not to mistakenly cast at someone on her own side. The black dogs' HUDs would show the status of any soldier that came into view, whether they were friendly or hostile, but her suit was not connected to the battle comm system. The pulse fire intensified, and in the increased light she began to make some sense of her surroundings. The enemy ship was huge. She hadn't noticed until the new illumination revealed it, but the ceiling hung tens of meters overhead. The fighting seemed to be taking place in a chamber equally as wide, though it was hard to be sure. Pulse fire was reflecting from the walls, along with the figures of soldiers, making it difficult to judge distances. She shifted her position slightly to give herself a better view. The oval glass coverings of 1,000 or more receptacles protruded from the walls and rose in ranks almost to the ceiling. A walkway ran in front of each row above floor level. Square patches of darkness below the first walkway suggested exits to the large chamber. She was no expert on starships, but this didn't look anything like her expectation of a destroyer, which could only mean they were aboard the Intersector ship. From what she could tell, the black dogs were trying to reach the exits and, presumably, get deeper inside, and the enemy was trying to stop them. She could definitely lend her side a hand. She sucked elixir through the tube in her suit and cast enthrall on a soldier she was confident wasn't a black dog. The man stopped firing, his arms relaxed and his weapon hung loose in his hands. She took another drink of elixir and focused on his neighbour, but before she could cast, her new target noticed the enthralled soldier. He nudged him with his elbow, and the man raised his rifle and began firing again. Damn it! That was the problem with enthrall. The person affected would obey whatever command they were given. The neighbour must have calmed the first soldier and told him to shoot. Who he would fire at was unpredictable, but he was essentially back in action. Her next option was to transport the enemy, but she wasn't sure where to transport them to. She could either put them into space or elsewhere on the interceptor ship. If she put them into space, they might not survive. They were wearing armour, not EVA suits. Though she wanted to help, she quailed at the idea of actually killing someone, and transporting them elsewhere on the ship would mean creating a threat lying in wait for the black dogs. As she was trying to figure out what to do, more enemy soldiers arrived, racing into the chamber. The pulse fire escalated as the mercs tried to push forward. The atmosphere was bright with constant flashes, but, save for the soft buzz of rounds and the movements of the soldiers, it was oddly quiet. All commands and cries of those hit were confined behind the dark visors of their helmets. Yet more of the enemy arrived. The mercs were becoming outnumbered. Despite their best efforts, they started to fall. The front line was being forced back. If the black dogs didn't gain control of the ship, their plan would fail. They would have to remain in the sector where the Dirksons wanted their blood. Carina would have to abandon her dream of travelling to Earth. Worse, the enemy soldiers could push all the way into the Duchess and take the merc's ship. That would be a disaster. She had to do something. She had an idea. The cast was one she'd rarely practiced, let alone used, but she knew the character, and if her idea didn't work, she didn't think it would cause any harm. The problem was timing. The damned lag meant she would have to cast randomly and hope for the best. She closed her eyes, wrote the character in her mind, and sent it out. She opened her eyes. Nothing seemed to happen. Disappointment and fear settled on her. She'd thought the cast would have some effect at least, not nothing at all, and in the short time it had taken her to perform it, more mercs had fallen and the enemy had edged closer. Then it hit her. She had waited so long after swallowing elixir, it had probably lost its efficacy. There was no way to find out except try again. Brilliant light burst in her vision, and the man she was sheltering near fell sideways onto her. She grunted as his heavy figure impacted her small frame. He had been hit by a stray pulse round that had made it through to the back line. She pushed him with her shoulder, and he managed to straighten up, moving off her. Parthenia sucked up a mouthful of elixir and swallowed it. Again, she wrote the character. Again, she sent it out in the direction of a section of enemy fire. As she opened her eyes, the cast hit. Almost too fast to see, the pulses flashing from the enemy's rifles hit an invisible barrier. Some appeared to disintegrate and scatter. Others bounced off it. She'd done it. She'd only known that repulse could deflect casts. The idea that it could be used against pulse rounds had been a pure guess, but it had actually worked. Some rounds had even rebounded at the enemy soldiers. They stopped firing and seemed confused, turning their heads toward each other as if checking they'd all noticed the same thing. The black dogs who had been targeting that section seemed similarly nonplussed. Their firing slackened along with that of their antagonists. But the brief lull was soon over. Parthenia surveyed the battle, trying to discern the spot where the mercenaries were pressed the hardest. When she found it, she took a drink of elixir and then closed her eyes. She was in the middle of writing the repulse character when someone roughly shook her shoulder, startling her. The character faded, half-drawn, and she opened her eyes to see a soldier. "Parthenia!" came Carina's voice over her comm. "I guessed it might be you who pulled that stunt. Did you repulse those rounds?" "Yes, I did." "What the hell are you doing here? Get back to the ship." "Huh? No, I'm staying here. I want to help." "It's far too dangerous. This is a battle for Star's sake. You could be killed. Go back to our cabin and stay there. That's an order." "You can't tell me what to do. Just watch me. This isn't the place for an argument. If you don't go right now, I'll order Halliday here to pick you up and carry you back. And that'll take a valuable soldier away from the battle." Parthenia noted her older sister wasn't threatening to enthrall her, as she'd done in the past, but she seemed determined to make her leave, despite the fact she'd clearly demonstrated her worth. "I'm valuable," she protested, anger building. She was too old to be bossed around, especially by someone only a few years older than her. "You wanted us with you on Ostalon when—" "Leave! Now!" Parthenia was furious. How dare Carina speak to her like that? But if she knew anything about her sister, once she'd set her mind on something, she would follow through, no matter what. If she didn't go, Carina really would tell someone to manhandle her out of the place, and that would be humiliating beyond belief. "I hate you! I hate you! And the first chance I get, I'm leaving. I'll go so far away, I'll never have to see your face again." She turned and stalked from the chamber. Chapter 8. Carina watched her sister until she disappeared into the Bathsheba's airlock. Idiot! Why couldn't she understand this was no place for a 16-year-old? When she'd first noticed the weird behavior of the pulse rounds, she'd been as confused and amazed as everyone else. It was only when it occurred to her the pulses appeared to rebound from an unseen barrier that she put two and two together and realized they'd been repulsed. And as she hadn't made the cast, it had to be one of her siblings. After that, it hadn't been hard to spot Parthenia's small figure crouched behind Halliday. It was a relief that her sister finally left the firefight, but Carina couldn't deny her idea about using repulse against weapon fire was brilliant. She hadn't imagined it could be used in any other way than to deflect attacking casts. Now, with Parthenia's trick up her sleeve, she might be able to turn the tide of the battle. She returned her attention to the fight. In the brief time it had taken to dismiss her sister, the mercs had lost more ground. Some were wounded and either crawling away from the fighting or being dragged from it by their buddies. A few were motionless and beyond reach. Yet more soldiers sent by Lomang's wife were running into the chamber from all its entrances. The woman appeared to be concentrating her forces on this spot. And it was working. She had them pinned down. But not for long. Carina calmed every merc she'd kept back in reserve, sending them all forward. At the same time, she began to cast. Taking large swallows of elixir, she repulsed one session of enemy weapon fire after another. She found that, after a few tries, she could finesse the angle of the casts, so the pulses flew straight back at their originators. Their antagonists were being hit by their own rounds, as well as the mercs, and they began to fall. Even more effective than the onslaught of their own firepower was the confusion and dismay the phenomenon sowed among the troops. The fighters targeted briefly stopped firing as they tried to make sense of what was happening. Then, probably urged by their CO, some resumed their attack, but others appeared too shaken to continue, all too fearful of their own fire returning to them. Slowly at first, and then with increasing speed, the mercs began to gain ground. They reached the fallen comrades they'd been forced to abandon and were able to retrieve them, while the majority of their force pushed forward. Carina remained at the rear as she had to concentrate on casting, which left her vulnerable to attack. But, along with the black dogs, she was also able to move out into the chamber. The enemy troops were retreating toward the entrances, leaving behind the incapacitated. She was pleased at the sight of the fallen enemy. If any survived, they would be useful sources of intel. "Car," came Atoy's voice through her comm. "Sit rep." She gave the situation report succinctly, not wanting to waste time talking when she still had casting to do. "Cadwallader had me guarding the airlock, but it looks like most of the destroyer's forces have been deployed aboard the Bathsheba. I'm coming over. ETA 4 minutes. The news was welcome. More mercs would be needed for the mopping up. Carina sucked on the tube in her suit for more elixir, but nothing came out. She needed a bigger reservoir, an inexhaustible one, preferably. But it was clear the mercs had the advantage now anyway. Her casts were no longer crucial to deciding the battle. From the look of things, it would only be a matter of moments until their adversaries broke ranks and ran for the exits. That was it. Lomang's wife had ordered a retreat. Carina gave commands to her troops to chase down the enemy. Though she was loath to leave them during this crucial part of the mission, she decided to return to the Duchess to replenish her supply of elixir. Her ability to cast would be vital in the cleanup operation. Wounded mercs were lying within the Bathsheba and beyond it on the other side of the Duchess's docking port. That was no surprise, but she realized with a jolt that the small figure moving among them was Parthenia. Her sister hadn't gone back to their cabin as ordered. She had stayed behind to heal the injured troops. Carina didn't feel she had any right to criticize the girl for her decision. As she stepped quickly past her, she squeezed her shoulder through her armor. Then she raced to the galley, where a tank of elixir was stored. As soon as she'd refilled her suit's supply, she dashed to the shared cabin. "Jace!" she exclaimed, as she saw the mage sitting with her siblings. Before he could answer, however, she said, "Could you go to the docking port and help heal the wounded? Parthenia is already there." "Of course," he replied, rising to his feet. "We'll go too," said Oriana. "Right, Fern?" "No," said Carina firmly. "It's still dangerous there. We only just drove out the soldiers from the destroyer. I want you to stay here with Darius and Nala." "But—" "No!" she yelled, making the children jump. Even Jace looked taken aback, but he said gently, "Do what your sister says, kids." Carina left the cabin and ran back in the direction of the Bathsheba, leaving Jace to follow at his own pace. She had already been absent from the fight for several minutes. Cadwallader commed, asking for an update. She filled him in as she ran. "Good," he said when she'd finished. "I'm going to join you." When she arrived at the chamber in the interceptor ship, Atoy and 10 other mercs, including Bryce, were already there. "It's almost ours, but not quite," she told them. "We're rooting out the clingers on. Rather than retreating to their destroyer, they might try to make a stand somewhere and push us back." "It's a damn big ship," said Atoy, looking upward at the rows of oval, transparent-fronted cubicles that ran around the walls. "Yeah, it's going to take hours to search it." Cadwallader strode in, armored up. "I'm taking over from here. Atoy, half of your team to accompany Lin to search the top level. Take the remaining half with you to search the engine service tunnels." Atoy's dark visor hid her features, but Carina could easily imagine the face her friend must have pulled on hearing she'd been given the worst job. Investigating the narrow passages engineers used for physical access to the ship's engines would be extremely taxing and dangerous. Yet the lieutenant colonel was right to give his most senior, capable and experienced officer the job. If Lomang's wife wanted to hit them where it hurt, she would sabotage the Bathsheba's engines. "Yes, sir," Ator replied, with only a trace of resentment. She quickly named the mercs to accompany Carina. Bryce was among them. "Sir," Carina said to Cadwallader, "don't forget about the booby traps." "I haven't forgotten," he replied dryly. She led her soldiers toward the nearest exit, unsure how to get to the highest level. She guessed there had to be elevators, though the Intersector ship wasn't like anything she'd ever encountered. Chapter 9. Outside the chamber, beyond the light that spilled from the Duchess, all was dark. A suggestion to activate her helmet light appeared on Carina's HUD, but she ignored it and told the others to do the same. They could operate on night vision without any great disadvantage, and there was no point in advertising their presence to the enemy. She halted. The bulkhead directly in front of her bore the signs of a firefight. Scorch marks and melted patches revealed that the black dogs pursuing the hostiles had met with resistance. But the fight was over, and the passageway was empty. She was about to move on when something drew her attention. Leaning closer, she peered at one of the scorched areas. "Hey," she calmed her team, "take a look at this and tell me I'm imagining it." As she moved aside, Bryce and another man, Goulet, stepped over. "Stars," breathed Goulet. "How's it doing that?" So she wasn't going crazy. The mark really was fading at a rapid pace. The melted area was quickly returning to its original state. "It's repairing itself," said Bryce. "I've never seen that before. Is it unusual?" She sometimes forgot that he'd only spent time aboard starships since getting mixed up with her. "As far as I know, it's unheard of." The 3 other soldiers in the team also examined the blemished surfaces, running their gloved hands over the bulkhead as it changed. "Okay, let's go," she ordered. There would be time to discover the Bathsheba's interesting features later on, once the ship was secure. Plenty of time. If they were going to fly her all the way to Earth, they had a long journey ahead. She walked quickly along the passageway, looking for an elevator or another way to reach the top level. She hadn't gone more than a few meters when the atmosphere readings in her HUD began to alter, revealing the telltale signs of a firefight ahead. She calmed Cadwallader, telling him about the resistance the black dogs had met. "We're already on it," Cadwallader replied. "Continue as ordered, but avoid the engagement." She reversed direction to lead her team away from the fight. By the time they passed the site of the earlier battle, the bulkheads were entirely free of damage. The passage began to curve and slope downward, another feature she had never encountered aboard a space vessel. She had only ever known perfectly horizontal and vertical surfaces, but this slope was like the side of a low hill. They rounded the curve and the opening splayed out. In the center of the wider space, a tube rose from the deck and disappeared through the overhead. Double doors opened in the side as they approached. Assuming it was an elevator, she ordered her team inside, and the men and women crowded in. 6 soldiers in full armor and bearing weapons were about all the available space would hold. The doors closed. She was relieved to see the elevator operated via buttons on a panel. If it had required voice commands in the strange language she'd seen on the airlock display, they would never get it to work. She pressed the button for the 7th uppermost level. A few beats later, the doors opened into pitch black. "I wish someone would figure out how to turn on the lights around here," Bryce muttered. They were in a place almost identical to the one they'd just left, except it didn't slope. The elevator sat in a fork in the passage, offering 3 potential avenues for exploration. How big was this level? If it spanned the entire ship, it would take them hours to search it. We'll continue in pairs. If you spot any signs of hostiles, comm me. Don't approach until backup arrives. And, she added, recalling her own warning to Cadwallader about booby traps, don't try to open or activate anything if it doesn't happen automatically. Simply walking around inside the ship could set something off, but Lomang hadn't mentioned anything like that, and making sure none of the enemy remained aboard took priority. She split up her team and assigned 2 pairs a passage each to explore, before she realised the only people remaining without a partner were Bryce and herself. "We'll take this one," she said uncomfortably. She set off down the remaining passage, Bryce trailing a step behind. The first door they encountered opened as they approached, revealing a storeroom holding stacks of folded textiles and a large printer. After quickly checking around the shelves, they moved on. The next room was also held for storage, only this one held electronics, mostly interfaces and comm devices. She was mildly bemused. The rooms were not secured in any way, so it was clear the ship's passengers were free to take whatever they wanted. It was yet another phenomenon she hadn't encountered before on a commercial or military ship. The Bathsheba was more like a vast but privately owned vessel. At the next door, a security panel indicated it would not be so easy to enter. The door didn't open as they drew close to it.
Does it require a code, maybe?
Maybe, but Lomang hadn't mentioned anything about codes to be used inside the ship. The screen was a flat, black enigma.
Looks like we won't be going in there.
She was reluctant to risk triggering a trap too, but she'd spotted something. She squatted down and peered at the line between the bottom of the door and the deck. Reaching out, she pushed her hand against the line, and then she saw she was right. A tiny bit of light was spilling out from the gap, made more obvious when she'd blocked out a section. Whatever lay on the other side of the door, the lights were on, which meant someone was inside.
"Shit,"
said Bryce, also staring at the light. "I'm going to open it."
"How?"
She clicked her tongue against her teeth. "I'm going to open it."
"Oh."
He took a few steps back and raised his rifle. She moved to one side, sipped elixir, closed her eyes, and cast. As she waited for the result, she tensed. The door slid open smoothly. She exhaled and peered in. In the space revealed, the lights were not on, not any artificial lights at least. A high dome overhung a wide interior. The dome was transparent, and beyond it was space. Military starships and even many commercial vessels rarely featured windows. They were a weak spot in a ship's hull, and therefore an unnecessary risk during battles. Transportation companies deemed them a needless expense. As a consequence, space travel generally allowed passengers few opportunities to look at the view. During her days as a merc, she'd only seen the stars occasionally, when planetside during a mission. Here, within the Intersector ship, starlight bathed the room, glistening on every surface. A thick, shimmering band comprised of millions of brilliant specks, set like tiny jewels in rich, inky velvet, gleamed from above. She exhaled deeply and walked in.
"Whoa,"
breathed Bryce as he joined her. Then someone shot him. Chapter 10. All Carina saw was the flash of a pulse round, and from the corner of her eye, Bryce toppling to the deck. "No!" she yelled, and dove down beside him. Another flash flew over her head as she dropped. Crouching, she lifted her rifle and returned fire. "Bryce!" she commed. "Bryce, can you hear me?" A second offensive pulse flew out, but missed. She glimpsed someone ducking behind cover. She heard no reply from Bryce, but he rolled onto his side. The pulse had hit his left shoulder and chest. He reached feebly for his weapon, which had fallen from his hands, but there was no question he was out of the game, perhaps dying. She had to make a decision lightning fast, heal Bryce or fight off their attackers. Before she even knew what she chose, she was hammering out shots. Then she was up and running, zigzagging randomly in the direction of the enemy. There had been no real choice to make. In the time it would have taken to cast heal on Bryce, they could both be dead. A pulse hit her visor, taking out her HUD and turning the shield opaque. She ran into something, a sharp edge ramming into her calf, and she spun head over heels, her back slamming into the deck. She opened her visor. The cold ship's atmosphere rushed in, and the starlight dazzled her. Her fall had winded her. As she sucked in air in a whoop, a dark figure loomed, black against the stars. Though she'd fallen, she'd maintained a firm grip on her weapon. She raised it in one hand and shot the soldier square in the stomach. He slumped to his knees, clutching his midriff. She pushed the muzzle of her gun against his helmet and was about to fire when a voice called out, "Stop! Don't kill him!" The soldier entirely collapsed and sprawled on the deck face downward. Moving her rifle so the muzzle remained in contact with the wounded soldier's helmet, she sought out the voice's owner. A small woman in armor emerged from behind a reclined seat and stepped toward her, empty hands raised. "In front of me," Carina ordered as the woman reached her. Transferring the muzzle from the man's head, she drove her captive forward quickly, guiding her over to Bryce. He was still breathing, she saw with relief. "Stop," she commanded. Taking a drink of elixir, she knelt down, maintaining the pressure of her gun against the woman's back. After closing her eyes and placing her hand on Bryce's wound, she cast heal. As she opened her eyes, she noticed the prisoner peering over her shoulder. Carina jabbed the gun against her kidneys. "Eyes forward!" After a pause, the woman obeyed. "Bryce, are you okay?" He moved the arm of the shoulder that had taken the hit. "Yeah, thanks." He sat up. "Suit's lost atmosphere, though." His visor opened, and he looked up. "Who's that?" Carina was wondering the same. Her captive was very small for a soldier, which implied she wasn't a soldier at all. "That thing you did," said the woman, facing the darkness. "Can you do it for my man as well?" Carina glanced at the soldier she'd shot. He hadn't changed position. "Why would I do that?" "To save his life, of course." "That doesn't answer my question." Bryce had stood up. "Carina, maybe you should—" "You remember he nearly killed you, right?" she asked acidly. "He's just a man doing his—" "You don't know that!" "While she's clearly something else." Carina had formed the same opinion, and she had a good idea of what kind of something else the woman was. She sighed. "Okay," she grumbled. "If he's still alive. Cover her." Leaving Bryce guarding their captive, she returned to the stricken man. With some effort, she rolled his bulky form over. He didn't make a sound, but his arms and legs moved a little. The close-range pulse round had done its work. Grey-blue guts gleamed wetly through burned gaps in his armor. Swallowing bile, she turned her face away and sipped elixir. Moments later, after sending out the heal cast, she looked back at the soldier. New pink skin had grown over his intestines, though they remained faintly visible. He would live, though he would probably need time to fully recover. "Get up," she ordered. He squirmed, appearing to make an effort to stand. "Hurry up," she urged. or I'll change my mind about allowing you to live." The soldier's movements became more urgent. He struggled to his feet. "Over there, with your commander." Weaving as he walked, and with both hands clutching his stomach, the man made his way toward the woman. In the half-light of the starscape, the two were shadowy shapes in the darkness. There was no doubt in Carina's mind that the woman was Lomang's wife. She didn't look, move, or act like a soldier, and she'd referred to her companion as "my man." As Carina approached them, she calmed Cadwallader. "I've picked up 2 of the enemy." She didn't want to let on to the woman she knew who she was. Let her sweat a while. "Where should I take them?" "Where are you?" "In some kind of viewing dome." "Right. So it's just the 2 of them? What are they doing in there?" Shit. Cadwallader made a good point. What had Lomang's wife and her companion been doing here? It was only by chance she and Bryce had found them. Had they been hiding? That didn't make any sense. They would have been cut off from the rest of their company, and eventually they would have been found, and it was hardly the time or place for a romantic assignation. The enemy soldier had reached Lomang's wife and Bryce. He was managing to stand, but he was hunched over. "Take off your helmets, both of you," Carina ordered. She didn't want them to be able to comm each other. They complied, though the man moved slowly. The woman's hair was thick, black, long, and wild. She brushed it away from her small, delicately featured face and regarded Carina narrowly with dark eyes. The man looked similar to Lomang's crew on the Zenobia. He was wide-mouthed, his head was large and bony, and his beard was carefully styled. "Why are you here? What were you doing?" Lomang's wife's eyes narrowed further, and she tossed her head haughtily, flinging her long hair over her shoulder. The man only looked down. Carina clenched her jaw. "Look, I don't have time for a conversation. You know how I healed your man? Well, I can do other stuff too. In the blink of an eye, I can move you from where you're standing to out there." She pointed to the starry expanse beyond the dome. "And we can all watch you die." The woman remained silent, though she began to look doubtful. "She can do it," said Bryce. "And she has." 2 tense beats passed. Then Lomang's wife said, "I've heard something of your powers. At first I thought the report was only the babbling of a fool, but then I saw what you did to him." Her gaze flicked to Bryce. She breathed in deeply and then exhaled. "I believe you." She continued, "If you look over there, you will find an explosive device." She indicated a spot on the other side of the room. "I planned on blowing a hole in the hull here, where it's weakest. In the resulting confusion and distraction, my forces would be able to retake the ship." Carina's chest tightened. "Is the device about to go off?" The woman's eyes flashed and her nostrils flared, as if she were barely keeping her emotions in check. "Answer!" Carina pushed the barrel of her rifle into the woman's chest, causing her to stagger backwards. "No," she muttered. "I hadn't set it when you came in." "Bryce, go and find the explosives and check they aren't dangerous, but be careful. I'll watch these 2. In spite of her natural enmity toward Lomang's wife, Carina felt a modicum of respect. The woman's plan could have worked, and it was something she herself might have done in similar circumstances. "What's your name?" she asked. Lomang had told her, but she'd forgotten. The woman drew herself up to her full height, which was about the level of Carina's shoulder. "I am Mezban Kabazli Noran, Procurator of the Majestic Isles, member of the Encircling Council, and your nemesis." Chapter 11. Aboard the Duchess, all was chaos. Mercs pounded the passageways, and the same acrid gases of battle Carina had perceived on the Bathsheba permeated the atmosphere. She had sent Bryce to the sickbay to get checked out, reluctantly allowing the enemy soldier to go with him. Mezban Kabazli Noran was on her way to the brig, Carina's gun at her back, though navigating the ship through the racing mercs was proving difficult. Cadwallader and Atoy weren't answering her comms, and she didn't want to stop anyone to ask what was going on. There seemed to be fighting somewhere aboard the ship, which was odd. She had thought the main battle was over. Maybe the Black Dogs had captured some enemy soldiers and they'd broken out of confinement. She hadn't decided whether to put Mezban in the same cell as her husband, but it looked as though the question might have been decided for her. If some of the woman's soldiers were also to be held in the small brig, Lomang and his wife might have to be reunited, whatever the consequences. Judging from Mezban's previous behaviour toward her husband, forcing him into a tiny shuttle and ejecting him from his ship, the consequences for the smuggler could be dire. Yet when they arrived at the brig, its only occupants were Lomang, Papu and Calverley. The reactions of the smuggler and his twin were something to behold. Lomang's eyes widened until his irises were black islands in a white ocean, and his mouth fell open so far he seemed about to dislocate his jaw. Papu, on the other hand, looked the most frightened she had ever seen him, and possibly the most frightened she had ever seen anyone. He darted to the rear of his cell and spread-eagled himself against the wall, facing Mezban with features full of terror. Carina became seriously concerned the giant man might wet himself.
"Not in this cell," he pleaded. "I beg you, put her in with the old man, or take me out."
By contrast, Lomang flung him at the transparent cell wall and pressed his face against it, flattening his nose and smashing his lips until they were flat pink pancakes. He moved his head away just long enough to say,
"My love, my sweet darling, together again at last."
Then he squashed his face against the surface, as if trying to push through the solid barrier to reach her. Mezban murmured something indistinct. She continued to talk, her voice becoming louder. She was speaking the language the smuggler used to speak to his men. She spoke louder and faster, and her face began to twist with fury. The woman's delicate olive skin flushed deep red, her eyes grew fiery, and as she, apparently, cursed and scolded Lomang, spittle flew from her lips. Her tone rose to a crescendo, and she tried to wrench her arm from Carina's grip, raising it in a gesture of fury. She struggled to break free, and when that failed, she attempted to drag Carina toward the smuggler's cell. Lomang's eyes shone as he watched her, his face wreathed in admiration, and, Carina noticed with disgust, what looked like lust. She curled her lip. The display from the married couple was both hilarious and disturbing. "I think you'd better go in here." She hauled the furious woman over to Calverley's cell. The old man looked up in alarm as he understood what was happening. "No, no." He stood up from his bunk. "I don't believe—" Carina asked the guard to unlock the cell door and then pushed Mezban inside. As she walked away, the sound of Lomang and Mezban's voices, one conciliatory and adoring, the other impassioned and enraged, followed her down the passageway. After a second failed attempt to calm Cadwallader and Atoy to find out what she should do next, she decided to pop in on the kids and check they were okay. She also wanted to make sure Parthenia had returned to their shared cabin too. She was worried her sister might have gone to fight in the skirmish that seemed to be going on, but when she arrived, the cabin was empty. She stood in the entrance, taking in the vacant bunks and discarded clothing. Her pulse began to race. Where had they gone? She calmed Bryce. "Hey, are the kids with you?"
"No, it's just me and—"
"Do you know where they are?"
"No, sorry, have they—"
She closed the comm. Her mind was spinning. The situation aboard the Bathsheba remained dangerous, and some kind of engagement was going on in the Duchess. If any of her brothers or sisters got tangled up in either operation, they could be hurt or killed. Damn it! Her thoughts flew to Parthenia. The stupid girl had wandered into a full-on battle. Had she dragged her siblings into something similar? If she had, she would never forgive her. She stepped quickly to a bunk and picked up a pajama top. Holding on to the thin material, she took a drink of elixir and cast Locate. In her mind, the Duchess was a black, grey and white landscape in a lifeless void. A single figure shone out among the many others moving around the ship. Nala. The clothes she was holding belonged to her youngest sister, but finding the girl didn't help her. If she sent to non-mage Nala, she wouldn't hear her. Attempting to steady her panicked breathing, she grabbed another top. She was sure this one was Oriana's. After swallowing more elixir, she tried the cast for a second time. Once more, she perceived the shadow of the Duchess's interior, like a splicer's scan. Suddenly, Oriana gleamed out, clear and shining. Thank the stars! Now she could find out where the kids had gone and if they were all safe. But before she had a chance to cast Send, however, the cabin door flew open. "Carina!" yelled Darius, rushing in and launching himself into her arms. The force of the little boy almost knocked her over. "You came back!" exclaimed Oriana. "What was the battle like?" "Never mind that," said Fern. "Tell her what we've been doing." Then, without giving his sister a chance to go along with his suggestion, he continued, "We had a battle of our own. We saved the ship." Carina remained very still. Darius's arms were around her neck and he was sitting on her lap, but she didn't move. She could feel the blood draining from her face as her rage rose. Oriana, Fern and Nala gazed at her, their excited, triumphant expressions fading to dismay. Darius's arm slipped away and he climbed off her before standing with his head hung low. "What's wrong?" Fern asked cautiously. "Did I give you permission to leave the cabin?" she asked between clenched teeth. Oriana replied, "No, but—" "Did I say you could take part in a firefight for Star's sake?" "We had to," Fern protested. "The ship was being boarded at the airlock. If we hadn't—" "He's right," Oriana said, her tone defiant. "And we helped. We really did. We cast lock, and we transported some of the enemy soldiers, and—" She leapt to her feet. "You could have been killed!" she yelled. "You could all have died." "Jace was there too," said Fern, his lips sticking out stubbornly. "He said it was okay for us to join in as long as we stayed back." "Jace isn't your family. He doesn't have the right to give you permission to risk your lives." "Stars!" She slammed her forehead with the palm of her hand. "Haven't you learned anything from the battle on Ostalon? Darius is lucky to be alive. It could have all gone horribly, horribly wrong. But you—" "I know," she roared. "I know I was the one who took you there. I know it was my fault Darius nearly died." She couldn't bear looking at the scared, confused faces of her siblings any longer. She stomped to the door, pushing past Oriana and Fern, and left. Chapter 12. The soldier wasn't going to make it. Parthenia had exhausted her supply of elixir trying to heal him, but his injuries were too severe. He'd been shot in the chest, arm and thigh. It was the chest wound that seemed to be the problem. Receiving a pulse round in that area had done something to his heart that the heel cast couldn't fix. Her throat tightened as she knelt next to the dying man, remembering her mother. When life could no longer be sustained and the end came, healing only forestalled the inevitable. She'd tried over and over again to prevent her mother from slipping away, but all her efforts were useless. She looked up, suddenly aware that she and the doomed merc were the only people remaining in the Bathsheba's airlock. The fight inside the ship seemed to be over, and the soldiers she'd already helped had gone somewhere else, perhaps assigned new duties. Should she tell the man there was no hope? She trembled at the thought of delivering such terrible news. Yet maybe he had some last messages or instructions to leave about things important to him. If only one of his fellow soldiers was around, or an officer, or even Carina. Anyone else would be better suited to this task. The man's visor opened. She sucked in a breath. Blood from his chest wound had splashed up onto his neck and face, which was also scorched red and blistered. His eyes were open, and he was looking at her. She tried to force a smile, but she feared she was only managing a grimace. The soldier's mouth worked, and his neck muscles tightened as he tried to speak. A few quiet words squeezed out. "Thanks for trying." She could see the life in his eyes begin to fade. Tears rose up, overspilled, and rolled down her cheeks. "I'm so sorry." "Did..." The man swallowed. "What you could." She took his hand in both of her own, determined to give him some comfort. "Hey, Scanlan!" called a voice. In her distraction, she hadn't noticed the arrival of another mercenary. "What are you doing there?" Without waiting for an answer, the new arrival went on. "Lazing around again, huh? Move out of the way, please, miss." Somewhat dumbfounded by the man's brusque, joking manner, she moved aside. She wanted to convey the dying man's state, hoping to prevent his further suffering, but she couldn't find the words. The soldier squatted down and scooped Scanlan into his arms. With a grunt of effort, he lifted the limp form and then carried him away into the Duchess. She was suddenly alone. She felt numb. How many soldiers had she healed? She couldn't remember. They'd come and gone so fast. She had healed some of them twice. They'd returned to the battle only to be wounded again. A heavy blanket of exhaustion settled over her. She felt weak and faint, probably due to the large number of casts she'd made in such a short space of time. But it was more than that. It was the pain, the wounds, the groans and cries of the injured that had done something to her. Witnessing so much suffering had left an imprint on her soul. Slowly she got to her feet. The black dogs must have won the battle. The vast dark chamber beyond the Bathsheba's airlock was empty. Even the injured and dead enemy troops had disappeared, and no sounds were coming from within the Duchess. It was time to return to her family and check they were okay. Returning to the mercenaries' vessel and lighted areas, she lifted her visor. Distant shouts and thuds came to her from afar. Something was happening on the other side of the ship. Another fight, perhaps. She should go there and help out, but she needed more elixir, and she no longer had a weapon. She didn't recall what had happened to it. The Mage's elixir was stored in the galley, and she decided to go there first. Picking up another rifle from somewhere, assuming she could find one, was probably pointless. She was most helpful as a mage, not a fighter, though her recent experience had left her feeling hopeless. The idea of healing men and women so they could go out and get hurt again or even die sickened her. She walked along the passageway, turned a corner and then another. But then she stopped. She looked around her, confused. She had thought she'd been heading toward the galley, but she didn't recognize this part of the ship. She turned around and went back the way she had come, hoping to return to her starting point and figure out where she'd gone wrong. During their journey to the intersector vessel, Carina had discouraged her siblings from wandering about, telling them they should stick to their cabin, the mess, the galley, and a few other general use areas. What exactly her older sister was worried about, she'd never explained. It wasn't like they could fall off the ship or be captured by one of their several enemies. She had humoured Carina for the most part and echoed her warnings to her brothers and sisters, but she was getting tired of her oldest sibling's constant, overbearing bossiness. For a long time she had looked up to Carina and respected her, notwithstanding that time when she'd enthralled her, but those days were over. Parthenia halted again, once more confused by her surroundings. She felt dizzy and nauseated. Putting a hand to her head, she tried to figure out where she'd taken the wrong direction, but images of wounded soldiers flashed across her mind, muddling her thoughts. She continued on, hoping to end up in familiar territory, or maybe she would see someone she could ask for help. The far-off sounds of battle had faded. She walked slowly, turning down random passages until she found herself near the cabin she shared with her family. Her pace sped up in her relief at finding herself nearly home, and she hurried toward the door. It opened, and her relief redoubled when she saw all 4 children safe inside, though Jace wasn't with them, which was a disappointment. He had said he would look after them while she was gone. An atmosphere of gloom and despondency hit her almost palpably. The glum faces of her siblings pivoted toward her as one. "Stars," she said. "What's happened? Did we lose?" "No," Oriana replied. "We won. It's all over. The black dogs fought the attackers all the way back to their ship and then seized it." She went on to explain how the enemy had also tried to board the Duchess through one of the airlocks, and that the children and Jace had helped to repel the troops. "Carina found out," said Fern despondently. "Well, we told her, thinking she wouldn't mind too much, considering we weren't hurt at all and we'd done a great job." "Oh." Parthenia sat down heavily on a bunk. "I see." After experiencing her sister's reaction earlier when she had tried to help in a battle, she could imagine how the revelation had gone down. Her siblings' hurt and sadness cut her deeply. Their sister must have given them a severe tongue-lashing. "Don't worry, Carina isn't going to tyrannize us any more. I'll make sure of it." Chapter 13. A pile of ancient documents sat in the centre of the table in the mission room between Carina, Cadwallader and Jace. The writings, charts and maps represented everything she'd worked for over past months, perhaps even a year or longer. She'd lost track of time passing since escaping the Shurers. The documents represented all her hopes and dreams of a safe, happy future for her family and herself. And yet, when she looked at them, in place of the joy and relief she might have expected to feel, was only hollow emptiness. The old, dry paper seemed to symbolize what was at her heart. Someone coughed. She looked up. Jace's gaze was upon her, serious and questioning. "So as I said," Cadwallader was also watching her intently, clearly annoyed. Apparently he was having to repeat himself. "We have some closely related decisions to make, and we must make them now,
before we set off on our long journey. Firstly, what do we do with Mezban and her troops? Secondly, what do we do with Lomang and his brother? And thirdly, what do we do with Calverley? Do we leave them all behind and face the fact they might try to follow us? Or, in Calverley's case, inform the Shurers where we've gone? Do we take them with us, or do we dispose of them?
His nose wrinkled as he stated the third option. Killing the prisoners would be a drastic act, but it couldn't be denied it was the choice that made the most sense in terms of safety. If they did perform the executions, they would be secure in the knowledge that the former occupants of the destroyer would never escape and retake it. Carina imagined the sight of hundreds of bodies floating in the void, frozen and bloody.
"I'm deeply opposed to murder," said Jace, "no matter what the circumstances, though I admit it's going to be hard to keep so many men and women securely confined." "What about you, Lin?" Cadwallader asked. "What's your opinion?"
"My opinion is, I don't know why he's even here," she said hotly, glaring at Jace. "I'm getting sick of you inviting others to our meetings."
"I've already explained I value Jace's input and—"
"Well, I don't." She gritted her teeth and added more evenly, "He took my brothers and sisters into a dangerous situation without my permission. He allowed children to risk their lives. Those are not the actions of someone who thinks straight or cares about consequences. He has nothing to offer here. If you value the outcome of this mission, I suggest you exclude this man from our discussions."
"No."
Cadwallader appeared to try to pierce her with his ice-blue stare.
"Jace's and other mages' help in the attack at the airlock was invaluable. If they hadn't been there, Mezban's troops might have taken the Duchess. Where would we all have been then, including your siblings? He did the right thing at the time. He also has considerable experience in a position of significant responsibility, and he demonstrates maturity and fair-mindedness."
"And I don't, I suppose." Carina pushed her chair back and stood up. "You're forgetting it was me who found these papers. It was me who paid for the repair and updating of the Duchess. And it was me who armed and equipped the Black Dogs. I have the Bathsheba now. I don't need either of you." She reached out to sweep the documents up into her arms. Cadwallader laid a heavy hand on top of the pile.
"Sit down, Lin. Don't be a fool."
"Carina," said Jace,
"I'm sorry for taking your brothers and sisters with me to help in the battle. I knew you would have forbidden it, and I should have told them to stay behind. But also, I knew they'd gone with you into the old mage fortress on Ostalon, so I thought—"
She looked down, a lead weight pressing on her heart.
"I want Jace here as a balance between you and me. 3 is a good number for making the best decisions, and this is a very important matter. Please, sit down."
The unusual gentleness from the lieutenant colonel calmed her and brought a lump to her throat. She swallowed and resumed her seat. "I don't think holding so many prisoners should be much of a problem. The chamber where we fought the first battle, did either of you take a good look at it?"
"I haven't been aboard the Intersector ship yet," said Jace.
Cadwallader replied,
"I've had other things to think about."
"To be honest, I'm not sure I'm right, and even if I am, there's no guarantee the system would still function for so many. But I believe the Bathsheba used to be a colony ship. I think the room beyond the airlock is a deep sleep chamber, designed to hold hundreds of colonists." Cadwallader folded his arms and leaned back in his chair.
"So we could put Mezban's soldiers into deep sleep capsules. That would be the perfect solution, though temporary. We couldn't keep them there forever."
"But we could hold the troops, and Lomang and Papu, Mezban and Calverley in deep sleep, until we're so far from civilization there's no threat of them finding a way to come after us.
I guess we're talking about marooning them all on a remote but habitable planet,
Jace said.
I confess I'm not happy with that plan either, but I could live with it.
The Lieutenant Colonel nodded.
Let's investigate that possibility. I'll tell the tech team to look into it.
He reached into the documents and began to spread a few on the table.
We're confident we have all the information we need from these to plot a course for Earth.
Carina eyed the yellow, aged sheets. In the weeks it had taken to travel to the Bathsheba, she had pored over them, taking in every detail. The star map she had spent years memorizing had only ever been a test for those determined to return to Earth, the place that had been so dangerous for their kind. The papers included the true coordinates of their home planet, but the mages had also written pages and pages in a strange script the ship's computer could only partially translate. The information included their history, their home in the mountains, their fight to leave for the stars, the long expedition to freedom, and the earliest days of their settlement. It had been an emotional and harrowing experience to read about the struggles and persecution of her ancestors. The details she'd managed to understand had been disconcertingly familiar, and she'd begun to doubt the wisdom of going somewhere mages had fought so hard to leave. In the end, she'd felt she'd gone through so much to find the documents and put everyone else through so much, it was too late to back out. Yes, she replied shortly to Cadwallader's questions. I'm sure.
Then let's move on to the next phase. We familiarise ourselves with the new vessel, make safe and dismantle all Lomang's traps, and prepare for our voyage.
Right, so we're done?
For now.
She rose to her feet. I have some business to attend to. Excuse me. Feeling Cadwallader and Jace's eyes on her, knowing they were going to talk about her the minute she left the room, she walked out. Bryce, she conned.
Hey.
He sounded happy to hear from her.
What's up?
Where are you? I want to talk.
That sounds ominous, he joked. She was silent. I'm attending to the bomb Mezban planted.
I'll be there soon. Someone had figured out how to turn on the lights in the viewing dome. Carina halted in that high-vaulted place and looked up. The starscape was dim, outshone by artificial beams. Her mood settled a notch lower.
Over here,
Bryce called out from the edge of the room. He was with a woman, an explosives expert, Carina guessed. He must have directed her to the location of the device and then stuck around to help out. That was so typical of him, always wanting to help, always sticking around. She walked over. The nondescript shapes and lumps she'd seen on her first visit to the chamber turned out to be lamps, seats, tables, and loungers. The place was set up for socializing. A party under the stars would be quite something. She passed a low table. Was this what she'd run blindly into after her visor was hit? Was that empty area beyond it where she'd landed and then shot Mezban's man in the stomach when he'd arrived to finish her off? She walked on.
Everything okay?
Bryce asked when she reached him. Not really. The woman he was with looked between them. I'm finished here. The bomb's disarmed. I'll take it and get out of your way. She lifted a device from the deck.
Do you need a hand, Rosa? Asked Bryce.
No thanks, I can manage. Carina stood in silence, looking down, waiting for the woman to leave. After hearing the door close, she went to speak.
Wait,
Bryce said, raising a hand.
Before you say anything, look at this.
He reached out to a sensor on the wall and swiped across it. The lamps overhead blinked out. Immediately the stars shone down, brilliant, filling the space with ethereal light.
Isn't it beautiful? It's different from looking at the night sky, right? The stars are brighter, and they're steady. They don't twinkle. There's something majestic about them, something sublime. Takes my breath away. He moved behind Carina and wrapped his arms around her, hugging her tightly. Leaning down, he pressed the side of his face against her neck. We should come back here sometime soon, he murmured. Alone, when the kids have settled in. He paused and then went on, barely whispering. We don't have to get married if you don't want to. I realized I was going too fast for you. I'd thought you were thinking the same as me, but I made a mistake. It's fine. I'll wait until you're ready. And if you're never ready, that's okay too. She breathed in deeply. The feeling of his arms around her, his chest pressed against her back, and the soft bristles of his jaw crushed against her neck was wonderful. She drank in his scent. Gently, she took his arms and pulled them apart. She stepped away and turned around to face him. The starlight lit up his young features. His expression broke her heart. He had guessed what was coming. Touching his cheek, she said, I can't do this. Not ever. I'm not the person I thought I was. It wouldn't work, and I would hurt you. That's what I do. She paused to press the edge of her sleeve against her eyes, stemming her tears. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry for dragging you all this way and making you part of my fantasy. You've given up so much for me, risked so much, and I didn't deserve it. I didn't deserve you. She swallowed hard. It's still not too late for you to leave. I can tell Cadwallader to make a detour to the nearest inhabited planet, and I'll give you enough money to pay your passage back to Ithia. It'll take a year or longer to get home, I guess, but you'll make it eventually. Bryce's gaze searched hers, his eyes shadow black under the stars. He leaned forward, took her face in his hands, and kissed her forehead. I don't want to go back to Ithia. I've gotten attached to your little family, Carina Lin. I'm coming with you to Earth. She looked to one side, unable to meet his gaze. Then she walked away, navigating the dark obstacles in the room carefully. When she reached the exit, she halted and turned. Bryce had sat down. Whether he was watching her or not, she couldn't tell. She left him alone in the dark. Chapter 14. Carina was helping to make the final preparations for their epic journey. Her misgivings about her plan to return to Earth had only grown since her meeting with Cadwallader and Jace, yet she had continued to not voice them. She felt as though the expedition was a boulder she'd levered with great effort from the top of a hill, and now it was careering downward at an unstoppable force and pace. She was putting the mage documents into a safe in the storage room, along with other precious items, carefully rolling up the brittle papers and tying thread around the scrolls. She had made copies of all of them and stored the images on databases on the Bathsheba and the Duchess, which had been secured to the colony vessel. Mezban's destroyer, the Peregrine, had also been fixed to the interceptor ship, and her troops were already in stasis. Carina hadn't been present when they'd been made to go into the capsules, but she had heard they'd been reluctant and fearful. Somewhere out in the black was the ship they'd travelled in from Gerial sector, holding its own deep sleep facilities. Apparently, around 3% of the men and women Mezban had brought from her sector hadn't survived stasis. Whether the capsules on the other ship had been faulty or a 3% failure rate was normal, she didn't know. However, it was no wonder the enemy troops had been afraid. In a month or two she would also be entering deep sleep. It was either that or live out years in space.
but the report of the reaction of Mezban's soldiers had eroded her convictions about the journey even further. If one of her siblings were to die in transit, she would never forgive herself. She sighed and shook her head as she tied the knot in a thread around the final document. After placing the scroll into the safe, she closed it and set the lock. She wished she knew how to cast a lock that would last thousands of years and required detailed knowledge to open, as the mages on Ostalon had, but the ability was beyond her. Perhaps Darius might be able to do it one day. Though she had had weeks to study the information the papers contained, she still felt she'd only scratched the surface of it. Items like unfamiliar characters and their related castes, and details about the Mage's mountain home on Earth had intrigued her, but she hadn't been able to fully understand them. She stood up and stretched her arms and back. There was plenty more to do before their journey began. As she relaxed and exhaled, Parthenia walked in. Her sister voiced a small "oh" and halted. She turned, about to leave. "Were you looking for something?" asked Carina. "It's fine, it isn't important. Don't be silly. You obviously came here for something. What do you want?" "It doesn't matter." Parthenia was almost out the door. "For stars' sake, this is ridiculous. Come back." She marched over to her sister. Parthenia halted. "What? What are you going to do? Grab me? Force me to stay and tell you why I'm here?" Carina paused, taken aback by the girl's intense reaction. "No, I just think it's stupid for us to avoid each other." "You aren't avoiding me, I'm avoiding you." "Whatever. Look, I'm sorry for insisting that you left the battle in the deep sleep chamber, but it was for your own good." She reached out to touch her sister's arm, but Parthenia shrugged off the gesture. "I care about you," said Carina, undeterred. She desperately wanted to put things right between them. "I know I have a strange way of showing it sometimes, but I do." "That's right, you do have a strange way of showing it. But don't worry, I'm not going to let you care about me any longer. And I've told the kids they don't have to mind you anymore. From now on, we're going to stick together and run our own lives." She poked Carina in the chest. "You can do whatever the hell you want." She stalked away. Carina's mouth dropped open. Suddenly, the coldness of her siblings toward her over the last few days made sense. After the battle for the Bathsheba, Cadwallader had called a meeting to begin to iron out the details of their forthcoming epic journey. She turned up a little early to the Duchess's mission room and found the Lieutenant Colonel and Jace already there. The ancient mage's record sat on the table. She nodded a greeting. "Right, where do we begin?" "We aren't starting yet," Cadwallader replied. "I took the liberty of inviting some others along. I'd like to create a council of sorts. By my rough calculations, we have about 24 years of travel ahead of us, perhaps longer, through a largely unknown region of space. We need to get our planning right, or perhaps suffer terrible consequences. I want to bring together our best minds and open out the decision-making process." "Who?" Carina's gaze moved to Jace. Had he had some input into Cadwallader's decision? Why hadn't the Lieutenant Colonel asked her about this? "Who have you invited?" As the words left her lips, Atoy walked through the doorway. "Hey, Car," she said, raising a hand in greeting. "Hey, everyone. Thanks for the invite, sir." She threw herself into a seat and reclined into its back, straightening out one of her long legs. "Who else is coming?" "That's what I'd like to know," Carina muttered. Voices could be heard chatting outside the room, drawing nearer. Her heart fluttered in recognition. Bryce and Parthenia entered. Carina's lips drew to a thin line. She could understand Cadwallader's reasoning in including Bryce in the council, but Parthenia? She was a child, a smart, resourceful child, to be sure, but still a kid. She couldn't deny her sister had a valuable contribution to make, but how would she deal with the potentially disastrous fallout from a decision she had helped to make? Could she cope with the guilt and remorse when things didn't go to plan? The sleepless nights? The regret? Parthenia was watching her as she sat down, a mixture of defiance and wariness on her face. "We're all here," Cadwallader said. "Let's begin." "Wait," said Carina. "Yes?" "I'd like to know by whose authority you're opening out the decision-making process. You certainly didn't speak to me about it." Her gaze turned to Jace. "Did he ask you?" He coughed and looked uncomfortable.
"No, but I agree with the principle."
"I don't understand what gives you the right to act unilaterally," Carina said tersely to Cadwallader.
"Look," said Bryce, "if my presence is going to be a problem, I'll leave."
"Me too," Atoy added. "To be honest, I hate sitting around talking, and I trust you guys to think up a good plan." "This isn't about you two," Parthenia said. "It's about me. That's right, isn't it, sis?" Carina doggedly maintained her focus on Cadwallader, but she saw her sister in her peripheral vision, glaring. "You would prefer a more democratic process?" the Lieutenant Colonel asked in a tone dripping acid. "Very well. Jace has stated he agrees we should create a council to manage our journey to Earth, and I'm obviously of the same mind. You disagree. That makes 2 against 1. You're outvoted." He steepled his fingers. "Now we may continue." She slammed the table with an open hand, making everyone jump. She felt like sweeping the documents away, upending the table and telling them all to get out. But she fought her impulse, knowing she'd recently crossed the line with Parthenia for the second time. She said and did nothing else except clench her jaw. After several moments of awkward silence, the Lieutenant Colonel said quietly, "Let's continue." He pulled a piece of paper from the top of the pile and passed it to Atoy, who was sitting nearest to him. "Assuming these are the original galactic coordinates of Earth, as I said, we're looking at a journey of roughly 24 years and 2 months. Fortunately, we'll be spending most of the voyage in deep sleep. Unfortunately, despite the information from the mages, we aren't exactly sure where we're going. Though they recorded their time of departure from Earth, that doesn't seem to relate to current time measurements. They appear to have been using their local frame of temporal reference, not standard time. So, for our purposes, the date they give is useless, which makes it difficult to adjust our calculations to allow for the time that's passed."
"I can tell you the number of mage generations born since leaving Earth, according to our law," said Jace.
Cadwallader's eyebrows lifted. "That may help." Atoy passed the paper to Bryce.
"It's 241,
Jace said. The Lieutenant Colonel's eyes moved up and left as he worked out the arithmetic. "That's well over 7,000 standard years." Atoy whistled.
"That's a heck of a lot of time to be away from home."
Bryce said,
"I heard that human existence in this part of the galaxy is reckoned to date back about 6,500 years. Jace's information fits in with mage history, which states they were the first colonists of deep space." "Interesting," said Cadwallader, "but a subject for another day. If mage lore is accurate, that means we can increase the reliability of our estimation of Earth's current location. Now we need to hash out a rotation for individuals in stasis, among other things. How many should crew the ship while the rest sleep, and for how long?" Bryce offered a suggestion, and then Jace offered another, and after a while the meeting had moved into a detailed discussion of the voyage. Carina didn't speak much.
Cadwallader had been a mastermind of organisation, as always, and the people present mostly agreed with his proposals. She'd seen that he didn't really need their input, that his purpose in inviting the rest had been to make them feel included, that their opinion mattered. Parthenia made some intelligent, thoughtful contributions, and Carina felt proud of her, but whenever she tried to catch her sister's eye, Parthenia purposefully ignored her. It was no surprise the girl was upset with her after their altercation at the battle, but as the discussion wore on, it occurred to Carina that all her siblings had recently shown the same enmity. Ever since the taking of the Bathsheba, they'd been reserved and silent around her. Parthenia's announcement in the storage room that her brothers and sisters were now going it alone without her input made it clear they'd decided to shun her. She watched her sister walk off, the new understanding piercing her deeply. She'd pushed Bryce away, and now she'd lost her brothers and sisters too. She heaved a deep sigh. Parthenia turned a corner and disappeared. Carina set her jaw. She was alone again, but it was probably for the best. Chapter 15. "The rotor's out," said Fern excitedly. "It is?" Oriana jumped up from her seat and ran to him. "Show me." "Wait a minute," her brother replied, scanning the interface screen he was holding. "Let me look up our names." Oriana pouted. "Okay," drawled Fern. "You can look us up." He handed her the screen. His sister clutched it and squeezed in beside him on the armchair, pushing him aside with her butt. Their two heads bent over the interface. Parthenia had chosen a family suite on the Bathsheba for herself and her siblings. The habitation contained 3 bedrooms, and there had been some disagreement over who would sleep where. Oriana and Fern had wanted to continue sharing a room, but Parthenia had pointed out it might be better for the younger children to share with the older siblings of the same sex. The twins had agreed to her suggestion, though somewhat reluctantly, and now Fern shared with Darius and Oriana shared with Nala. The twins seemed to be getting along better as a consequence. They were certainly bickering less. She had taken the 3rd bedroom for herself, where she slept in blissful solitude, with no one's feet poking in her face. Family life since moving out of the Duchess and into the Intersector vessel had generally been more peaceful. As well as having far more room to sleep, they also had the lounge where they were currently sitting. 2 bathrooms they didn't have to share with less than hygienic soldiers, and access to printers that could create just about anything they wanted. Not having Carina around anymore helped too. Life was so much more pleasant without someone controlling your every move. It was true that their eldest sister, half-sister Parthenia reminded herself, had helped them a lot in the early days, but those days were gone now. They were all older and much more experienced. They'd earned the right to be respected and trusted, but Carina hadn't or wouldn't accept it. They'd grown and matured in ways their sister refused to acknowledge. It was a shame they'd been forced to push her out, but it had been inevitable, and there was only one person to blame. "Does that rotor thing say when we'll sleep and when we'll be awake?" asked Darius. He had found a printer that made paper and coloured pencils, and he was busy drawing at the table. His efforts were heavily influenced by the hand-drawn pictures in the ancient Mage documents. Verdant mountains, high castles, stylized trees and flowers, and animal characters. "Yeah, of course," Fern replied. "It's the thing we've been talking about for days, remember?" He added in a tone that sounded as if he wanted to say dummy at the end of his sentence, but his gaze shifted to Parthenia and he stopped there. Darius looked up at Nala, who was sitting opposite him, also drawing, and rolled his eyes. Nala giggled. "I found our names," blurted Oriana. "Let's see what we're doing." Her gaze tracked across the screen. When she registered what she was looking for, her mouth turned down at the corners. We're on the list of the first to remain awake." She looked more closely. "For 8 months!" "Yay!" said Nala. "No, not yay," Oriana said. "I want to go into a deep sleep capsule now and wake up when we get to Earth. Living aboard a starship is so boring." "But we have a big ship to explore," said Nala. "There's lots to do here, not like on the Duchess. Here we can print stuff, go look at the stars, play in the gym hall, explore the agri-center." She swung her legs as she chattered on about the things she and Darius had been doing since transferring over to the Bathsheba. Everyone had been worried about Nala after she'd witnessed the shuttle pilot's death on Ostalon and been trapped in the cabin with his dead body. She'd been withdrawn and quiet, crushed almost, and the feeble light that had begun to glow in her since escaping their dark mage brother, Castiel's control, had been snuffed out. But strangely enough, the cooling of relations with their eldest sister had made her louder and more assertive. Nala continued, "We can go anywhere we want to, now that Carina isn't around too." Her words dried up, and they all sat in unpleasant silence. Darius appeared to be especially affected by the mention of his sister. He put down his pencil and looked as though he was about to cry. He had been the most reluctant to agree to separate from her. He hadn't said much in response to Parthenia's proposal, but his little face had spoken volumes as she explained what they needed to do and why. In a way, it was ironic that he was the one who had resisted the idea. His heightened sensitivity to the emotions of those around him meant he was particularly vulnerable to Carina's regular bouts of anger. Yet perhaps it was to be expected. The two had always been close, ever since their sister had rescued him from the Dirksons. A twinge of guilt hit Parthenia as she recalled the efforts Carina had gone to in protecting and helping them, but she pushed it away. Maybe the time would come when they would be one happy family again, but it was a long way distant. A big shift in attitude and behavior was required, and not on the part of the children of Stefan Scherer. "Can I see the rota?" Parthenia asked, eager to move the subject on from their sister. She held out a hand to Oriana, who passed the interface over. The information displayed reflected almost exactly what had been decided at the council meeting. Around 3/4 of the mercenaries were to go into deep sleep next week, but the rest would remain awake and on duty. The feeling had been that the Bathsheba was still at a small risk of attack and would remain so for several months, until she'd reached the vast galactic desert that lay before the Gerial sector. Those who stayed awake during those months would be on hand to defend the ship, and, if necessary, the mercs in stasis could be brought out of it. After the initial 8 months of their journey were up, most of the remaining passengers would also enter the capsules. The small crew required to maintain the ship would be drawn from the pool of sleepers on a rotating basis, so that no one had to live longer than 3 years on the ship in total. At some point, when the Bathsheba scanners detected a planet suitable for marooning Lomang, Mezban and their troops, they would make a detour, but that was to be their only diversion in their journey to Earth. During the part of the discussion when decisions were thrashed out about who would go into stasis, when and for how long, Parthenia had argued that, firstly, the children would always be together, in stasis or out of it. The idea that 1 or 2 of them could grow older while the others slept was disturbing. Secondly, she'd insisted that the mages would be among those who would delay going into deep sleep until the ship was safe. Neither Carina nor Cadwallader had been able to deny that their powers were invaluable in a battle. Knowing Oriana and Fern might object to a delay before entering stasis, she hadn't said anything to them about what had been agreed upon, but they seemed to have accepted the fact fairly easily. They were already scrolling through sims the Bathsheba had available for the entertainment of passengers taking a break from stasis. Parthenia checked the rota again. Bryce had elected to remain awake for the first 8 months too. Yet she'd noticed that he and Carina didn't seem to spend any time together anymore. Carina had taken a single cabin, and she guessed Bryce had done the same. Something must have happened between the two of them, and they'd split up. The guilty twinge hit again. She hadn't considered the impact that forcing her sister out of the family group would have on the man she'd come to think of as a brother. Rejecting Bryce as well hadn't been her intention. Did he think their decision extended to him? If he and Carina were no longer together, he might be uncertain about his relationship with them. Putting down the interface, she decided to go and pay him a visit. She would let him know he was welcome to visit them any time, that they still liked him and wanted him in their lives. As she stepped out of their suite into the corridor, however, she realized she didn't know where on the vast ship he was living. She connected to the ship's computer and asked for the location of his cabin. The answer took several seconds to arrive, which she took to mean the Black Dog's techs were still struggling with integrating the Duchess's comm system with the Bathsheba's. Everyone was waiting for the person-to-person comm to come online. Bryce had picked a place near the Starscape dome. She was still a little unfamiliar with the intersector ship's layout, but she knew the location of the dome. She set off, but she hadn't gone far before she spotted one of the mercenaries walking toward her with a determined gait. She avoided the man's gaze and moved to the side of the corridor to give him a wide berth, but he veered in the same direction. She grew uneasy and annoyed. Was he going to try something, like that other soldier, Chandu? She had been dismayed to hear the horrible man decided to remain with the Black Dogs after Carina had executed Sable Dirksen. He'd left her alone after she had punched him, but she still didn't like the idea of sharing a ship with him. Did this other merc have the same intentions? The corridor was empty except for the two of them. She had no personal comm, and no one might hear her shout for help. Should she run back to her suite? She didn't want to look like a silly girl overreacting to the situation.
"Excuse me,"
said the merc as he arrived within talking distance.
"It's Parthenia, right?"
"Yes, but I'm sorry, I'm in a hurry."
"This won't take a minute."
Inwardly cringing, she halted. The soldier looked very young for his profession. Parthenia guessed he might have joined up about the same age as Carina. He held out his hand.
"I wanted to say thanks for saving my life."
She weakly shook his hand, realizing he had to be one of the mercs she'd healed at the battle in the deep sleep chamber. "You're welcome," she said, excessively politely.
"You don't remember me, do you?"
He was smiling.
"My name's Scanlon, by the way. Camille Scanlon."
The name rang a bell, but she still couldn't place him. "I'm sorry, but—"
"I guess I must have looked a lot different at the time. The doc rejuvenated my burned skin."
An image of a soldier opening his visor, revealing a seared face covered in blood and whispering his gratitude for her efforts to save him, popped into Parthenia's mind. "Stars!" she exclaimed. "I remember you now." She recalled another mercenary had scooped him up and carried him away. She'd been so sure he'd been beyond saving. "I thought you'd died."
"Not yet," said Scanlon with a wink. "But I might have if it hadn't been for you. You kept me alive until someone could get me to the sick bay. Even then, from what the medics said, it was touch and go. But I'm back to normal now, so I thought I'd find you and show my gratitude."
"You don't have to do that. I was only doing what I could to help, the same as you." Parthenia looked into the young man's kind eyes, and her stomach did a small flip. To her shame, she felt her face grow hot. Scanlan said,
"No, what you do is special. I'm just a grunt. Still, I thought maybe you wouldn't mind."
Now it appeared to be his turn to grow embarrassed. His gaze turned downward, and his cheeks reddened. He cleared his throat.
"Would you like to have dinner with me? It would just be something from the printers, but I know how to." He coughed. "I mean, it's not much, but—"
She didn't answer immediately, too surprised to reply.
"It's okay,"
said Scanlan, stepping back.
"This was a really dumb idea. It's just, I remember seeing your face when I thought I was a goner, and you were so—"
He sighed.
"I can't explain it, but you looked— it meant a lot to me, and—"
"I'd like that," Parthenia interrupted. "Dinner," she added awkwardly.
"You're saying yes?"
Relief and happiness broke over his features. "Yes," she laughed. "I'm saying yes." Chapter 16. Carina had decided to get to know the Bathsheba intimately while she waited the 8 months before she entered deep sleep. The vessel was vast, and if they were to come under attack, a detailed knowledge of her layout could be vital. She had begun her tour at the highest part of the ship, and then worked her way down to the deep sleep chamber, where the battle against Mezban's troops had been fought. It was one of 2 chambers serving the same purpose, the other lying on the same level but on the opposite side of the vessel. She stood in the center of the room. The floor was as smooth and fresh as if it had been manufactured yesterday. All signs of the firefight had gone. No one seemed to understand how the Bathsheba's interior surfaces self-repaired. She had encountered plenty of self-cleaning starships, usually facilitated by nanobots, and most ships self-repaired to an extent, but she'd never known one that fixed itself on a microscopic level. Her gaze roved the rows of egg-like structures that protruded from the walls. The stasis capsules. Many were now occupied by naked figures in fetal positions, only just visible through the tinted shells. Purely for convenience's sake, Mezban's troops and the rest of the prisoners had been ensconced in the lower levels. The upper lines of capsules were empty. The sight brought back a childhood memory. She recalled one of the many insects she had watched and studied when she was young, before Nai died. A flying creature that lived in groups of hundreds and produced a deliciously sweet, sticky liquid. Her grandmother had said they were called bees. Folklore warned that the golden, viscous liquid was poisonous, but she had suspected it was a white lie intended to discourage children from trying to take it. The bees built tiny chambers in layers to hold their precious fluid. Early in the year, many of the cavities stood empty, but they would fill them all by the time the cool season arrived. The small creatures would sting if they felt threatened. She had enthralled the bees to calm them, and then taken and eaten their liquid without coming to any harm. The vacant and occupied deep sleep capsules reminded her of the bees' storage cells. Only the contents of the filled capsules aboard the Bathsheba were not nearly so appetizing, though she hoped that Lomang and Mezban would prove as harmless as the bees. They had both sent her savage looks when it came their turn to go into stasis. Lomang's polite subservience had disappeared, and Mezban had made threats of what she would do to Carina once she was free. Papu had put up no resistance at all. Lomang's influence over his brother had always been clear, but in Mezban's presence he became positively submissive. Calverley had put up the biggest physical resistance, shouting and fighting with surprising vigour for a man his age. Perhaps his excessive years made him reluctant to expose himself to the process. He hadn't said so, but he might have thought he was at a greater risk of never waking up. Perhaps he was right. Now he, like the others, floated in nutrient, his mind stilled and his bodily functions all but stopped. What would it be like to experience deep sleep? She sighed and strode out of the chamber. Her next stop was the second airlock on this level and the Bathsheba's largest portal. It was where Mezban's soldiers had boarded. Cadwallader had decided to leave the Peregrine attached for the duration of the voyage, reasoning that the ship would hinder another enemy accessing the main airlock. She didn't think the Peregrine presented much of an obstacle to a determined attacker, and she would have preferred to secure the ship somewhere less easily accessible, in the unlikely event Mezban escaped confinement. But Cadwallader had had the final say. She was interested in the main airlock for another reason. It might have served as the entrance for the original passengers, the colonists on their way to a new planet. She wondered who they'd been, where they'd come from, and where they'd been heading. How old was the ship? It was impossible to tell. The vessel retained no outer signs of wear and tear, and the language its systems used was unrecognizable, so it was impossible to read the ship's log. The Black Dog's techs had suffered through days of difficulty trying to interact with the vessel's main computer. In the end, she had resorted to enthralling Lomang and forcing him to help. He clearly did understand the strange language, or he would not have been able to captain the ship. She made him translate some long texts in the Bathsheba's database into universal speech, thus teaching the computer how to understand the texts rather than vice versa. Later on, prior to putting the man into stasis, she had asked him where he'd acquired the Bathsheba, but he had refused to answer. At the time, it had seemed too much bother to enthrall the man again, but now she wished she had. The procurement of such ships was a mystery. Her earcom suddenly sparked into life, making her jump. "Lin, where are you?" Cadwallader's customary gruff tone quickly dragged her out of her musings. She answered his question, adding, "So the tech's got the personal comm system working?" "Yes, finally. What are you doing down there?" "Just looking around. I've been—" "Come up to the Twilight Dome. We're having a celebration." The Twilight Dome was the name someone had given the Bathsheba's viewing chamber, and the name had stuck. She hadn't been there since she'd told Bryce she wanted to split up, and the thought of returning to the place, especially for a celebration, gave her a sickening feeling in the pit of her stomach. She decided not to go. If Cadwallader had sanctioned a party, there would be alcohol, and perhaps other substances involved, and after a while she wouldn't be missed. If he queried her tomorrow, she could say she'd attended but only stayed a short while. Her earcom sprang to life again. "That's an order," the Lieutenant Colonel said. "Hey, you're not my CO. No one's my CO. I'm not a soldier anymore." "Come on, Carina. Who are you trying to kid? You know you'll always be a merc at heart." She blinked. Had she detected a slight slurring in the Lieutenant Colonel's speech? "Sir, are you drunk?" "You see, you can't help calling me sir, can you? Come up here. You're missing all the fun." In the years she'd known Cadwallader, she'd only seen him let his guard down a handful of times, and even then he'd only been somewhat less formal than usual. Intrigue overcame her reluctance to attend a social gathering, and she headed for the nearest elevator. The Twilight Dome was filled with people. The artificial lights had been turned down to a mere glow, presumably to avoid losing the impact of the starscape above, and the dimly lit figures were occupying the lounge chairs and sofas, standing around in groups or milling about. From the numbers present, she guessed most of the Black Dogs had to be here. Party music mixed with the chatter. A tall figure was walking toward her. It took her a moment to recognize Cadwallader, and not only due to the low light. He was wearing a dark-coloured sweater and slacks. It was the first time she'd ever seen him out of uniform. "Glad you could make it, Lin. I couldn't disobey a direct order, could I?" She smiled wryly. "Exactly. What do you want to drink?" "I don't know. Something light. I probably won't stay long." "Let's see what they have." He led her through the throng of bantering mercs to the edge of the room where a small crowd had gathered around a bar. Cadwallader gave a loud cough, and the crowd parted to let him through. He winked at her, saying, "Commander's privilege." She was surprised by the array of drinks displayed at the back of the bar. The basic printed labels indicated they'd been created on the ship. "What'll you have?" asked the bartender, who turned out to be Jackson. "I don't know what half those drinks are. I don't want anything too strong." "I know just the thing." Jackson took down a bottle and poured a measure of the liquid into a jug. The lieutenant colonel leaned on the bar. "I figured you hadn't heard about the party when I noticed you weren't here. Even without the person-to-person comm, the news travelled fast. I don't think I've spoken to anyone today. I've been busy getting to know the ship." "Smart idea." Jackson had added 2 more drinks and ice to the jug. He screwed on the lid and shook it with his prosthetic arm so fast the jug became a blur. "I knew a robot arm would come in handy one day," he quipped as he unscrewed the lid and poured the mixture into a glass. After pushing the glass toward her, he turned to serve someone else. She sipped the cold cocktail. It was refreshing and light and not overly alcoholic. "I have a couple of seats over there." The lieutenant colonel indicated the far side of the room with a nod. "Care to join me?" The reason he'd asked her to come to the celebration became apparent. He wanted to talk tactics. That was fine with her, though she felt a little duped. She could have completed her study of the ship, and they could have talked tomorrow. Cadwallader's seats were next to the wall at a point where the transparent dome extended all the way down to the deck. The seats faced each other across a small, low table. To her right, the black stretched out, seemingly to infinity. As she sat down, dizziness momentarily overcame her, and she clutched the chair arm, her drink slopping dangerously. The lieutenant colonel reached over and took her other arm to steady her. "It's quite the spectacle, isn't it?" he asked, as she regained her balance. "Sure is." She took another sip of her drink and then set it down. Cadwallader refilled his glass from a half-empty pitcher. He looked out into the emptiness of space. "When I'm aboard a starship, I sometimes forget this is what I'm travelling through." The stars looked utterly motionless, though she guessed the Bathsheba had already built up considerable speed. The distances involved were too great for their movement to show. "I know what you mean." The lieutenant colonel continued to stare into the starscape, appearing lost in thought. "What's the celebration about? Is it because we took the ship?" "Huh?" said Cadwallader, returning to the present. "No. Tomorrow's the day most of the mercs go into stasis. I thought it wouldn't hurt to allow them to let their hair down a little, ease their jitters." "Oh, I get it. Makes sense. I confess I'm nervous about it myself." "It's natural. From what I understand, the odds are a tiny minority won't wake up. Still, there are worse ways to die." His gaze returned to the void. He seemed uncharacteristically pensive. She wondered when they were going to talk tactics. Suddenly he asked, "You knew Captain Speedle quite well, didn't you?" She was taken aback. It hadn't occurred to her he might want to go over old times. Cadwallader was probably the least sentimental person she knew. "I wouldn't say that. More the other way around. He rarely talked about himself, but he was a great mentor. He saved my life. If I'd stayed where I was when he found me, I would probably be dead by now. Or enslaved, she added mentally. Stefan Scherer had told her once he guessed Ma had borne a child before he raped her and Parthenia was conceived. It would have been just like him to seek out her mother's firstborn one day, eager to add her to his brood of mages. Cadwallader said, "I'll always remember the dirty, scrawny ragamuffin John brought back to the ship. You looked like you hadn't seen soap or a hairbrush in several years, and you smelt as bad as you looked. It took all his powers of persuasion to convince Tarsalan to take you on. He threatened to resign if she refused." Her throat tightened. "Really? I didn't know that." "Well, you proved him right. You turned out to be a good soldier, a credit to the band." "Thanks," she said quietly. "I owe it to Captain Speedle. I wouldn't be who I am without him." A lump was rising in her throat. He would talk to me when no one else was around sometimes, one-to-one, giving me advice and encouragement. He was like a father. She'd been speaking softly, directing her attention to the black, unsure even if the lieutenant colonel could hear her. When she looked at him, however, she was shocked to see his eyes wet and glimmering. He was a good person. If she had ever doubted her suspicion that Speedle and Cadwallader had been a lot more to each other than fellow officers, those doubts were now cast aside. "You must miss him." He pursed his lips and looked down. She waited, leaving him to his emotions. She missed John Speedle too. The party was growing rowdier, which was only to be expected among the black dogs. With luck, Atoy was somewhere around and not too drunk to put a stop to things before they got out of hand. It would be a shame if Cadwallader was compelled to put his grief aside to deal with the unruly men and women. The lieutenant colonel cleared his throat. "I haven't seen you with that young man recently. Have you two fallen out?" "Bryce? No, we haven't fallen out exactly," she replied uneasily, confused by the sudden movement of the conversation toward her love life. Was this why he'd asked her to come here? He gazed at her steadily, waiting for more. "I thought it was better to call things off between us." "Why was that?" Appearing to notice her discomfort, he added, "If you don't mind my asking." "Yes, I do mind. I just thought we would be better off apart." She closed her lips firmly, unprepared to say any more. She didn't dislike Cadwallader, but he wasn't Captain Speedle. She wasn't about to unburden herself to him about her self-doubt and dread of hurting the people she loved. He tilted his head, his eyes searching her face. When she maintained her silence, he said, "The black is a lonely place, Carina. If you find someone who's right for you and who believes in you, you should hold on to them. The opportunity may never come along again." "Thanks for the advice. I'll bear it in mind." The corner of his lip lifted in a sad smile. It was time for a change of subject. "I was wondering what we might come up against during the voyage. I don't know a lot about the Gerial sector." "I don't know much more than you. Perhaps we made a mistake in putting Lomang and Mesbang into stasis so early. They might have been able to tell us what we can expect." "Honestly, I'm reluctant to continue enthralling Lomang. If you do it too much, it can permanently damage the person's mind. But I guess I could have tried it with Mesban." She winced at the thought of using the cast on the woman. Her fury afterward would be stupendous. "It's too late now anyway. Whatever happens, we'll have to face it the best we can. I also haven't discounted the possibility of the Dirksons tracking us down." "You think they would come all this way just to avenge Sable's death?" "Maybe. It depends how much she meant to them." "Should I ask Darius to cloak the ship?" She hadn't asked her brother to perform his special cast for a long time. imagining they must have left the evil clan behind weeks ago.
Would he be able to cloak a ship this size?
I'm not sure, and it would be impossible to tell if Darius had managed to do it, as well as draining for the little boy to regularly make such powerful casts.
I think the odds of a Dirksen attack are remote. We'll have to take our chances.
I guess so. She hoped that if an attack were to come, it would happen in the next 8 months, before she went into deep sleep. Chapter 17. After the crowdy, noisy conditions on the Duchess, life aboard the Bathsheba had been an escape into silence and solitude even before the majority of the black dogs went into stasis. Once that part of the plan had been enacted, it became possible to pass entire days without encountering or hearing a single soul, which was exactly how Carina liked it. Not that she didn't miss her siblings or Bryce, but her experiences had taught her that, in one way or another, she was a danger to them. The damage she had done to their lives was irrevocable. Bryce had left his family and was journeying into a risky and unknown future, and her siblings believed they were some kind of mage soldiers who had an obligation to fight in every battle they encountered. Little Darius had nearly died too, and it was all because of her. If she couldn't persuade them away from the path she had set them on, the least she could do now was to keep her distance and avoid causing more damage. As the days wore on and the Bathsheba crossed the galactic wilderness where star systems were few and habitable planets were fewer, her days developed a set routine. She would wake early during the active shift and check in with Cadwallader for the latest updates. Invariably, there was little to report. Next, she would work out, shower, and eat. Then she would tour the ship, checking the airlocks and the deep sleep chamber that held Mesban and her troops. Though the Black Dog's techs had done a great job of familiarizing themselves with the system, she still believed it might be possible for a Gerial Sector native to override the ship's computer without triggering an alarm. After eating lunch alone at one of the many secluded food printing stations, she would spend her afternoon sifting through information in the vessel's database. She used the imperfect translation system the ship had developed with Lomang's help, and as time progressed and she grew more bored, she began to teach herself the new language. Her understanding increased accordingly. One day, as she was digging deeper and deeper into the oldest archives, she came across a document entitled Origins. Scanning the text, she saw many words the computer couldn't translate, but her new knowledge enabled her to guess the meanings of some of them. Her eyebrows rose as she read. Assuming the measurement of time in the Gerial sector roughly corresponded with standard time, the vessel dated back 471 years. It hardly seemed possible. Perhaps the people who built the ship measured time differently from the system she knew. The next part of the text related to why the Bathsheba had been built. The first appearance of, the word was untranslated, is not recorded, but every century their numbers increased. They took the young worlds first, where life had barely begun. Our ancestors observed their practice but did nothing, imagining, untranslated. Then they came to our planets. A word Carina guessed might mean illness or perhaps disease. We tried to reason with them, telling them their presence was a danger to us, but they did not listen. They told us their world was old and dying, and they had nowhere else to go. This was not true. They had not even filled the first planets they settled on. It was only their greed that drove them on. More, untranslated, continued to arrive. We tried to repel them, but our efforts were unsuccessful. Their weapons pierced and burned us. Before that time we did not practice warfare. We had no technology or... Carina figured the word here meant strategy, to protect ourselves or fight back. As the years passed and we lost more and more battles and more land to the invaders, we learned new methods and invented weapons of our own. We also developed the untranslated. We took back some of our land, but for generations the wars have continued. Warfare is now all our children know and all they can expect. But some of us do not wish to fight. We cling to the ways of our forebears. We seek a new, something like road. We, the untranslated, built this space vessel untranslated. Clearly it was Lomang, or maybe an earlier owner who had named it Bathsheba. To escape the invaders and the endless conflict, we will find a new world, a young planet, far from conflict and unnecessary death. We will settle there, practice the ways of the past, and live in peace. And live in peace. She sat back from the screen, amazed and intrigued. Live in peace. The people who had built the colony starship sounded like mages, and the vessel's surfaces self-repaired, unlike any other ship she'd known. Was that ability due to a long-forgotten caste? Was it possible the first mages who had left Earth had settled in the Gerial sector? Had they remained there for thousands of years, living peaceful lives, until usurpers arrived and drove them from their homes? Maybe she'd been wrong about Ostalon being one of the first, if not the first, planet her ancestors had settled. If mages had manufactured weapons and fought back against the invaders, that was an aspect of her culture that was new to her. The more she thought about it, and, except for the self-repairing feature, she hadn't encountered anything else about the Bathsheba that reminded her of her clan. What seemed more likely was that the Bathsheba's builders and original passengers were from a different, non-violent group of people. Perhaps they had also left Earth during the early days of galactic colonization, and then their settled worlds had been invaded by a later wave of more aggressive humans. A horrible thought struck. Had the newcomers deliberately passed on an infection? It would be an effective way to commit genocide, destroying the members of another civilization in order to take over their living space. At least it appeared that all the events described in the database document had happened long ago. She didn't relish the idea of journeying through a war zone. Nevertheless, the information could be important. She calmed Cadwallader. "Are you busy?" "I have only 25 bored soldiers to command aboard a ship in the middle of nowhere. What do you imagine I would be busy doing?" A simple no would also work. "I found something interesting. I'm sending it to you, and I'm coming up for a chat." She hadn't seen the lieutenant colonel in several weeks. His uniform was as crisp and neat as always, though the mercs she'd encountered occasionally around the ship were beginning to look sloppy and unkempt. She guessed it was hard to maintain high standards when the soldiers had little to do. No dangers threatened them as far as they knew, and the ship looked after herself. Morale was probably slipping too, inevitable when you had a group of young, active men and women and nothing much for them to expend their energy on. It was just as well they would all be entering stasis in a few weeks. Cadwallader looked up from his interface screen. "I'm supposed to understand this?" She had forgotten she'd figured out the meaning of many of the words the computer hadn't translated. She gave him a rundown on what the text meant. "That is interesting," he said, looking thoughtfully at the screen. "But this all happened ages ago, right?" "I think so. but I still don't have a clear understanding of their chronometry.
So it might still be relevant to us.
I guess it's possible these wars are going on even now. She paused as another concern popped into her mind. There's something else. The Bathsheba's a massive ship. Not the kind of vessel that would be forgotten easily, even if she was built a long time ago. What if the original people who built her want her back? What if she's spotted and recognized?
In all the vastness of an entire galactic sector, that's very unlikely. On the other hand,
he tapped his lips.
I don't like the sound of the aggressive race. They could have spread across the entire sector by now. I suppose it wouldn't hurt to increase the numbers out of stasis at any time. The troops won't thank me. It's going to mean more years awake for everyone, but it's better than being slaughtered while in deep sleep.
I wonder if Lomang, Mezban and the rest are descended from the invaders. Cadwallader shrugged.
There's no point in speculating. Thanks for bringing this to my attention, Lin. I'll think on it.
She left. It was getting near dinner time. Usually in the evenings, after eating she would retire to her cabin in an otherwise unoccupied residential section in a remote corner of the ship. There she would spend the remaining time before sleep meditating and mentally rehearsing the strokes, characters, the seasons, the map, and everything else Nai had taught her. Certain things, like the map, had no real significance any longer, yet she found comfort and peace of mind in repeating the habits of her childhood. Somewhat lost in reverie as she thought about the ancient war and the Bathsheba's builders, she almost didn't notice a movement ahead of her, where the corridor opened out to make room for an elevator tube. When she looked more closely at the spot, it was empty. She halted, her heart beginning to race. Sweat prickled her skin. What had she seen? Had enemies managed to board the ship? Her hand moved to her side instinctively, but she wasn't carrying a weapon. As non-military personnel she wasn't required to, and she'd gotten out of the habit. Her elixir flask remained by her side, however. Removing it from its holder, she calmed Cadwallader.
"What?"
came his usual terse reply. "I think we may have— Oh, shit!" Darius had stepped out from around the bend in the corridor. "False alarm!" She sank to her knees as the little boy walked slowly closer, dragging his feet and looking down. "Sweetheart, what is it? What's wrong?" When he reached her, Darius lifted his head to meet her gaze. "I cast to find you, but I wasn't sure if it was okay to come and see you. The others don't know. You won't tell them, right?" His big brown eyes were shiny. "Of course I won't." She pulled her brother into a hug and sat down on the floor with him on her lap, happiness and anguish coursing through her. He rested his head on her shoulder. "I missed you." "I've missed you too, so much. I've missed all of you." "If you miss me, why don't you come and see me? Is it because Parthenia doesn't want you to?" She heaved a deep sigh. "It isn't Parthenia's fault. It's just better this way. You know how you feel what I feel. I always seem to be angry or upset when I'm around you guys. I don't want to hurt you anymore." "It hurts more when you're not around." An aching sob rose in her chest. She didn't want to cause him more pain. The stars knew. She loved him deeply, the same as she loved all her brothers and sisters. She was trapped. No matter what she did, she was the bane of her siblings' lives. Chapter 18. Darius's unhappiness sparked a change of heart in Carina. The following morning, she sat brooding in her cabin, wondering if she'd given up on her relationship with her family too soon. Now they were on their journey to Earth, Perhaps she could avoid exposing them to danger, hurting them, and generally ruining everything. She decided to give things one last try. But any potential reconciliation faced one major obstacle: Parthenia. Her oldest sister was the one who had persuaded the others to shut her out. She was sure of it, and not without justification. She had crossed the line with Parthenia on more than one occasion, and though it had always been for the girl's safety and protection, she clearly didn't see it that way. The girl had changed a lot since Carina had first gotten to know her. She had never been the meek, obliging character she portrayed to the world. That had been made evident the moment she'd helped to defeat the Shura guards on the Nightfall. But as time had passed, she'd grown even stronger and more assertive, and if Carina had harboured any doubt about the girl's inner steel, it had been put to bed when she'd punched their brother Castiel and escaped from Langley Dirkson's clutches without any help from anyone. She had a huge amount of respect for Parthenia, yet somehow she seemed to have given her the opposite impression. If she could convince her of that, try to explain things from her own perspective, maybe they could find a way forward. Before she'd moved her things to a cabin far distant from the suite her siblings occupied, in order to avoid the mutual embarrassment of bumping into them by accident, Carina had borrowed something personal from each of them. These were not valuable items or anything that would be missed. A pencil that Darius had used, one of Oriana's hairpins, and so on. As well as serving as a small connection to the people she loved, she had also taken the things as a way of finding them in an emergency. Darius seemed to have done the same for her, and maybe for the other children too. Her need at the moment didn't exactly constitute an emergency, but it was important enough to warrant the mild invasion of privacy. She reached under her bed and pulled out a box, lifting it onto her lap. She opened the lid. Among the rest of her family's personal artifacts inside lay several strands of hair she'd taken from Parthenia's comb. She took them out and wrapped them around her hand. After closing her eyes, she cast Locate. The Bathsheba, grey and eerie, swam into focus in her mind's eye. The vast ship, her serried levels, and her pulsing engines were faintly illuminated lines in the dark void. Slightly brighter than the vessel's infrastructure were the individuals aboard her. Tiny figures moved along the passageways, rose up or sank down in the elevators, or congregated in the dining rooms, the twilight dome, and the gym. Others lay in their beds, sleeping before rising for the quiet shift, or floated in minute oval bubbles in the deep sleep chamber. A single bright spark shone out. Parthenia was leaving the gym, and she seemed to be alone. Perfect. Carina would be able to speak with her in private, out of the hearing of their siblings. They could thrash out their problems and come to a better understanding. She set off to see her sister. Parthenia was physically drained but happy after her session training in unarmed combat. Learning the moves wasn't difficult, but she grew tired quickly when practicing them. The instructor, Atoy, had advised her to work out every day, focusing on her upper body strength. She intended to follow the advice. She had grown tired of trying to understand the Sims. The characters spoke in a foreign language that the computer translated really badly, and she'd gotten bored of spending most of her time with her brothers and sisters. They were kids and only interested in kid stuff. A daily workout would give her something to do. Not that she'd been spending all her time with her siblings, she reminded herself, a flush stealing over her face. After that first dinner with Camille, when they'd talked for hours about where they'd come from, their lives before they'd ended up aboard the Bathsheba, and so many other things, most of which she'd forgotten, they'd met several more times. Camille was 18, she had discovered, and he came from a planet deep within Dirksen territory. His country was cool and wet, he'd told her, and in the winter snow and ice lay on the ground 4 meters deep. The people wore long flat blades on their feet to help them get around, and in the summer everyone had to wear all-body suits to protect them from biting insects. He'd wanted to try to find a place where the politicians weren't all corrupt and controlled by the Dirksen clan, but he hadn't had enough money to even get off planet. So he'd joined the military. Then he'd discovered the military was also in the pockets of the Dirksens. So as soon as he'd had the chance, when his unit had set down on Martha's Rest, he'd absconded. That had been when he'd joined the Black Dogs, while the band was preparing for the raid on Ostalon. After hearing his story, Parthenia thought Camille had fit an awful lot into his 18 years. But then, since her father had made the move to involve his family in the Shura war with its rival clan, her life had been busy too. At their 4th meeting, they'd kissed. She felt her face grow even hotter with the memory.
Parthenia!
A voice called from behind her. She halted and, flustered, surreptitiously fanned her neck in an attempt to return her skin to its usual colour.
Hey, Parthenia,
the person behind her said.
I was hoping I'd find you here.
Knowing she was still embarrassingly red-faced, she turned around.
How did the combat session go?
Camille asked. Great. Hard work, but really great.
You look like you need a refreshing drink. Want to get one together?
I'd love to. They walked on.
Who is coaching you?
When Parthenia told him, he grimaced and said,
She trained me too. She's a hard ass, but I learned a lot.
I didn't think she pushed us too hard. I mean, if it doesn't hurt, you're not improving, right? Camille laughed.
You got that from her, didn't you?
She replied slightly defensively. What if I did? Raising his hands, Camille said,
I don't mean anything. It's just I remember her saying that.
He spread his legs, stood on his tiptoes, put one hand on his hip, moved his shoulders back, waggled a finger at her and said,
If it don't hurt, you're not improving.
She chuckled.
So, what did you learn?
We focused mostly on defense today.
Want to show me some moves?
Sure, she said, happy to show off what she'd learned. Why don't you try to grab me from behind?
Walk a little way ahead.
She walked a few paces farther, listening for Camille's approach. She'd expected him to run at her, but she couldn't hear him, so she guessed he was going to try to surprise her. Suddenly, his arm dropped over her face. He was going for a chokehold. Before he had a chance to get a good grip, she pushed her chin toward her chest, forcing his arm away from her neck. He wasn't pressing hard. She went to elbow him in the stomach, not too strongly, but before she had time to make contact, she heard the crack of a blow on flesh. Camille's hold on her was instantly released. A body hit the floor. Parthenia spun around. Camille was sprawled out, and Carina was standing over him, drawing her elbow back, preparing to punch him again. Parthenia screamed and leapt at her sister. What the hell are you doing? Leave him alone! She grabbed Carina's arm. He was trying to hurt you, Carina shouted, struggling with her. I'm going to make him regret it. Camille was stirring. He sat up and shook his head. Then he noticed the sisters fighting. A look of alarm on his face, he scooted away from them on his butt. He's my friend, Parthenia exclaimed as she wrestled with her sister. I was showing him what I learned at combat training today, you idiot!
Huh?
Carina seemed to finally understand as she stopped trying to break free.
I think you misunderstood,
said Camille, standing up and rubbing a spot above his ear. He's my friend, Parthenia repeated, tears of anger and shame spilling from her eyes. She pushed Carina away from her. Why do you always have to interfere? Why? Why can't you leave me alone? I saw him attack you. I just thought I wanted to protect you. When are you going to understand I don't need you?
Parthenia,
Camille said gently.
I'm sure it was an honest mistake. Anyone seeing what I did wouldn't have known.
It wasn't you, it was her. She's always butting in, trying to control everything I do, always overreacting. I'm sick of it.
Okay, I think I'd better give you two some space. No hard feelings,
Camille added to Carina before leaving. Parthenia faced her sister, her hands clenched at her sides. Carina said, For the last time, leave me alone. I don't want to have anything to do with you ever again. Stay out of my life. Her sister went to speak, but she changed her mind. She nodded and then walked away. Parthenia drew in a shuddering breath and wiped her eyes. Maybe this time Carina would finally get the message. Chapter 19. The time had finally come. Carina faced the open, empty, deep sleep capsule. She was alone on an upper tier of the chamber, except for one of the Black Dog's medics who sat at the entrance, interface in hand, checking the list of who was to enter stasis today. Never in her life had she undergone anything resembling deep sleep. She hadn't even had an operation or any other medical procedure. Nine-Eye had warned her to avoid splicers at all costs, fearful that they might investigate her genome and discover something odd and unique to mages. From that moment onward, she would be on the slippery slope to captivity and enslavement, or torture, if she refused to perform. The fact that one of Mezban's soldiers had already died didn't help her feelings of trepidation. The man had been entirely normal and healthy, yet the capsule had signalled he was passing away. Though the medics got him out and treated him in record time, nothing had worked. He had never woken up, never knew he was dying. Perhaps that was for the best. She looked around the chamber. The capsules in the lower tiers were already filled with mercs, many of whom had entered stasis soon after the voyage began. Cadwallader had entered his too, leaving Atoy in charge, and so had Carina's brothers and sisters. She remembered the farewells of her siblings with painful clarity. The previous months of rarely even seeing her brothers and sisters, let alone interacting with them, had been difficult to endure. She had thought her years of living alone on the streets as a child had accustomed her to a solitary life, and that was probably true. But when it came to her siblings, she had found being apart from them torturous. She missed them all deeply, and every night she'd worried about their welfare, rarely getting more than a few hours' sleep. Yet after the embarrassing incident with Parthenia, she had ceased questioning the wisdom of her self-imposed separation. There was no doubt in her mind that for her brothers and sisters she was bad news. Yet when she'd encountered them all again outside the deep sleep chamber, the difficulties of the past 8 months had faded to nothing. Faced with the prospect of never seeing each other again, they had clung to each other as tightly as if the hull had been breached and depressurization was trying to rip them apart. Except for Parthenia. She had stood away from her siblings as they'd each hugged goodbye. Now they were all nestled in stasis chambers like baby birds in translucent eggs. She hoped to the stars she would see them all again. Perhaps she could still find a better way forward with them once they woke up, 5 years from now. Their capsules had been programmed to wake them up 5 years hence. After that, she and her family would live out several months aboard the ship before entering deep sleep again. At the meeting where the rota had been decided, Cadwallader had suggested dividing the mages into 2 groups to spread out the benefit of their powers to the ship's defence. But Carina and Parthenia had argued as one that the family should never be split up. She gazed at the smooth, pale grey interior of the place where she would spend the next 5 years. Tiny holes peppered the inner surface, from which liquid nutrient would spray after the capsule sealed. Before that happened, she should already be unconscious. From what she'd heard, the experience was supposed to be like falling asleep and waking up again, though complete recovery took about a week. She thumped the heel of her hand against her forehead. That was enough speculation. It was time to get in.
Carina!
Bryce! His voice had come from below. She turned and peered over the railing. He was walking across the deck of the chamber.
Wait there! I'm coming up!
The realization hit her like an explosive going off. This was why she had delayed entering stasis. As his footsteps echoed on the metal treads, a surge of relief washed over her. She couldn't go into stasis without saying goodbye to him. They'd hardly spoken as the months had passed, just small talk or the necessary conversations relating to ship's business. He'd seemed okay, but whenever they spoke, it was like he'd been holding something back. But then maybe the same had been true of her. He emerged onto the walkway.
Carina,
She stepped quickly toward him and fell into his arms. For several moments she couldn't speak. Bryce also said nothing.
I just had to see you before you...
I know. I'm glad you came. She luxuriated in his embrace, wishing she could stand here forever. When do you go in?
In a couple of hours.
His hug tightened.
Stay safe, okay? I couldn't bear it if I never saw you again.
Me neither.
Then why the distance between us? I mean, I do understand why, what you're afraid of, but what you think isn't true. You're too hard on yourself.
Yeah, maybe you're right. I think I can see that now. She felt like she was drowning, choking. She had never doubted how much she loved him. It was because of that she'd kept him away. But maybe she'd been wrong. Or was she being selfish, wanting to be with him knowing he would end up hurt? Holding him felt too good. She had to break away or she might never manage it. I have to go.
I know.
His arms slipped away as he looked her intently in the eyes.
When we wake up, we'll try again, right?
Anxiety and doubt rushed up from her stomach, but she swallowed them down. Yes, let's try. He grinned, leaned forward and kissed her lips.
It'll be like waking up tomorrow. I'll see you tomorrow, okay?
Then he turned and strode away. When he reached the deck, he waved before leaving the chamber. Her apprehension eased, Carina faced the capsule once more. If she didn't survive stasis, at least she had made her peace with the people she loved. She took off her clothes, folded them, and placed them on a shelf next to the opening. She put her flask of elixir on the top of the pile, though she was unsure if the liquid would remain effective for years. Sit down and wait. That's the trigger that activates the deep sleep process. The chamber does the rest. That's what the tech had said. She climbed in. The base was smooth and cool under her bare feet. A soft hum sounded. The outer half of the shell swung inward and closed with a snick. She was shut inside the small space. She was not unconscious. Why wasn't she unconscious yet? Panicking, she tried to stand up, but her head hit the ceiling. Why wasn't stasis working? Was it because she was a mage? Other apparatus hadn't worked on her in the past, like the weapon she'd stolen on Banner's moon when she'd been working for the Shurers. It had incapacitated all the other soldiers with terror, but she had felt no effects. If the process wasn't working for her due to her difference from other humans, that would mean it hadn't worked for her mage siblings. She had thought they were in deep sleep, but they could be dead, drowned in nutrient. She braced herself against the inner wall and kicked the outer shell with both feet, but the seal remained firmly intact. The tiny nozzles sprang to life, spraying her in a cool, viscous liquid. Carina screamed, and then knew no more. Chapter 20. She awoke freezing, wet and naked. Hands were grabbing her, hauling her. She writhed, trying to break free, and slipped, landing hard on a cold metal surface. Her sodden hair hung in ropes over her face, blocking her vision. Her eyes weren't working properly anyway. Everything looked blurry, and all she could hear sounded muffled and distant. She could make out shouting and cries of pain and distress, but they were distorted as if listening through glass. She tried to stand, tried to get a grip on the smooth floor, but the mucousy liquid coating made her slip again. Then a massive hand fastened on her shoulder, and brute strength forced her downward until she squirmed on her stomach.
"Stay down,"
a deep husky voice breathed hotly in her ear.
"Stay still if you know what's good for you."
She knew that hand, that voice, Papu. Lomang and Mezban had escaped stasis. The giant had gained his freedom, and he was back to his old state, all submissiveness gone, now his brother and Mezban were in charge again. She stopped struggling, knowing her efforts were pointless against Papu's brawn. She squeezed her eyes shut and opened them again several times, trying to make them work. The nutrient fluid had seeped under her lids and covered her eyeballs, but her vision problems were more than that. She hadn't used her eyes since entering stasis, possibly as long as 5 years ago. Her right cheek pressed against the walkway, and her hair drooped over her face. She lifted a hand to move it away and was rewarded by renewed pressure on her back from Papu. She grunted and dragged her hair from her eyes. The opposite side of the deep sleep chamber was revealed to her, though the lights bloomed into fuzzy pale yellow suns, and the lines of the walkways and capsules were undefined. Figures moved along the walkway, opening capsules and pulling out their occupants. Sounds were becoming clearer. The voices were speaking a foreign language. That was partly why she hadn't been able to make out what they were saying. Yet when she concentrated harder, she found she did understand them. They were speaking the language of the Bathsheba.
"Here he is,"
someone shouted.
"You're sure?"
a voice replied. Lomang.
"Yes, I recognize him." "Fine,"
Lomang said.
"Do it before he comes around."
A horrible, sickening crunch resounded, followed by the dull thump of a limp body hitting the deck. It sounded like someone had died. Who was he? Who had Lomang ordered to be killed? She fought to rise.
"Stay where you are,"
Papu barked in universal speech. "Get off me, you bastard! Let me up! If any of you have hurt one of my brothers—"
"It was not your brother,"
Papu hissed.
"I'm telling you, if you value your life and your family's lives, do not move."
Carina collapsed, forcing down despair. If it wasn't Fern or Darius, could it have been Bryce? People were moving on the walkway opposite, men and women in uniform. She finally recognized Mezban's troops, were forcing the groggy and disoriented mercs to their feet and attempting to march them out of the chamber. though many could barely walk. Papu's large hand was an implacable force on her back, pressing her down so hard she was having trouble breathing. "Darius!" she called out. "Fern! Parthenia! Any of you! Are you okay?"
Your siblings are not here. Be quiet, or I will make you quiet.
She knew too well how easily Papu could make good on his promise, so she stopped resisting. For now, as soon as she got hold of some elixir, she would put everything right again. Only this time, Lomang, Mesban, Papu, and the rest of their troops, too, would be spaced. When the chamber seemed mostly empty and her vision and hearing had returned somewhat, the pressure on her back lifted and Papu's paw fastened around her biceps. He hoisted her to her feet with the ease of picking up trash from the floor. As soon as she was upright, however, she immediately collapsed. Her legs couldn't bear her weight. They felt like jelly, and as she looked down, she saw her thigh muscles were wasted. Papu lifted her again and began dragging her toward the steps. She stumbled, trying to get her legs underneath her as her feet scraped along the floor. She was now shivering in the cool chamber, all the residual heat from the stasis capsule fluid dissipating, as she had been forced to wait for the others to leave. Then she saw him. She screamed. The meagre strength in her lower limbs evaporated, and she hung limp in the giant's grasp, sobbing. A few meters in front of her lay a man's body, utterly still. The back of his head had been destroyed, and his sightless eyes gazed upward. Cadwallader was dead. Before he'd even had time to properly return to consciousness, Lomang's order had ripped the man's life from him.
Stand up,
Papu ordered.
Yes, your commander was executed. What did you expect? If it weren't for your powers, you would be dead too. Now, move.
Grief enveloped her. The lieutenant colonel had been a hard man and difficult to get to know, but his position dictated it. He'd always been honourable, principled, and self-sacrificing, and she'd glimpsed another side of him, a softer side. If they'd had more time, she might have gotten to know him well, and that would have been to her benefit, not his. But now that time would never come. The next few minutes passed in a blur as the giant yanked her the rest of the length of the walkway, past Cadwallader's body, down the stairs, and out of the chamber. She felt like an animal on a leash, only the leash was her arm and the collar was her shoulder. Papu's grip was a band of iron around her biceps, cutting off the blood from the rest of the limb. Suddenly, rage flared up. "Where is my family? Where's Bryce? If you've hurt them, I'll kill all of you." She tried to wrench herself free, but even if she hadn't been in her weakened state, her strength was no match for the giant's. Instead, she bit his hand, grinding her teeth into his flesh. Papu roared. He let go of her, and she dropped like a bag of stones. His bloody hand drew back and then swept toward her. His knuckles cracked against her jawbone, snapping her head around. The world receded, turning black. As she edged back from unconsciousness, she became vaguely aware of pain emanating from her face, but she leapt at the giant, power surging miraculously into her wasted legs. Papu caught her deftly by the throat and lifted her up. She dangled like a doll, choking, fingers scrabbling uselessly at the giant's thick digits.
Ah, little lady, how I would love to squeeze the life out of you.
He drew her closer.
I haven't forgotten how you left me in the grip of the mech. You poured shame on me, purposefully, and one day I will make you pay. Slowly.
He lowered her until the tips of her toes brushed the floor.
But today is not that day.
His hand left her throat, but before she could collapse, he lifted her by the waist and slotted her under his arm.
Be warned, you belligerent woman. I may not be at liberty to kill you, but I can make you suffer.
As she hung awkwardly in Papu's grasp, she tried to think of another way to hurt him, but then she remembered Bryce's words when Lomang's men had first surprised them on Ostalon. He had pleaded with her, telling her to stop fighting, that she was going to get herself killed. He had been right, and the same applied now. Expending the little energy she had on resisting Papu was pointless and dangerous. She would wait, find out what was happening and what Lomang and Mezban intended. Then, at the right moment, she would strike. This time there would be no mercy. Chapter 21. Lomang and Mezban sat side by side in the Bathsheba's gym hall, their quarrels apparently forgotten or put aside. Somehow Lomang had managed to find his ridiculous blue hat and had it perched on his head. 10 or 12 of Mezban's troops stood behind them. Carina peered at the men and women at the rear of the hall, sensing something not quite right about them. Papu had set her down as he'd entered the room. He pushed her and she stumbled forward, ending up on her hands and knees, her muscles still weak. She raised her head. Mezban's look was imperious, but Lomang's was inscrutable. He nodded at a woman standing at the edge of the gym. She walked over to Carina, carrying a cloth over her outstretched arms. The woman bent down, offering her the textile. After a brief moment of confusion, she took it and wrapped it around her shoulders. The piece of material was sufficiently large to cover her to her knees. With some difficulty, she stood. "Where are my brothers and sisters? Where is my friend, Bryce? What have you done with them?"
"Our positions are exchanged now," said Lomang. "It is myself and the magnificent Mezban Noran, Procurator of the Majestic Isles, member of the Encircling Council, who will ask the questions, and you will answer."
"I'm not telling you anything until I know the people I love are safe." She heard a heavy footfall from behind. Then Papu's hand clasped her head, his fingers reaching around to squeeze her cheeks, pressing painfully into the bruise forming where he'd hit her.
"I think I can crush her skull with one hand, brother. Would you like me to try?"
His grip tightened. "You aren't going to kill me," said Carina. "So don't bother threatening. You need me." Mezban leaned forward, narrowing her eyes. "We may not want you dead, but that won't stop us from hurting you." "Oh, quit the dramatics!" She blinked. The reason why Mezban's soldiers looked odd had hit her. She twisted her neck, wrenching her head out of Papu's hand. "What's going on here?" She looked behind her and through the exits. Only the giant stood to her rear, and the doorways were empty and dark. She tightened the cloth over her shoulders and took a step forward. "Remain still!" yelled Mezban. Papu laid his heavy hands on her again. "Let me go!" She felt like screaming in frustration. "Tell me who's really in charge here. I'll speak to them, not you."
"Bring her closer,"
said Lomang. Papu pushed her over to him. "Tell me who's giving you orders. Is it the Shurras, or did Ki catch up to us?" "No one is giving us orders," said Mezban. "You are under our command now. You will do as we say." Lomang touched his wife's arm, as if to caution her or remind her of something.
What makes you think we are under another's direction?
Your soldiers aren't armed, and someone killed Cadwallader with a blow to his head, not a pulse round. If you're the ones in control around here, where are your troops' weapons? Why would I arm my troops if we have control of the ship? Mezban countered. Because you have more than 100 trained and experienced mercs you just took out of stasis. Only a moron wouldn't arm their guards. And I don't think you're that stupid. Fury flared in Mezban's features, and she spluttered with rage.
Calm yourself, my love,
Lomang said.
Her words are the twitterings of a bird in a cage.
He continued in his own language, no doubt imagining Carina couldn't understand him.
And yet she does have a point.
What point is that? Replied Mezban viciously in the same tongue.
Her correct assumption that we are not the true masters of this vessel will impact her willingness to work with us. Without her cooperation,
He said a word Carina didn't recognize.
May see fit to see us as a delicacy rather than as slaves.
I don't like the bitch, Mezban muttered. We should have killed her and kept the children. They're enough of a bargaining tool.
My dear, the children are too scared. Their fear robs them of their ability. This one may be our salvation.
As the conversation had gone on, Mezban had been steadily glaring at Carina. Suddenly, her look sharpened and a new understanding lit her face. I think she comprehends us. Carina tried to maintain a blank expression, but she didn't appear to convince the woman of her ignorance. Mezban drew away from Lomang and jabbed a finger at her. Do you speak our language? She asked in universal speech. There was no point in dissembling. Now Mezban suspected she understood, she would never be careless in speaking around her again. I understand a little, said Carina. Enough to know I'm a bitch. Mezban scowled. Lomang rested his elbows on his knees as he leaned forward to speak. She was shocked to see his paunch hang down between his spread thighs. The last time she'd seen the smuggler, he had thinned all the way down to normal weight. How long had he been out of stasis? Certainly long enough to put on some fat. How long have I been in deep sleep?
Perhaps there is a little truth to your guess. What if I were to tell you that there are other masters, even more powerful than Mezban and myself, who would be interested in what you and your siblings can do, and that the knowledge of this power could mean the difference between life and death for all of us? I would say I see no reason why my ability should save you. I told you not to talk to her, Mezban blurted. You fool! Idiot! She struck her husband with the side of her fist. Please, my darling, have patience. There are many roads we may travel yet, and none can foresee all ends.
I see an end for you, yelled Mezban. And if they won't do it, I will. She jumped out of her seat and strode away, her little legs and arms swinging. Lomang sighed, but his gaze followed her adoringly. The small woman neared a doorway, but then abruptly halted. All anger and indignation appeared to ooze out of her, and she took a step back, her arms dangling at her sides, her jaw hanging loose. Lomang slowly rose to his feet.
Mezban, my love, come here.
His tone was soft and fearful, but his wife seemed frozen. She only stared at something beyond the door. Though Carina couldn't see the object of her fear, the feeling was infectious. She shivered under the cloth she was clutching tightly to her chest. The gazes of the soldiers at the end of the gym were fixed on the black opening. A squeak escaped Mezban's lips, and she dropped to her knees. A long, slim, dark grey limb clad in exoskeleton entered the room. Horror clasped Carina's throat. The limb was followed by another, and then a third. A searing silence permeated the atmosphere. The only sound was the click of the creature's limbs on the tiled floor. She had heard tales of these aliens when she was a child, terrible tales of abhorrent acts, of children murdered, of people being eaten alive, of entire towns depopulated. The stories had been so awful, she'd begun to suspect the beings were made up, that nothing could be so evil. But then, when she was 9 years old, they had attacked the small, impoverished settlement where she lived. She had seen the dreadful things with her own eyes and witnessed the truth of their rumoured ability to time-shift. She had seen they were real. Commander Key had not caught up to the Bathsheba, set on revenging the death of Sable Dirksen, and nor had some traitor among the black dogs wakened Lomang and Mezban from their deep sleep. Their release was due to another event entirely, the arrival of an enemy of all humankind. The ship had been taken over by Regions. Chapter 22. Carina! Darius leapt up and ran toward her. I can't hug you, she said, looking down at the cloth she was gripping to her chest. This is all I'm wearing. But I can hug you. She bent down and he wrapped his arms around her neck, tugging her lower. 2 of Mezban's unarmed guards and Papu had brought her to the suite of rooms, pushed her through the door and then closed and locked it. To her immense relief, all her siblings were inside, and they showed no signs of any injuries. Fern and Oriana were lying on the floor, and Parthenia was standing behind Nala, a hairbrush in her hand. When Carina caught her oldest sister's eye, she looked away quickly and continued to brush Nala's hair. "I'm so glad you're okay," Oriana exclaimed. Fern echoed the sentiment, and both the twins also came over to welcome her with a hug. But when Nala did the same, Parthenia remained where she was. "I'll find you some clothes," she said stiffly, and then walked into a bedroom. "We were hoping Mezban would take you out of stasis," said Fern. "We were worried about you," Oriana said. "She was saying she was going to leave everyone else in the capsules until we reach our destination, wherever that is." Suddenly, Carina's last few drops of energy were expended, and she tottered, unable to stand any longer. "Whoa," said Fern, as she collapsed in his direction. He caught her, and with help from Oriana, supported her as far as the sofa. She fell into the seat and lay against the cushions. Parthenia returned from the bedroom, carrying a pair of pants and a shirt. "Wait a minute," Oriana said. "I know something better." She ran into another room and came out again with a coverlet and a pillow. "Remember how weak we were when we woke up?" she asked the others as she placed the covering over Carina. "Just rest for a bit. You'll feel better in a few days." She put the pillow at the end of the sofa. "Lie down if you want to." "Thanks." Carina's happiness at seeing that her brothers and sisters were okay momentarily overcame her fears about their perilous situation. Then she recalled something she wanted to ask them. "When you all went into stasis, did it seem like you remained awake too long?" "Yes," Fern replied. "It was really scary. I thought I was going to die, but then I must have gone unconscious. We talked about it when we were woken up, right?" he said to the others. "Yeah, it was horrible," said Oriana. "The same thing happened to me," Carina said. "I think it's something to do with our genetics. I had a similar experience before, though at the time it was to my advantage. I'm glad you're all okay in the end." The stasis capsules automatically evacuate if the subject begins to suffer a medical emergency, said Parthenia. I don't think we were in any danger. I'm sure you're right. Carina smiled at her sister, but Parthenia returned her gaze stonily. You'll have to fill me in on everything that's happened. I only woke up about an hour ago. But before we go into that, where's Bryce? Have any of you seen him? No, Parthenia answered gravely. We don't know where he is. Concern over Bryce reminded Carina of another man, someone none of them would ever see again. I have some bad news. Because there was no easier, gentler way of saying it, she spoke simply, choking out, Lieutenant Colonel Cadwallader is dead. Oh no! Oriana clasped her cheeks, her eyes filling with tears. Lomang gave the order for him to be executed. I heard it as I was coming out of deep sleep. She decided not to mention she'd seen his dead body, especially not in front of Nala. He was a nice man, Nala said sadly. Carina nodded. She doubted any of his soldiers would have described Cadwallader as nice, but he'd always been kind to the children, and though he'd been a tough, strict commander, no one could have accused him of being unfair. She recalled the party in the Twilight Dome, when he'd tried to give her advice about her relationship with Bryce. She bit her lip as she recalled how she'd rebuffed him. He'd only been trying to help, and he'd been right when he'd said something like that was worth holding on to. Maybe she'd been too hasty in pushing Bryce and her family away. Maybe this time she could help them without screwing up. She beckoned Nala closer. As she grasped the little girl's hand in her own, she said, How have you been feeling, sweetie? Do you still have nightmares? Sometimes. Nala's gaze turned downward. Not so much any more, Parthenia said. I think she's getting better. Carina wasn't sure her youngest sister would ever get over being trapped with Stevenson's body in the pilot's cabin. She felt bad she hadn't been around to help her during those 8 months they'd waited to go into stasis. Perhaps sensing her feelings, Darius said brightly, Nala's my best friend. Look at the pictures we drew together. Do you like them? He was pointing at a wall, and Carina noticed for the first time that several pieces of paper had been stuck to it, each a hand-drawn image. She saw stick figures, starships, castles, and eggs with people inside, which she assumed to be depictions of the time the children had spent in stasis. I love them. Did you draw them all by yourselves? Darius and Nala nodded proudly. Then she saw a picture that was not so pleasant. A black, many-legged creature loomed over a group of stick figures of different sizes. So the kids had met the Regions. She shuddered at the thought. They must have been utterly terrified. Nala's a chatterbox now, Fern said. The little girl pouted, so he added, in a nice way. Yes, we love hearing Nala talk, said Oriana. She tells stories. Amazing stories, Darius said expansively. Well, said Carina, there's a particular story I need to hear. What's been happening while I was in deep sleep? How long have you all been out of stasis, and what's happened to you? From what Lomang and Mesban had implied, it appeared they'd attempted to impress the Regions with her siblings' mage powers, but the children had been too upset to cast, understandably. I think that's a story I should tell you, Parthenia said solemnly, and perhaps out of the hearing of little ears. Said Fern. I think that's a hint we need to take Darius and Nala to play a game in our bedroom. I do believe you're right, brother, Oriana quipped. The twins' cheerfulness, despite the circumstances, warmed Carina's heart, but Parthenia's expression soon cooled it again. After a little protesting, Darius and Nala followed their brother and sister into a bedroom. Parthenia watched until the door closed. Then she turned to Carina. "We were brought out of deep sleep 3.5 weeks ago. After giving us a day to recover, Lomang told us to make elixir. Then he took us one by one to some horrible creatures," her face twisted with disgust, "and instructed us to cast. He took me first, and I pretended to be too afraid to do it. I told the others to do the same. I don't think Darius even had to fake it. Those aliens are terrifying, and of course Nala can't cast anyway. Lomang didn't believe me when I told him, but he seems to think she is also too scared." "You were pretending you couldn't cast." Carina was impressed. Her sister's tactic had been smart. The idea that the Regians were so horrifying the children couldn't perform their ability was entirely believable. If she had been in her sister's place, she would have defied Lomang and refused to cast, no doubt bringing down a world of trouble on her head. "That was a great idea." "Thanks, but I don't need your praise," Parthenia replied acidly. Carina inwardly winced. "Anyway," said Parthenia, "since then he's tried the same thing several times. But our weeping and wailing must be pretty convincing, because now he's woken you up. He probably thinks you're tougher than us." "Maybe. He and Mesban wanted to question me about something too, but our conversation didn't get that far in the end. Has Lomang said anything about what's going on? Or have you overheard anything?" "Nothing. He always speaks his own language when he isn't talking directly to us, and we spend most of our time in here anyway. The soldiers bring us food twice a day. I've been trying to keep everyone occupied so they don't worry too much." Carina hesitated. She didn't want to upset her already prickly sister. "I really don't mean this in a patronizing way, but you've done a great job. Ma would be proud." Parthenia didn't reply, but neither did she look angry. "I'll tell you what I know, okay?" Carina went on. "Then we can decide together what to do next." "Okay," Parthenia replied, uncertainly. "I've encountered Regians once before, when I was a little girl. They prey on humans, attacking small remote settlements on insignificant planets and capturing as many of the inhabitants as they can find. No one they captured has ever escaped, so nobody knows exactly what happens to the people taken. As I understand it, it's been going on for centuries. The stories had passed into folklore where I grew up, and I never quite believed them until they came to my town." Parthenia's mouth gaped in horror. "Couldn't the local army fight them off?" "There was no army where I lived. I guess the Regians deliberately target places where they'll meet little resistance. But even if we'd had weapons and trained soldiers, they're difficult to defeat. They have a special capability. They can move forward and backward in time, just by a second or so. It makes them hard to kill. You could have the perfect shot, but by the time your round reached them, the creature wouldn't exist in that moment anymore. When it did return to the exact present, the round would have passed through the space it was occupying. Does that make sense?" "I think so." "The good news for us is their ability doesn't make them immune from a cast. Do you know why?" Parthenia's eyes grew thoughtful. Then her features brightened. "Because casts work slower than pulses." "You got it. The lag, the thing that's usually a disadvantage to us, is actually an advantage when it comes to killing Regians. Their time shift isn't sufficient to avoid the slower effect of a cast." Her sister's nose wrinkled. "Do we have to kill them?" Carina put a hand on her shoulder. "I know it isn't going to be easy, but it's them or us." Chapter 23. Mezban's troops came for Carina in the middle of the quiet shift on the second day, when she was sound asleep. Though the guards were weaponless, their numbers and strength made resisting them foolish, and she didn't want to upset her siblings by putting up a fight. Instead, she went quietly, rising from the sofa she was using as a bed and allowing the 5 soldiers to lead her away. She felt terrible, even worse than she had during the first hours she'd come out of stasis. She'd regained some strength in her legs, but an exhaustion had settled on her that sleep didn't erase. Her muscles ached no matter what position she lay in, and just the thought of eating made her gag. Only Parthenia woke up as she was leaving. Her sister watched from her open bedroom door as Carina left, raising her hand in silent farewell. It was clear what lay in store. Lomang and Mezban were going to try to make her cast in front of the Regions. From what she'd understood, it appeared that this was intended to impress the creatures and prevent them from slaughtering all the humans. From Carina's perspective, the smuggler and his wife were indulging in wishful thinking. Even if she'd been inclined to protect them from the aliens, which she surely was not, the creatures were not dumb. Why would they place any value on humans who couldn't cast? It would make more sense to set aside the ones who could and then kill the rest. The thought of the wholesale murder of everyone aboard made her shudder. She might be able to trick the Regions into believing that Nala could cast, and so she should be allowed to live. But what about Bryce, Atoy, and the rest of the mercs? And the soldiers under Mezban had only been following orders. She had no personal gripe against them. Another thought struck. Where was Jace? She hadn't seen him for months prior to going into stasis. She had been angry with him for siding with Cadwallader about forming a council. The children hadn't mentioned him either. Did Lomang and Mezban even know he was a mage? He had helped in the defense of the Duchess's airlock, but Mezban had been in the Twilight Dome at the time, and her troops had quickly been put into deep sleep. Information about Jace might not have gotten through to her. Carina recalled a second person she hadn't had anything to do with for a while. Calverley. Had the old man been taken out of stasis? And if he had, where were they keeping him? Mezban's guards returned her to the Bathsheba's gym. When she entered the room for the second time, the lights were half their usual brightness. The place was also cooler than it had been. The soldiers had insisted she went with them immediately and didn't give her time to change out of her thin pajamas. She was also barefoot, as the closets in the suite held no shoes. As soon as she stepped over the threshold, cold air hit her, and she began to shiver. 4 Regions crouched at the far end of the gym, their black spindly forms ill-defined in the shadows. Even if she hadn't seen one of the creatures yesterday, she didn't need a closer look at the 4 in the gym to know their exact appearance. It had been etched on her mind for the last 10 years. They were roughly as tall as a male human, but 2/3 of their height was in their 3 pairs of legs. Their upper third was as long as a man was tall and narrow, like an upturned canoe, with a ridge like a keel running from the front to the back. Several shiny black eyes were centered on the thickened front end of the ridge, and 2 pairs of sharp mouth parts overlapped beneath the eyes. She had always had an interest in bugs from as far back as she could remember, and she liked them all, except these ones. At the mere sight of the Regions, her pulse sped up. Images from the attack on her settlement when she was a child flashed unbidden into her mind. One of the creatures trying to separate a father from his baby son, then changing its mind and lifting both onto the dark carapace of its back. Saul, one of her several bullies, ripped from her grasp by black pincers. Nai, looking up in terror when a Regian discovered her hiding place. She swallowed and walked forward. Along with the rest of the population where she'd grown up, she'd never known exactly what the creatures did with the victims they captured during their raids, except that the men, women and children never came back. She didn't want to find out either, but it was looking inevitable. Mezban stood with her husband near the door where Carina had entered. They were the only other humans in the room. The soldiers had silently withdrawn. Lomang beckoned her over. The man's demeanour had changed since she'd last seen him. It was clear his and Mezban's previous haughty attitude had been a show. Now the man's eyes were wide with fear, and his skin glistened with sweat. "I know what you're going to say," she said, before he had a chance to speak. She could see he was holding a flask, no doubt full of elixir brewed by one of the children. "You want me to impress our captors with a performance and save your miserable hides." "It would be in your interest to do what we ask," Mezban said. "We know more about these creatures than you do. Our people have suffered their raids for thousands of years. We have information that could make your family's experience in captivity more endurable." Carina held out her hand for the elixir. As Lomang handed it over, she said to Mezban, "You would say that, wouldn't you? Why should I believe you? And even if you are speaking the truth, you're assuming the Regians are new to me. They aren't. My home planet borders the galactic desert we crossed to get to your sector, and my settlement was raided once." She didn't mention that, as a child, she'd single-handedly driven the raiders away. She didn't want Lomang or Mezban to know any more than she'd just told them. Mezban frowned. "And why should we believe you?" "I don't give a shit whether you believe me. On the other hand, you'd better hope you have something genuine to offer." At the corner of the hall, the 4 Regians stirred, shifting their monstrous spindly legs, their pincers scraping on the hard floor. Lomang's eyes grew wider.
"They grow impatient. Do something, quickly."
She guessed the pair were down to their final chance with the evil aliens. If she failed to cast, would Lomang and Mezban become lunch? She smiled, enjoying their torment. Now she had elixir she could transport out of here if the Regians attacked. There was a lot she could do with elixir in her hand. But to get everyone else who deserved saving out of here, not including the 2 who stood before her, would require planning and time.
"Why are you smiling?"
Lomang demanded.
"Don't you have any idea what those creatures can do?"
"To be honest, I don't have a clear picture, but I'd be interested to find out."
"Please," he begged. "You must do something."
To Mezban's credit, she didn't debase herself as her husband did. She only stiffened, and her gaze flicked repeatedly to the 4 creatures in the corner. "You know," said Carina bitterly, "I might have been more inclined to help you if you hadn't murdered Cadwallader. That really was unforgivable." "What did you expect us to do?" Mezban spat. "He was your leader. If he'd lived, his soldiers would have rallied to him. He would have been a constant thorn in our side. And you think I won't? That is, assuming you survive the next 5 minutes."
"Stars, if I could bring him back I would," said Lomang. "I didn't know he meant so much to you. As my wife says, it was a logical, strategic decision. You would have done the same yourself. You have done the same."
He was referring to the execution of Sable Dirksen, but that hadn't been strategic. It had been a spur-of-the-moment act, born of rage and a desire for revenge. "And yet," said Carina scathingly, "I didn't kill you or you." She pointed at the man and woman in turn. Her statement was beyond denying. Lomang's lips folded over his large teeth like a trap. The movements of the Regians became more agitated. A noise between a hiss and a rattle sounded from them. She estimated the smuggler and Mezban's time was nearly up. "You have one chance to save yourselves. There were others you took out of stasis who were especially important to me. If they live, I'll do a little performance. Then we'll talk about what happens going forward. If you killed any of these 3 people, you'll follow them, courtesy of our friends over there. You can lie, of course, but that'll only delay your deaths for as long as it takes me to find out."
"We didn't kill anyone else,"
Lomang spluttered.
"Only your commander. That's right, isn't it, Mezban, my love?"
She held Carina's gaze with her own from under hooded lids. "My husband speaks the truth. Only the blue-eyed man died." Carina turned her attention to Lomang.
"Actually, that isn't quite correct,"
he said under her stare.
"What?"
Mezban also glared at him.
"My love,"
he said nervously.
"Some of the mercenaries died when the ship was taken by the Regians. Do you remember? We found their bodies and put them in the airlock."
"Ah, yes." Mezban's gaze returned to Carina. "But we did not kill them. And if you're worried about the old man, he remains in stasis. The Regians told us they don't want his aged body. Calverley, if that is his name," Mezban replied disdainfully. "I never inquired." Carina decided to take their words for now. One of the aliens lifted itself up and began to walk toward them. The hissing rattle grew louder. It was clearly this one that was talking. "One more thing," said Carina.
"Yes,"
squeaked Lomang.
"What? Anything?"
"My siblings and I are to be released from captivity immediately. We are to have the freedom of the ship." From the corner of her eye, Carina saw Mezban give a small smirk, which the woman hastily shut down when Carina turned to look at her.
"Yes, we agree,"
Lomang exclaimed. The Regian was halfway across the gym. Its mouth parts were opening and closing, perhaps because it was speaking, or perhaps because it was anticipating a tasty meal. She opened the flask. It contained only one mouthful of elixir, not enough to do anything major. She would have dearly loved to space Lomang and Mezban, but she had to be cautious. She swigged the elixir, then closed her eyes and swiftly cast. When she opened her eyes, Lomang was already moving through the air. She had contemplated sending him in the direction of the approaching Regian, but if he opened his bowels in fear, that could be messy. Instead, she sent him in the opposite direction. When he neared the gym wall, she dropped him, heavily enough to make a satisfying thump, but not break his bones. The Regian paused, its pincers clicking on the floor, as if in thought. Over the next few minutes, the reason for Mezban's ill-concealed smirk became clear. After dumping Lomang on the other side of the gym, Carina noticed a slim rectangular bump on Mezban's chest, under her clothing. She'd thought Mezban and Lomang understood the Regian's language, but when she saw the bump, she suspected this wasn't the case. She stepped up to Mezban and reached into the neck of her shirt. "Hey!" the woman protested, trying to fight her off. But Carina was too fast. She felt for a string, located it, and yanked it. A translator emerged. Carina pulled it over her head and at the same time thrust an open hand toward the woman. "Give me your comm." Mezban popped the small device out of her ear and handed it over. sending Carina a black look along with it. Wrinkling her nose, she wiped the comm on her pajama pants before inserting it into her own ear. Immediately, she heard a long string of words in universal speech, even though she could hear nothing inside the room. The Redians were talking, but she guessed the pitch of their voices was mostly outside the normal human hearing range. The noises she'd heard them making before had only been a small part of what they were saying. However, the translator she now held in her hand wasn't effective at translating the creature's language. She frowned, trying to make sense of what she was hearing. The Redians seemed to be arguing. She heard humans and no a lot, as well as better way and prefer. She also heard soon, decide now, and no, later. The aliens constantly talked over each other. They understood what was being said, no doubt, but from a human perspective, the conversation was one big jumble. Also, the translator didn't convey any differences in the individual voices. They all sounded exactly alike, so it was impossible to focus on any one of them. She closed her eyes in an effort to comprehend the gist at least. She heard arrive soon a bunch of times and no time left. Her heart sank as she realized what she was probably hearing and why Mezban had smirked at her demand for the freedom of the ship. The Bathsheba had nearly arrived at her destination. The amount of time Carina and her siblings had to enjoy that freedom was limited. They could be down to a mere few hours for moving around the vessel, communicating with their friends and allies, and devising a plan to defeat the Redians. She opened her eyes and asked Mezban, "How long do we have before we reach their planet?" "We aren't sure exactly." She grew angry. First the smirk, and now Mezban was apparently being deliberately vague. The woman was as much of an idiot as her husband. If they were to survive, they needed her. They should be helping her, not making everything more difficult. Her anger must have shown, because Mezban held up her hands. "Honestly, we don't know, but it isn't long." "So that's why they told you to get everyone out of stasis. They wanted us already to disembark. And what's going to happen when we arrive?" Lomang had gotten up and was walking toward them, limping and grimacing. Mezban's expression was gloomy. "That's what you were helping us with. We have very little information on what happens to people captured by Redians, and what we do have has come from second-hand sources. It is said that they prize human meat as food, but they also use us as slaves on their farms. We were hoping that your skills would be useful for the latter function, and we wanted to find out all that mages can do so we would have some roles to suggest to our captors." "Human slaves for agriculture? Why would they need us for that? Machinery is way more efficient." Mezban shrugged. "Who knows, but I would say it's preferable to being eaten."
"Most things are," said Lomang.
Carina came to a decision. "I'm leaving," she said. Glancing at the Redians, who still seemed to be arguing about what to do, she added, "Providing these creatures let me." "I doubt they'll try to stop you," said Mezban. "Everywhere except the residential areas is sealed off. They've allowed us free run of those areas, knowing we can't escape. I want to know one more thing. How long was I in stasis? Wait, 2 things. Has the Bathsheba been diverted far from her original course?" Lomang answered,
"All we know is the Redians deactivated our stasis capsules 6 weeks ago. Your deep sleep chamber was sealed off, but then they told us to wake you all in stages."
"It was then we realized our chance," said Mezban. "We thought our mages can deliver us." But your siblings were not capable of demonstrating their talents to our captors. You, on the other hand, have the opportunity to save us. You must take it. You must." Indignation and fury blazed in Carina. She stepped up to the woman and glared down into her little smug face. "You had the opportunity to save one man's life. Not even that. You had the chance to simply allow him to live. But you didn't take it. Why the hell should I save you?" Lomang spluttered.
"But you said—"
Carina was already leaving. Chapter 24. Parthenia paced the floor of the living room, rigid with outrage. How could they have been so stupid? I know, said Carina, rubbing a spot between her eyebrows. She was half sitting, half lying on the sofa. Her eyes were sunken in shadows, and her skin was pale and tight. She was experiencing the effects of her time in stasis. Parthenia had been similarly affected, and so had their siblings. Carina would recover in a few days, but from what Mezban had said, they didn't have that long. They had only hours to act, and it was all due to Lomang and Mezban's idiocy. "If they had given us our freedom," Parthenia went on, "if they had taken you out of stasis earlier, we would have figured out a way to take back control of the ship by now. We would have spaced the Regions and continued to Earth." Carina groaned and sat up, resting her elbows on her knees and letting her head flop down. "But instead they wanted to retain control over us. They chose to use us to try to impress the Regions when we could have entirely defeated them. Only that would have left Lomang and Mezban beholden to us. They had to be in charge, even as we're all being transported to our deaths. Or to be used as slave labour on farms," Carina reminded her. "Yes." Parthenia paused, then said, "That part doesn't make any sense." "Right, it doesn't. But that's the least of our worries. I think I'm going to be sick." Carina got up and ran to the bathroom. Parthenia sat down and tried to ignore the sound of her sister vomiting, or rather retching. As far as she knew, Carina hadn't eaten a thing since coming out of deep sleep. It was clear her sister needed her help, and from what she'd said about them working together, it sounded like this time she might actually accept it. The thought brought a small spark of joy, despite the dangers they faced. But she didn't really believe her sister would ever give up trying to control her or their brothers and sisters. That was a problem for later, however. What should they do first? One step was obvious. They had to make more elixir. But then what? Carina emerged from the bathroom, wiping her mouth. She flopped down onto the sofa, asking, "I look as bad as I feel, don't I?" "You've looked better." Suddenly Parthenia knew she'd never stopped loving her sister, in spite of everything that had happened, yet somehow she liked her better when she was weak and vulnerable. "I can barely think," Carina said. "We should do something, now, but I'm not sure what. Maybe we should focus on finding Jace. The Regions know I can cast, and they know you all can too. That's what Lomang told them, even though they didn't see a demonstration. So they'll be wary of all of us. They're probably already figuring out the possibilities of what we can do. But I don't think they know about Jace." A door to one of the bedrooms opened, and a tousle-haired Fern poked his head out. "You two are up early?" "You don't know the half of it," Parthenia replied. "Wake up Oriana. I want both of you to make more elixir, fast." "But we're allowed out of the suite," she interrupted. "Hurry up." He darted across the living room to another door. "Nala will get woken up too," said Parthenia, "but that can't be helped." "She needs to be awake and alert," Carina said. "She also has to stick close by us while we do whatever it is we're going to do. The Regians believe she's a mage, and they might hurt her if she doesn't cast for them. I'll tell her when she's up. I was thinking, if we're fast and we all cast together, we could simply transport all the Regians outside the ship. Then the Bathsheba's ours. It isn't going to be that easy. We don't know how many there are or where they're situated. Mezban said all the operational areas of the ship are sealed off. I'm guessing that's where most of the Regians are right now, and they came here in their own ship, don't forget. That must be following alongside us or joined to our ship, like the Duchess and the Peregrine, and it'll be carrying a crew." She shook her head. "There's going to be a battle, no doubt about it. I hope the Black Dog's weapons haven't been destroyed. We need to find them." Fern emerged from the bedroom, followed by Oriana, sleepy-eyed. "Can we really go outside now?" she asked. "Yes," Parthenia replied, "but be careful. I don't think Lomang and Mezban are going to give up control easily," said Carina. "They might try something, perhaps try to force you to cast for them or use you as hostages. It would be stupid of them, of course, but they've shown a special talent for that." "Don't worry," said Fern airily. "It won't take us long to make more elixir. As soon as we have it, if Lomang comes near us, I'll threaten to cast fire into his hat." Oriana chuckled. "This isn't the time for joking," Parthenia said sternly. As they'd been talking, Fern and Oriana had crossed the living room to the main door. Fern opened it and peered outside. "The guards have gone." They went out, but before Fern left, he looked back at Parthenia and Carina. "I'm glad you've kissed and made up. Everything's so much nicer when you act maturely." The door closed. Carina raised her eyebrows. "Did he mean me?" "I think he meant both of us." Half an hour later, the mages, armed with still hot elixir, were roaming the Bathsheba, searching for the Black Dogs. They walked the empty, silent corridors as a group. Carina hadn't wanted to split up for the search, and Parthenia had agreed with her. Despite the greater efficiency, the younger children could be taken hostage, especially Nala, who had no way of defending herself. They were at the highest level, where many suites were situated, but they found them all unlocked and unoccupied. They turned a corner and were suddenly confronted by a solid metal wall blocking the route entirely. The Regians had sealed it off. "What's through there?" Oriana asked. "The Twilight Dome," replied Carina. "Why don't the Regians want us to go to that?" "No idea. We'll have to go back the way we came. Try another direction." The elevators weren't working, so they found an access shaft and climbed down it to the next deck. Here things were busier. They passed several of Mezban's troops, but without incident. The soldiers had clearly been told to leave them alone, but they still couldn't find the mercs. "We should just ask one of them," said Parthenia. "Or I'll enthrall someone," Oriana offered. "Yes." Carina about-faced and ran back to the last person they'd passed, an older man who looked as though his years in the military had been long and hard. "Where are the Black Dogs?" she demanded. "Where are you keeping them?" Her hand moved toward the canister of elixir on her hip. The man's features signalled his alarm. "There's no need for that, miss. The mercs are being held in the refectory, just along there a ways." He pointed in the direction they'd already been heading. She turned and ran back to her siblings, but she didn't stop. She sped right past them, calling out, "Come on! We don't know how much time we have." Outside the refectory, a group of 10 or more of Mezban's men and women stood, but they were unarmed. "Move aside," she ordered. The troops parted silently, watching the mages. Parthenia stepped through them and tried the door. "It's locked." Lacking armed troops, Lomang and Mezban had put the mercs in the refectory while they were still groggy from stasis and unable to put up much of a fight, and then simply sealed them in. They would have access to food and restrooms in there, though little else. Carina was already casting unlock. A moment later, she opened the door wide, and the smell of unwashed bodies floated out. "Phooey!" exclaimed Oriana, wafting the space in front of her nose.
"It's Lin and the kids!"
Whoops and hollers followed. Carina went inside, and Parthenia peeked in. Immediately she covered her mouth and chuckled. Mezban's guards hadn't given the mercs anything to wear after taking them from their deep sleep capsules, and the men and women had improvised by creating underwear from table napkins. They resembled large, muscly babies, naked except for their diapers. Several of the black dogs had descended on Carina and were alternately slapping her back and lifting her off the floor in bear hugs. Over the sound of cheers and yells of general jubilation, Parthenia could faintly hear her sister protesting and telling them to be quiet. Then, through the hubbub, she heard someone call her name. She turned. Camille. Tears suddenly welling up from nowhere, she ran to him and threw her arms around him.
"Hey, you probably don't want to do that,"
he said half-heartedly.
"I must stink."
"I don't care." She hugged him tighter. "I didn't know if you'd made it. I thought you might have been killed when the Regians took the ship."
"No, I missed out on that battle."
"Thank the stars you did." Camille pulled away from her to look her in the eyes.
"I was lucky in another way. I hoped you were too precious to be killed, and I was right."
Chapter 25. Mezban's troops could have been a useful ally in their effort to defeat the Regians, but Carina didn't trust them. As soon as she could be heard above the noise of celebration, she ordered the black dogs to round up every man and woman who wasn't a member of their band and lock them in the refectory. Lomang, Mezban and Papu were found hiding in the closet of one of the largest suites. They joined their troops after Carina relieved Lomang of his translator and comm and gave them to Parthenia. No Regians were found in the section of the ship where they'd confined the humans. No doubt they had lockable entrances as well as the solid steel walls, but she didn't try to find them. The portals would be exactly the places the Legions would be expecting them to try to force an exit. She had a better idea.
"I don't like this car,"
said Atoy as they stood next to one of the metal seals.
"It'd be better for us all to face them, head on, full force. If you two go in, working alone."
"Have you ever been in a firefight with Regians?" asked Carina.
"No, but
this is the best way, believe me. And when we get the rifles to you, remind everyone what I said. Long bursts of fire." Bryce was also here. Carina had been overjoyed to discover he was among the mercs, but their time for catching up had been fleeting. She turned to take a look at him one last time, just in case she never saw him again.
"I know you know what you're doing better than any of us," he said, "but take care."
"You too." "Ready?" asked Parthenia. She nodded. "Let's go." Together they took a drink of elixir from their flasks. Carina closed her eyes, cast, and then opened them again. Cool, humid air enveloped her. The armory Cadwallader had created, which lay on the Regian-occupied side of the Bathsheba, was in complete darkness. "Phew," Parthenia whispered. "No one's around." It was as Carina had expected. The aliens hadn't seen any reason to post guards inside the weapons store. Her demonstration in the gym didn't seem to have given the creatures too much of an indication of what mages could do. She cast fire onto one of the rolled-up napkins she'd brought along. It blazed up, and the flame light reflected from the muzzles of the pulse rifles. One-handed, she grabbed one for herself and gave another to Parthenia. "If we're disturbed, remember to do what I said. I know you hate it. I do too, but nothing else works as well." Seeing the glint of defiance in Parthenia's eyes, she added, "I'm not trying to boss you around. It's the truth. Now hurry, we don't have long." They began to transport the weapons to the mercs waiting on the other side of the ship. Carina sent one row, and then Parthenia transported the row beneath it. A loud, ululating whine sounded, the fire alarm. "Quick!" Carina urged. "It won't take them long to locate the fire." They managed to transport 2 more rows of rifles before the door opened. Instantly, Carina dropped the burning napkins and stamped out the flames. "Now us," she breathed to her sister. "But let me do it." A hulking figure blocked the dim light entering from the passage. She prepared to cast and grabbed her sister's hand. The Regian's body swayed as it looked, or perhaps smelled, for them. Abruptly, it halted. Then it sprang. Before it reached them, they're transported to the metal seal at the Twilight Dome, the Regian side. The lighting was as dim as twilight under a cloudy sky. On the other side of the steel sheet, Atoy and the rest of the Black Dogs would be arming themselves with the newly arrived weapons. But Carina and her sister still had plenty to do. Parthenia's hand was fastened on her arm. Her sister had frozen, staring into the darkness. Then Carina saw it, a single Regian, far down the passageway, facing away from them. "We'll never get past it without it seeing us," she said softly. "Do we need to?" asked Parthenia. "Yes, I don't want to transport directly into the dome. If my guess is right, we could be dead before we know it." "So what do we do?" "Get rid of it before it sees us." Parthenia made an anguished face. She averted her gaze, and her grip on Carina's arm became painfully tight. "Do it, then." Carina made the hated cast. When she opened her eyes, in the low light she thought she saw a fissure open on the Regian's back. Instantly, a whistle-like shriek, picked up by the translator around her neck, was transmitted to her comm. The noise pierced her ear, and she grimaced in pain. Parthenia winced and held a hand to the side of her head. The fissure in the creature opened wider. It gaped, and powder issued from the gap, creating a dark cloud that dimmed the light further. The creature's legs buckled and it collapsed, but before it hit the ground, it was gone. Parthenia had watched the Regian's last moments out of the corners of her eyes. As it disappeared, she gasped. "I know," Carina murmured. "I can't explain it. Now we have to." The doors to the Twilight Dome flew open, and aliens tumbled out. A river of the black creatures flowed out. Carina gaped. She had guessed they would see some Regians as they tried to carry out her plan, but she hadn't imagined so many had descended upon the Bathsheba. It was like an infestation. "You were right," Parthenia quietly exclaimed. Carina was already swallowing elixir. It was time to go to their next stop. Mezban's bomb was exactly where Rosa, the person who had disarmed it, had said she'd left it, in the Duchess's armory. She had said she thought it might come in useful one day, and so she'd put it on the merc ship for safekeeping. How lucky they were she had. Understanding how to arm the device and set it to explode had been tricky, but Carina thought she understood. Now her memory was about to be put to the test. Parthenia hovered at the armory door in the silent, dark vessel, keeping watch. The Regians had possibly sealed her off from the Bathsheba, thinking they would foil an escape attempt. But that was no impediment to mages. It was a damned shame they'd alerted the aliens to their presence so early. Firstly by setting off the fire alarm, and secondly by killing the Regian outside the Twilight Dome. By now the creatures had probably entered the section where they'd confined the humans, and were engaged in battle with the mercs. She had to act fast. She opened the device's casing and searched for the components Rosa had described. She halted, confused. "Have you done it?" asked Parthenia. "No, not yet." She peered into the bomb's interior. Her mind had gone a blank. She kept thinking of Darius, Nala, Oriana and Fern, helping the Black Dogs battle the Regians, casting the abhorrent split. It was the only sure way to kill the aliens, but it was a horrible thing for a mage to do. Jace had balked even at the suggestion until Carina had explained the need. She didn't know if he would do it, but at least he would be there to protect the kids. Her thoughts were also consumed with fear for Bryce. He had nothing to defend himself with except a rifle. The people she loved were in dire danger, and she couldn't help feeling that, again, it was her fault. "Carina!" Parthenia barked. "Have you done it?" She looked at her sister helplessly. "Let me arm it," said Parthenia, striding over. "No, it's okay. I can manage." She stared down at the device. "Give it to me." Carina looked at her sister's outstretched hands and back at the bomb. "No, it's fine. I think I remember now." "Will you for once in your life let someone else take control?" She sighed, crushed by the truth of the words. Wordlessly she lifted the object in her hands and passed it to her sister. Parthenia frowned as she focused on the wires and relays. Deftly she reached in and made some adjustments. "It's armed." She picked up the detonator. "Back to the Twilight Dome, right?" "Yeah," Carina replied, deflated. Back to the dome. She had suspected the passageway leading to the viewing dome had been sealed off because the Regians were using it for something. For what, she had no idea. But there was nothing else of importance in that part of the ship. No access to the Bathsheba's controls or anything useful. So the place the aliens wanted the humans cut off from was the dome itself. That was why she'd wanted to check it out before going there with the bomb. As it turned out, the decision had worked in her favour. When they reappeared in the passageway, the place seemed empty. The door stood open and the area was silent. The Regians had been drawn away by the disturbance Carina and Parthenia had created. "Let's get in there, fast," said Carina, "before they come back." They raced down the passageway. As they darted inside, however, Parthenia squeaked and drew back. 3 of the aliens remained. Carina caught a glimpse of lines of swollen square objects hanging from struts across the ceiling before she dashed out. They ran back to the steel wall. Her hand moved to the flask at her hip, but Parthenia stopped her. Breathless and wide-eyed, she said, "No, I'll do it." The monsters emerged from the room. Carina cursed and lifted the rifle swinging from her shoulder. Parthenia's canister was already open and its mouth at her lips. The Regians sped toward them, their long bodies rising up on their nimble limbs. Carina fired, but the aliens had already moved into time-shift mode, their figures blurred in the dim light. She held down the trigger, spraying a rapid stream of pulses in an arc across the passageway. Beside her, her sister's eyes were closed. Carina hoped to hell she didn't hesitate. Split was a cast that was never supposed to be used on living things, and it was how their mother had killed Parthenia's father. after her sister had unknowingly given her the elixir to do it. One of the pulses hit its mark, and an oncoming Region burst into flaming dust. The other two were nearly upon them. A jet of liquid burst from one of the creatures. "Parthenia!" Carina heard the fear in her own voice. The liquid splashed onto her sister. Parthenia screamed. Her shrill wail was joined by shrieks from Carina's comm. Just before they reached the sisters, the Regions fell forward onto their crumpling front limbs, spurted black powder, and vanished. Parthenia was still shrieking, her hands raised, fingers splayed, and her mouth an agonized "oh." A line of open, bloody, weeping flesh ran down her cheek and neck. The alien had sprayed her with acid. Trembling, Carina reached for her elixir. After swallowing a mouthful, she wrote the heal character and sent it out to her sister. Parthenia's screaming stopped. Carina opened her eyes. Her sister's skin was whole and healthy, the wound from the acid entirely gone. Parthenia thanked her, but Carina couldn't speak. She was breathing too fast. She hadn't known the Regions had that capability. She couldn't shake the image of her sister's injury from her mind, and she was imagining what could be happening to the mercs on the other side of the ship. What if they'd gotten through the soldiers who were defending the kids? Parthenia grabbed her shoulders and shook her. "It's okay. I'm okay. Come on, we have to set the bomb." Chapter 26. Perhaps because they'd been unable to locate the humans who had infiltrated their section of the Bathsheba, the Regions seemed to have focused their efforts on attacking the ones they could reach. When Carina returned with her sister to the merc side of the vessel, it was thick with aliens, and more were flowing into the area, she saw with dismay. The black ridged backs were everywhere, blurring in and out of focus, and she could smell the terrible odour of burned human flesh. The creatures had been spraying the soldiers with acid. Had they been wearing armour, the effect wouldn't have been devastating, but the black dogs were nearly naked. Carina and Parthenia were near the gym, where Carina had told Atoy to shelter if the Regions showed up. "What now?" asked Parthenia. They had seconds before the aliens noticed them. A hum of words streamed from Carina's comm. "Kill, destroy, eat, execute, infest, massacre, slay." She could also hear the shriek of aliens being split, the rustle of many shell-covered bodies moving and scraping against each other filled her other ear, along with the hissing rattle of their speech that was audible to human hearing. An awful cry broke through the cacophony. Someone had been hit with the corrosive liquid. "Transporters in there," she said, nodding at the gym entrance, which teemed with black carapaces. While Parthenia prepared to cast, she plucked the detonator out of her sister's hands and pressed the switch. A beat later, a dull concussive boom sounded, and a shockwave passed through the deck. As one, the milling Regions froze, and their rustling stilled to silence. The next thing she knew, she was inside the gym. Parthenia had transported them to the side farthest away from the entrance, where the Regions were massed. The mercs held most of the gym, pressing the black bugs into a corner, but the black dogs were in a bad way. Horrific burns had incapacitated many of them, and the line holding back the encroaching aliens looked dangerously thin. She saw Bryce down, his legs burned, but she had no time to go to him. Jace and Darius were healing the injured men and women, Nala was giving them water, and Oriana and Fern appeared to be concentrating on splitting the Regions. Entire sections of the creatures were dissolving into black dust that vanished, but the quantity of them swarming outside the gym told Carina the mercs and mages were fighting a losing battle. She had wondered how the aliens had managed to take the Bathsheba in the first place, but now the answer was clear. They'd simply overwhelmed the Black Dog's defense with sheer weight of numbers. The creature's stillness as they reacted to the explosion abruptly broke. Some sped away, but others remained and continued their attack.
"Car!"
yelled Atoy, noticing her arrival.
"That was the bomb, right?"
"Yeah." On the Region-held side of the Bathsheba, depressurization was taking place. Carina and Parthenia had cast open on the door to the Twilight Dome and on the access hatches to the lower decks. No matter what the aliens did, they would not be able to close the doors for 10 or 15 minutes at least, by which time the damage would be done. Atmosphere was flying out of the ship, taking aliens with it, as well as anything else not fixed down. It would be mayhem. Carina's plan had been to get rid of most of the enemy this way rather than through a direct attack. It had seemed the best tactic for regaining control with minimal human casualties. The metal seals would prevent depressurization extending to this section. Sending the pulse rifles to the mercs had only been a precaution. But things hadn't gone according to plan. She had anticipated the Twilight Dome would be filled with aliens, but she'd underestimated the sheer amount of them, and she hadn't imagined so many would attack their prisoners. Now the aliens were also protected by the seals. The Black Dogs were facing an insurmountable enemy. The Region's time-shifting made them hard to kill with pulse fire, and without armor, the mercs were helpless before the aliens' acid attacks. The mage's powers weren't sufficient to tip the balance. 2 mages' efforts had been taken up with healing the soldiers' burns, halving their offensive capability, and their supply of elixir was finite. Even now that she and Parthenia had returned, things looked bad. While Carina had been brooding, Parthenia had begun to help with the healing, and Atoy had returned her attention to the firefight. She called her old friend's name.
"What?"
Atoy yelled. As she spoke, she turned, revealing a bright red splash of acid burn down her right-hand side. "It's not going to work," Carina shouted. "We can't retake the Bathsheba."
"Right,"
said Atoy, digesting the fact.
"Got any other ideas?"
"Yep, Plan B."
"You have a Plan B?"
"I just thought of it. Hold the line as long as you can."
"Sure."
Atoy hefted her rifle to her shoulder and sprayed out a long burst of pulse fire.
"I was gonna send everyone on R&R, but we'll stick around."
Carina ran to Darius, kneeling next to a woman who had been so badly burned the white of her rib bones showed through the damaged flesh. Her little brother's face was pale and wretched. He'd seen too much death and pain in his short life. After she told him what she needed him to do, he nodded gravely and said, "I'll fix this lady first, okay?" "Okay, sweetheart," Carina replied. Then she ran to speak to her other siblings and lastly to Jace. The mages began work. Groups of the worst injured mercs disappeared first, followed by the walking wounded. When the area behind the fighting men and women was empty, Carina told Fern, Oriana and Darius to transport themselves and Nala next. "No," Oriana protested. "I want to leave," Carina hollered. Then she saw Parthenia giving her the stink eye. "Go," she said more quietly. "Please." Oriana turned to her brothers. "Let's get out of here." A few moments later, the 4 children disappeared. With the younger ones out of the way, Carina could concentrate on transporting the remaining mercs strategically to ensure the fewest casualties. Some of them were going to get hurt. It was unavoidable. As their numbers decreased, the Regions would push forward, and the last remaining group would be overrun. Scanning the battle scene, she pointed out sections of fighting men and women to Jace and Parthenia. She didn't transport any herself, wanting to concentrate on the firefight. When the merc she'd indicated had vanished, the Regions quickly moved in, the scrape and rattle of alien hides rubbing together, and their murderous words in her comm grew louder. "You two now!" she yelled to Parthenia and Jace. Parthenia nodded gravely before taking a drink of elixir. But Jace didn't. He touched Carina's arm. "Together." She had no time to argue. The aliens were crushing inward. A long scream rent the air. A merc was down. Carina lifted her canister to her lips and tipped it up. A scant few drops dribbled into her mouth. Empty! She had used it all. Another cry of agony came from the remaining soldiers. Blurring black shapes loomed large in her vision. Then she was gone. Chapter 27. Arms gripped her tightly around her waist and a small head buried itself in her stomach. "I thought you were going to die," Darius exclaimed, his voice muffled. "I'm still here." Carina put a hand on her brother's head, her heart thumping wildly from her narrow escape. "Don't worry, I'm still alive. Just." She turned to Jace, who stood nearby on the Duchess's bridge. If it hadn't been for his decision to stay with her until the last moment, she and the last few mercs to be transported would have died. "Thanks. I don't know how I—" He raised a hand to stop her. "A simple thanks is enough. But next time, remember what happened a moment ago. Accept the help that's offered to you. If we all insisted on tackling our problems alone, none of us would succeed. We need each other." She nodded, took a deep breath and exhaled. "Okay, I hear you." She scanned the bridge. Parthenia and Fern were healing the recently arrived mercs, and other soldiers were leaving on their way to their stations. Bryce and Atoy were nowhere to be seen. Oriana was lifting Nala into a seat. Xiao was already at the flight controls. "We need to get this ship moving," Carina said. "I'm detaching us from the Bathsheba," said Xiao. "Everyone, strap in." The pilot sent the same message over the ship's comm. Carina picked up Darius and thrust him into a seat, then took the next one. "Where's Bryce?" Her seat safety harness slid out and over her before automatically snapping closed. "He's okay," said Parthenia. "I healed him, but I'm all out of elixir. I need to make some more." "No time." "Everyone, strap in," Xiao repeated louder. They had to make a quick getaway before the Regions realized where they'd gone. The Bathsheba was too large and cumbersome to catch the Duchess, and her weaponry was mostly defensive. But the aliens must have arrived in another ship of their own. That vessel was an unknown quantity. A jerk signaled the decoupling of the Duchess from the colony ship. Xiao began to bring her about. Carina hoped the Regions had already discovered Mezban, Lomang, and the rest of the people in the refectory, so they wouldn't bother coming after the mercs. She felt bad about consigning Mezban's troops to a nasty fate, but she couldn't save everyone. As for Mezban, Lomang, and Papu, she didn't spare them a second thought. "Brace for acceleration," Xiao warned. The Duchess slammed forward. Carina grasped the arms of her seat as the G's hit, focusing on keeping her breathing shallow and fast. The interface screen to her left displayed a scanner-derived image of the surrounding space. On it was the asymmetrical bulk of the Bathsheba, and protruding from one of the colony ship's sides, the much smaller Peregrine. She cursed, realizing her mistake. The Duchess had seemed the obvious vessel to take. She had been home for a long time, even before Carina had found her family. And when she had returned to her to retrieve the bomb, she had been fairly certain no Regions were aboard. But the Peregrine was equipped with a particle beam, and she was faster than the merc ship. No point in wasting time on regrets. They'd taken the lesser ship, and that was that. The Regian's vessel wasn't visible, probably due to being obscured by the vast Bathsheba. She hoped the Duchess was a match for the alien ship. Xiao was pulling them away at an almost unendurable speed. Carina struggled to remain conscious. All the kids, including Parthenia, were out already, their heads lolling. A minute passed, and then 2. She imagined the situation aboard the Bathsheba. The Regians would have registered the departure of the Duchess. How would they react? Would they launch their own vessel? It would take time to crew her and move her from the lee of the colony ship. Carina reached out to the interface screen, fighting the acceleration force trying to pin her arm to her seat, and searched for nearby star systems. If the worst came to the worst and the Regians seemed about to recapture them, they might be able to escape to a planet. A star system appeared, containing one habitable world. Its gravity was 0.5 standard, but that would only make things easier if they ended up in a survival situation. Then she remembered an important point. The Bathsheba had nearly arrived at the Regians' intended destination. Damn! The planet she was looking at was one of theirs, and going there would be a death sentence. Something else caught her attention. Beyond the Regian system, an area of dark grey cloud hung in the void. The conglomeration of gases resembled a nebula, but it didn't look like any nebula she had ever seen. She switched the display to pure scan data and blinked. The figures were going haywire. Some movement was to be expected due to the Duchess's increasing velocity, but it should have been steady and predictable. The data was changing in a chaotic fashion. She couldn't make any sense of it. The grey cloud couldn't be a representation of a known object, but an attempt to show something unknown. In all the time she'd spent aboard starships, she'd never encountered something the computers couldn't identify. But the strange phenomenon outside the Regian star system was the least of her worries. They might need a planetary escape route, and none lay nearby. On the other hand, perhaps they wouldn't need a sanctuary. Several minutes had passed with no sign of pursuit. Were the Regians content with the humans still in their possession? She hardly dared hope so. The colony ship was a lost cause, and without the deep sleep capsules, the voyage to Earth would have to be postponed or even abandoned. But at least they would be safe. "Fuck!" Xiao exclaimed. Carina took a moment to see what had alarmed the pilot, but when she did, her heart sank into her boots. The Peregrine was pulling away from the Bathsheba. Who was flying her? It seemed weird the Regians would use an unfamiliar ship to try to catch them. Whatever the explanation, Mezban's destroyer was going to come after them, and unless a miracle also came their way, they were screwed. "What should I do?" Xiao yelled, though the bridge was nearly silent save for the hum of the Duchess's engines. Carina didn't know what to answer. In situations like these, Cadwallader would be the one giving the orders. Attoy was next in command, but she wasn't on the bridge, and the weapons officer was also absent. Just keep doing what you're doing." Straining with effort, she touched the interface again, opening the Duchess's weapon system. She brought all the pulse cannons online and readied them. "Do you know what you're doing?" asked Xiao, squinting over her shoulder. "Not exactly, but I'm the best we have right now." Part of her interface screen displayed the scan data. The Peregrine was advancing on them at breathtaking speed. She wondered if the Regians' exoskeletons allowed them to endure more Gs than humans could. She fixed her gaze on the data, her fingers hovering over the screen, waiting for the moment the destroyer came within range. Their only hope was to take the ship out before its particle beam fired. The beam's range was shorter than the Duchess's cannon, but a direct hit would cripple or destroy her. The numbers ticked down. A split second before they hit effective range, she pressed down, firing at exactly the right moment. The screen tracked the pulse's silent progress across space. The Peregrine fired defensively, and its own pulses annihilated most of the Duchess's long before they reached their target. One got through, however, and impacted the destroyer's hull, its energy splashing into space. The hit was nowhere near enough to slow the Peregrine's onward progress. The ship flew on, unaffected. The Duchess's pulse cannon powered up again. Carina fired, and again the bolts of pure energy sped across the void. The Peregrine's response was rapid and devastating. This time, none of the pulses made it through, and all the while the distance between the two ships was closing. She watched the readouts from the Duchess's cannon, willing them to operate faster, even though she knew it was hopeless, that the battle was already lost. Then the thing she'd been dreading happened. The Peregrine's particle beam lanced out. "No!" she whispered. "No!" A beat later she was thrown violently forward. The straps of her safety harness dug in painfully. The merc vessel's acceleration had abruptly cut out. The hum of her engines had been silenced. An almost inaudible click sounded, and she gently floated up from her seat, restrained only by her harness. "What's happened?" asked Parthenia groggily as she regained consciousness. "Did we get away? Oh!" She grabbed the straps holding her down. "Gravity's out," Carina said. "Along with the engines, I think. Shao?" "Yeah," the pilot said grimly. "They took the brunt of the hit from the particle beam. We're dead in the water." Only inertia was carrying the Duchess onward now. "Particle beam?" asked Parthenia. "From the Peregrine," Shao explained. The other children were also coming around. The pilot went on to briefly tell them what had happened. "I'll make some more elixir," Parthenia said, unfastening the straps of her harness. She floated free, turned in the air, and gripped the back of her seat as if about to push herself toward the door. "We don't have time," said Carina. She checked the interface. The destroyer had nearly caught up to them. "We can still fight back," Fern said. "We have weapons and—" "You're too young," interrupted Carina. Then Atoy opened a comm to her. "We can't suit up. All the armor has been moved to the Bathsheba, so we'll just have to do without. When they get here, let me know where they're gonna come through." "Shit," said Carina. She sagged, utterly defeated. The Peregrine would catch up to them in minutes, and without power from the engines, the pulse cannon were dead. They'd fought so hard and come so close to escape, but now the Regians were going to recapture them and take them to whatever horrors awaited on their planet. "The mages can't help you either. We're just about out of elixir. I hate to say it, but maybe we should surrender. If they take us to their planet, we might find a way to—" "What are you talking about?" Atoy's tone was harsh. "We fight. That's what the Black Dogs do. With or without armor and magical backup, if we die, it beats the alternative. Let me know where they're coming in." The comm went dead. At the same moment, the Duchess gave a slight judder. The Peregrine had arrived. But when Carina checked her interface, she saw the destroyer hadn't docked with the merc ship. Instead, a thick cable ran between the two vessels. The judder had been the impact of the grip of the end of the Peregrine's cable fastening onto the Duchess's hull. The cable tightened and straightened. The destroyer was beginning to slow down, and, now the vessels were joined, so was the merc ship. "They aren't going to board us," she told the room. "What?" Xiao also checked her screen. "Cowards!" "The Regians are going to tow us back to the Bathsheba," Carina explained to her siblings. "Where," she mentally added, "their huge numbers will overwhelm any defense we could mount." "Can we break the tow line?" Fern asked. "Without the engines, all our weapons are dead." "Maybe we could unlock it from the hull with a cast," Parthenia suggested. "We must have a little elixir left somewhere." "They would just reattach it. Unless we have a fixed destroyed engines cast, there's nothing we can do."
"Car,"
Atoy said angrily over her comm.
"Where?"
"Nowhere yet." She told her friend the situation. Atoy's curse was cut off as she closed the comm. The slowing of the Duchess increased abruptly, and Carina was thrown against her harness, hard. Parthenia flew across the bridge and hit the wall. She yelled with pain and remained spread-eagled against the vertical surface. "Stay where you are," Carina called out. "It's safer." "I don't have a lot of choice about it." After another minute, the bridge door opened. A hand grabbed each side of the doorway, and then Atoy glided in. She gripped the back of Xiao's seat to halt her progress.
"I have a suggestion,"
she said to Carina. "I'd love to hear it." Atoy glanced at the children and pushed off from the pilot's seat to bring herself close to Carina, holding on to an armrest while her legs floated in midair. She leaned down to bring her lips to Carina's ear.
"The Duchess can self-destruct. Cadwallader told me about it when I got my promotion."
Carina reared back in shock. "What the hell? What happened to we fight?"
"If it was just us against the Regians on the Peregrine, we might have stood a chance," Atoy replied quietly. "Not much of one, but a chance nevertheless. If we go up against all the aliens aboard the Bathsheba, it'll be a massacre. Like I said, death beats the only alternative we have open to us right now."
Carina gazed at the faces of her brothers and sisters as they watched her and her friend, unsure of what was being discussed. They were so young, only beginning their lives. Was dying really the best the future had to offer them? She had thought so once, after witnessing the suffering Ma had gone through. Rape, imprisonment, slavery, torture. She had risked so much for a chance at freedom for her family, thinking even if she died, even if they were all killed, it was better than living a life in torment. Now she was no longer so sure. So many times her family had been in situations that seemed hopeless, only for them to find a way out. No matter what they had to endure, there was always hope.
"We have to do it,"
Atoy urged.
"At this distance, we'll take out those fuckers on the destroyer too."
Carina stared at her friend. Risking death was one thing, but welcoming it with open arms? "No, absolutely not. I can't. I just can't." Atoy's lips thinned to a line and her eyes narrowed.
"Easy for you to say."
"What does that mean?"
"The Regians will keep you all alive. The rest of us will be dishes on the menu."
She turned and propelled herself out of the room. "Atoy!" Carina called after her. "Atoy!" Chapter 28. The mercs waited at the docking port. Though they weren't suited up, they'd found time during the short chase and retrieval of the Duchess to put on some clothes. A few were barefoot. Footwear hardly mattered in 0G. Perhaps they expected to die soon and never enter the artificial gravity of the Bathsheba. Within the merc ship, Parthenia and Jace were guarding Darius and Nala, and Fern and Oriana were desperately trying to make elixir. But their attempts while the Duchess was being towed to the colony ship had all been failures. Sustaining a fire in 0G seemed impossible. What does it matter? Carina thought. Even if the twins had managed to brew huge quantities of the stuff, the mages would only be able to forestall the inevitable. She couldn't see a way to defeat the hordes of Regions awaiting them, especially without armor to protect them from the creature's deadly acid. She could only hope an opportunity to escape would open up. Was Atoy right? Was she sacrificing the black dogs to a horrific fate in order to save the lives of her family? Her goal of returning to Earth had resulted in exposing her brothers and sisters to deathly danger many times, and weighed heavily enough on her mind. And then there was her execution of Sable Dirksen. If she hadn't killed the clan leader, the mercs might not even be here. Cadwallader might be alive. She squeezed her eyes shut and pushed the thought away. A jolt ended the forward progress of the Duchess. Most of the mercs were gripping handholds lining the Duchess's walls, but a few glided onward and hit the docking port hatch in a jumble. Jeers and insults erupted from the gathered soldiers as the men and women disentangled themselves to resume their positions. But Carina noticed an edge to the customary black-humoured banter. The dark jokes about wanting to be appetizers for the Regions and going for chemical skin peels sounded hollow, even desperate. Bryce was here, telling her with his eyes that he loved her. The young soldier who was Parthenia's friend was here too. Had the two of them even had a chance to speak? Atoy's face was hard and determined. She was in fight mode, but Carina guessed her friend remained angry with her for refusing to agree to self-destruct. What might Atoy now suffer due to her decision? She couldn't bear to think about it. Tense seconds ticked past. She strained her ears for the sound of the docking port being forced open, but no noises issued from it. What were the Regions doing? Why weren't they trying to board the Duchess and recapture the failed escapees? Atoy was cursing under her breath, and other mutterings arose from the rest of the mercs. Carina knew how they felt. The waiting was unbearable. It was also deeply puzzling. What possible reason could the Regions have for the delay? Didn't they intend to enter the merc's vessel at all? Did they plan on simply taking it along with the Bathsheba until they reached their planet? A tiny flame of hope flared. If the aliens were to leave them alone for a while, even a few hours, they could escape yet. The mages might figure out a way to make elixir, and she and Atoy would have time to think up a good plan. Ideas began to race through her head. Perhaps they could rig up some kind of massive flamethrower. If they could take out hundreds of Regions at once, and if the mages could split tens at a time, the mercs might be able to wipe up the rest. "Hey, Atoy!" Carina called. But as her friend turned her head, the screech of a forced metal mechanism sounded from the docking port hatch, setting her teeth on edge. The mercs readied their weapons. "What?" said Atoy. "Never mind." The screech intensified, and she winced at the painful noise. "Ready," Atoy warned. Crack! The hatch seal split, and the hatch swung inward. Beyond it lay the dimness of the Region-infested Bathsheba. A puff of chilled atmosphere hit Carina's face. Figures moved in the darkness, but they were not the figures she expected to see. "Fire!" yelled Atoy. Pulses blazed from the mercs' rifles, turning twilight into day on the Region side, revealing not the aliens, but Mezban's soldiers. And toward the rear of them stood Mezban herself and Lomang. The Regions had freed them and sent them to deal with the black dogs. The creatures had pitted human against human, relying on one side to betray the other. And it had worked. Mezban and Lomang had agreed to recapture the mercs and mages, perhaps in return for their own freedom. Had it been the smuggler and his spouse who had come after them in the Peregrine, it would explain why it had taken so long before the Duchess's port had been forced open. They would have needed the time to dock their ship at the Bathsheba. But the Regians' ploy might work in the Black Dog's favour. The mercs were used to fighting other soldiers, and though their lack of armour was a big disadvantage, they might win. Atoy was urging her soldiers forward, attempting to turn the defence into an offence. It was a desperate measure, but so was their situation. Also, they had a psychological edge. Mezban's troops would remember keenly that the mercs had defeated them once before, and they might fear they would do so again. A forward push from the Black Dogs could trigger them into turning tail. Carina berated herself for not spacing the lot of them, especially Mezban and Lomang. She hadn't spared the latter due to mercy. She'd simply been too busy arranging the mages and mercs' escape, and had assumed the Regians would take care of them. The fighting intensified as Mezban's soldiers fired volley after volley. The mercs were forced back and into the few available spaces to shelter. Something flew through the open port and landed with a metallic clunk. Grenade! A convulsion ran through the sheltering men and women. A man ran forward, bent and scooped up the device. It was Parthenia's friend. He made ready to throw the grenade back through the port, but before he could, he collapsed. He fell heavily, unconscious before he hit the deck, landing with the grenade under him. The mercs closest to him began to drop where they stood, their eyes closing and their knees buckling. The effect passed through the soldiers like an invisible ripple. A moment after the first man had fallen, it hit Carina. The device one of Mezban's troops had thrown into the Duchess wasn't a grenade. It was a canister of gas, knockout gas. Within minutes it would be circulated through the air filtration system, and all aboard the Duchess would be unconscious and could be safely taken prisoner. The gas reached her, and blackness swooped down. Chapter 29. Parthenia woke up on her back on what felt like cold, hard tile. She opened her eyes. She was looking at a ceiling that seemed familiar, yet it was not at all what she expected. Groggily, she tried to figure out what had happened. The last thing she remembered was being aboard the Duchess, trying to keep Darius and Nala occupied, while the Regians towed the ship to the Bathsheba. Nala had been telling a fanciful story about a kingdom of horses, the animals they'd ridden on Pyrene. The horses could talk, and they were debating about which of them should be their new king and queen. Darius had been watching her, entranced as always by her tales. The ship had come to a halt, which meant they'd reached their destination. She had been thinking that if the Black Dogs failed to fight off the Regians, an almost impossible task, the aliens would soon come for her and her siblings. Oriana and Fern had been struggling to start a fire. If only they had more elixir. The twins had enclosed splinters of wood in a wire mesh to hold them together in the 0G, and where was she? She shook the fog from her mind. As she sat up, she recognized her surroundings immediately. She was in the Bathsheba's refectory, where Lomang and Mezban had imprisoned the mercs after taking them out of stasis, and they were all back here again. Around her lay, sat and stood the men and women of the Black Dogs. She started in fear. Where were her brothers and sisters? She swung around and then exhaled in relief. All her siblings except Carina were lying behind her, still unconscious. What had happened, and where was her sister? How had she and everyone else gotten from the merc ship to the colony vessel? She couldn't recall a thing since that final moment in the Duchess's galley. Hey! Carina was standing over her. Her sister reached out a hand and pulled her to her feet. They hugged, and Carina looked her in her eyes. "How are you feeling?" "Okay, I just don't understand. They gassed the ship, knocked us all unconscious. Then they carried us here, I guess. Are you sure you're okay? Yes, just about. In truth, she still felt befuddled. Do you still have your translator and comm? She put a hand to her chest and touched her ear. I do. I never took them off. Great. I have mine too. It'll help a lot if we can understand what the Regians are saying. I suppose it will. She rubbed her forehead. Sorry, I'm still groggy. On the floor next to her, Fern and Oriana were beginning to stir, though Darius and Nala remained out of it. Perhaps their smaller bodies took longer to process the gas. Carina said, I know it's a lot to handle. Parthenia, you were a tremendous help to me before when we set the bomb and escaped. If it weren't for Lomang and Mezban, we might have made it. Now we're going to have to pull another stunt or two. Are you up to it? I need you. Of course I'll help. Carina squeezed her upper arm and then strode off, no doubt on her way to talk to someone about a plan. Parthenia was gratified and comforted by her sister's praise and faith in her. It seemed their relationship had turned a corner. The change in Carina's attitude had been a long time coming, but now it had arrived. It was very welcome. She spotted Jace talking to Bryce. She waved to get the mage's attention, hoping he would come over. She wanted to talk to him, but she didn't want to leave the children. They would be confused and scared as they came around. Jace noticed her, said something to Bryce, and began to head toward her, but the refectory doors suddenly drew back. Armed soldiers poured in, barking orders, telling everyone to move back. The mercs froze for a moment, hesitating. Then a group, Atoy among them, rushed the troops, trying to grab their weapons. But the soldiers quickly responded with stun rounds and cracked their rifle butts on the resistors' skulls. The skirmish was soon over, and the remaining black dogs waited, tense and angry. Meanwhile, the rest of Mezban's troops formed a wedge, its point protruding into the room and the wide base blocking the exit. The soldiers at the outer edge of the formation scanned the prisoners until one pointed at something and spoke to his buddy. The two marched forward, joined by a third. They were heading for Carina. Mercs drew together in front of her, but the soldiers aimed their rifles at them. Carina pushed her defenders aside and walked forward to meet the oncoming soldiers. One of them took out a black bag, and another went behind her and tied her wrists together. Carina's gaze sought Parthenia's. Just before the bag was lowered over her head, she called out, "Look after the kids!" "I will!" Parthenia shouted back, her heart in her mouth. She watched, aghast, as the soldiers led Carina away, guiding her roughly. She stumbled, and a soldier dragged her to her feet, drawing rumbles of displeasure from the black dogs. She disappeared into the wedge of soldiers, and a line of disturbance formed as she was led through them and out of the room. "Parthenia, where are we?" Darius asked. He had finally woken up, and so had Nala. Oriana and Fern were now fully conscious, but they'd remained quiet, apparently immediately understanding the gravity of the situation. "Shh," Parthenia whispered. "Don't move. Stay down." As she returned her attention to Mezban's troops, another of them lifted an arm and pointed. He was pointing at her. She started and took a step back. Again, 3 soldiers marched out from the wedge. "No!" a voice in the crowd yelled. She saw Camille running toward her, but a soldier fired at him. He fell, hitting his head on the edge of a table as he went down. "Camille!" She managed only a few steps in his direction before the soldiers reached her. One grabbed her arm and twisted it behind her back. She screamed in pain. "Don't hurt my sister!" Darius yelled. "Let me go," she pleaded. She couldn't be taken away like Carina. She had to stay with her brothers and sisters. She struggled and fought, but the men were much stronger than her. Her other arm was pulled inexorably behind her. Large, rough hands drew her wrists together, and something snapped closed around them. With horror, she saw a black bag open in front of her face. She fought again, desperately trying to wrench herself free, dreading the idea of the suffocating black material over her head. She heard Nala cry out, "Leave her alone!" "No, please," she begged. "Please, I have to stay with—" The bag descended and darkness smothered her. Again she screamed. She writhed and kicked, threshing like a wild thing. Pain exploded in her stomach. She had been stunned. She had a faint sensation of hands lifting her, but after that, nothing. Chapter 30. The next time she awoke, she was in utter darkness, and the air felt unbearably humid and close. She could barely breathe. When she tried to move, her wrists sent out stabbing pains and her arms ached. She turned her head and her mouth touched textile. Instantly, everything came flooding back. Mezban's soldiers, Carina being taken away, the black bag over her head, and the stunning pulse round. She twisted and felt a flat, smooth surface underneath her. Her wrists complained louder. Panic rose. She couldn't bear the idea of the bag covering her eyes, nose, and mouth. Her breathing quickened until she was panting in fear. What if the bag didn't allow in enough air? She already felt lightheaded and nauseated. Am I already running out of oxygen? Help! Please, take this bag off me, please! The thick material muffled her voice. She struggled to sit up, wriggling her shoulders and pressing down with her sore wrists. Sweat prickled her face and neck. When she was finally sitting, she leaned forward and shook her head, trying to dislodge the stifling bag. Then she had an idea. She bent farther forward and opened her knees. As soon as she felt the material of the bag brush her kneecaps, she closed her knees again. Holding them together firmly, she lifted her head, drawing off the bag. She was still in darkness, but now she could breathe. As she leaned back in relief, her back hit a wall. She reached out with her fingertips to touch it, cold metal. She shuffled sideways on her bottom and quickly encountered another wall. Moving in the opposite direction brought the same result. She tried to stand, but before she rose much higher than kneeling position, the crown of her head struck the ceiling. She walked forward on her knees. A few steps brought her to a fourth wall. She was inside a windowless metal box, every dimension measuring less than 1.5 meters. The panic she'd successfully fought off began to return. Her pulse raced. How long would she have to stay here? Would the Regians leave her here forever? They wanted her mage skills. It made no sense to let her suffocate or die of thirst, yet she couldn't rid herself of the fear. She lay down and curled up on her side, closing her eyes against the darkness. Images of her brothers and sisters as she'd last seen them in the Bathsheba's refectory flickered through her mind. Where were they all now? Were they all inside metal cubes like hers? Were they alone and frightened too? Tears dripped from the side of her face onto the floor. So much for her brave assertion she would help Carina. All the Regians had to do was to put her in a box, and she was a wreck. Through her feelings of weakness and helplessness, she became aware of a vibration through the floor and realized she recognized the sensation. It was the throb of a starship engine. Was she still aboard the Bathsheba? She didn't recall noticing the vibration of the colony ship's engines before. She had assumed the vessel's size dampened them out. So, if she wasn't on the Bathsheba, was she on the Region ship? Or was she already aboard a shuttlecraft and being taken down to their planet? Their world had to be her final destination. What would happen there? She shuddered. The aliens would want her to cast for them, that much was certain. Should she? Or should she fake terror like she had before? Not very much faking would be required. Parthenia didn't know how long she'd been trapped inside the cube, except that it seemed like hours. She had pushed against all the sides, the ceiling and the floor, until she was exhausted. After that, she had lain on her side for a long time, trying to mentally still her fears. Finally, she'd fallen asleep and dreamt about being trapped at the bottom of a deep well, the water gradually rising. She could see the bright circle of the opening, and peering down at her was her father, laughing and waving. She called out to him as the water rose above her shoulders and crept up her neck, imploring him to throw down a rope and pull her up, but he'd only laughed louder. When the water was above her nose, she woke up, at first relieved to realize it had only been a nightmare, and then despairing when she understood she remained in the box. With some difficulty, she turned over in order to ease her aches. She felt like crying again, but she was all out of tears. In all the dangerous and terrifying situations she'd been in, since Carina had rescued her and her siblings from the Shurers, she didn't think she'd encountered any quite as horrible or dire as this. As she lay down on her other side, however, she noticed something had changed. Something was different. She sat up and looked around, trying to penetrate the pitch dark. No chink of light offered itself, and no breath of current stirred the air. Yet she was certain she wasn't imagining the alteration. She inhaled sharply. The floor was no longer vibrating. Before she had time to process the fact, one side of the box fell open and hit the floor with a deafening clang. She grimaced as light and chill air flooded in. She blinked and shivered, catching a glimpse of the interior of a chamber, and through an opening, a dark grey landscape beyond. A Region stepped in front of her, its long articulated legs obscuring her view. She uttered a short scream and drew back. The lid of the box lifted and the remaining sides collapsed. More Regions stood around her. She cringed, drawing in her shoulders and knees. "No eyes, no see." The voices were coming from her comm. The translator still hung around her neck. No eyes, no see? What did the Regions mean? Were they going to put out her eyes? Sheer terror overcame her. She leapt to her feet on wobbling legs and tried to run. A pincered limb rose and pushed her shoulder, and she toppled down, but not as hard as she expected. She felt curiously light. The gravity on the Region's planet was less than standard. 2 more sets of pincers picked up the black bag lying on the floor of the box. "No, not that again. I'll keep my eyes closed, I promise." But if the Regions understood her, they didn't care about her horror of the bag. In another moment, it was over her head again. Pincers plucked at her clothes and then fastened on her shirt with a firm hold before dragging her upward. The curved tips of more pincers prodded her back and backside, encouraging her to move. She managed to stagger upright and walk. Walking in darkness, knowing if she tripped she couldn't break her fall with her hands, was deeply unnerving. Where were they taking her, and what would happen when she arrived? Did they understand she needed elixir in order to cast? How would she communicate the ingredients she needed or the process? And if she couldn't make them understand, what would they do? She had heard the Regians regarded humans as food. If they thought she was useless to them, would they? She swallowed and concentrated on putting one foot in front of the other. Almost as bad as her horror of being eaten alive was her concern for her brothers and sisters. Protecting her siblings had been part of her life for as far back as she could remember, first from their father and later from the many dangers that had faced them. But now they were beyond her care. Would she ever see them again? She would do whatever she could to survive. She would cast for the aliens. They weren't like her father. They didn't understand the things mages could do. She would find out where Carina and her other siblings were being held, and they would escape the Regians' world together, somehow. Then she remembered Camille. Was he already on the planet too? She needed to find him and the rest of the mercenaries. She couldn't leave them all to be eaten. The stony ground suddenly sloped downward, and she stumbled. Her knees impacted sharp edges that cut into her skin. She cried out in pain as Regian's words came through her comm. Move, walk, step, walk, run. She climbed to her feet, her breath puffing out the material of the bag. Blood dribbled down her legs. She walked on carefully, trying to avoid falling again. The slope grew steeper until she was struggling to remain upright, though the ridges helped her to grip the ground. As she had been walking, a rustling noise had risen around her, a noise that was horribly familiar. She knew from the fight with the Regians in the Bathsheba's gym that she was hearing the creatures' bodies rub up against each other. She was clearly in some kind of Regian habitation. After she'd been walking for about 20 minutes, the ground quickly evened out and she could tread more easily again. A jab from a pincer pushed her in another direction. A new, gentler slope appeared beneath her feet, and at the same time an odour arose from the base of the bag enclosing her head. A musty, cloying, sickening stench, like the fungus Father used to like to eat, mixed with the smell of rotting meat. Something long and hard cracked against her shins, and she tumbled forward, her face smacking into the ground. But it didn't hurt badly. The low, sharp ridges had been replaced by a soft substance that cushioned her fall. Before she could rise again, the bag was ripped from her head. Chapter 31. I told you once I was your nemesis, said Mesban, smirking, and I was correct. Carina knelt at the woman's feet, held there by Papu's hand on her shoulder. She guessed the audience with Mesban and Lomang was a short stop on her way to somewhere else, in the company of the Regians. The aliens crowded at the door of the small room. She could hear the creature's words through her comm. Bring them, soon, enough, near, finish. This isn't over yet, Carina replied. You're going to regret what you've done, and then we'll see who's the nemesis around here. You're right, it isn't over, though for you it will be shortly. But before you go to live out the rest of your sad, incarcerated life on the Regians' planet, I want something. Tell me where you've hidden the Ember Gems. I know you must have taken them from the Zenobia. Mesban leaned forward, and her dark hair hung down, partially obscuring her face, but her eyes glinted like the precious stones of which she spoke. Carina had almost forgotten about the jewellery Lomang had stolen from his wife, prompting her to follow his sorry ass all the way to another galactic sector. She had only given a couple of the beautiful gems as payment for repairing and refitting the Duchess. It took her a moment to recall what had happened to the rest. Then she remembered. At the beginning of their journey, after the mercs had captured the Bathsheba, she had put the stones in a safe in a storage room, along with the ancient mage documents. I don't have the jewels anymore. I traded them all at Martha's Rest. Mesban snorted with laughter. For what? A city? A country? That's their worth. How was I to know their value? I got what I needed with them. That was all I cared about. The likelihood of her ever seeing the stones again was looking extremely remote, but she was damned if she was going to give them up to this despicable traitor of her own kind. So it was you who came after us in the destroyer? I thought it was the Regions.
It was indeed,
Lomang replied, his hands folded on his fattened belly.
We offered, you see, knowing only the Peregrine could catch you and incapacitate your ship.
You're even stupider than I thought. You did the Regions' dirty work when you could have flown away freely. That would have meant giving up the Ember Gems, replied Mesban. But you would have gotten away with your lives. Do you really think the Regions are just going to let you leave?
They will.
Lomang nodded sagely, repeating,
They will. But you won't see it. After you and your family are gone, we will return to our home world and live out our lives in peace. And perhaps one day we will have the opportunity to purchase another intersector ship, and we will journey again into your sector and relieve it of the best of its wares.
Not without my jewels, we won't, Mesban spat, giving her husband a deathly glare. He ducked his head, immediately subdued. Mesban rose to her feet. Where are they? Carina smiled. I told you, I don't have any left. And even if I did have some hidden away somewhere, what are you going to threaten me with if I refuse to hand them over? Imprisonment? Torture? My family turned into slaves? The black dogs consumed by monsters? The woman strode over and slapped her hard across the cheek. Is that the best you've got? Carina asked, unfazed. I'd leave the beating of the prisoners to your brother-in-law if I were you. Tell me where you've hidden my gems! Mesban stamped one of her little feet. Or Papu will batter you within an inch of your life. Carina shrugged. It wouldn't be for the first time, and he won't actually kill me. You can't afford to anger the Regions. Nine-Eye had taught her mind control techniques that would enable her to shut out the pain from a sustained beating, though she would feel the effects while she recovered. She was more worried about her siblings, as well as Bryce, Jace, and the black dogs. She was the only one who knew the location of the gems. If Mesban got it into her tiny mind that someone else might know the secret, she might attempt to extract it from them by force. Voices came through her comm. Finish! No, wait! Bring them! Soon! So you've lost the Bathsheba, she said. All the contraband you were smuggling, and the Ember Gems. And now you're about to lose your miserable lives. It might not look like it just yet, but I think I'm actually going to come out the winner here. My family and I will survive, and soon we'll have our liberty too. The Regions might keep us captive for a short while, but we'll find a way to escape. It isn't hard for mages. We will not lose our lives, Mesban seethed. It is you who has lost. You've lost everything. Carina looked over her shoulder at the Regions gathered in the doorway. You know what? Regions have been raiding the district where I grew up for centuries. So long, in fact, they've become part of the local mythology. The same is true in your culture, right? That means they've been capturing humans and bringing them here for a very long time. Easily long enough to learn our languages well. I bet they understand more of our speech than you think. My guess is they've overheard both of you talking about the Ember Gems, and the only reason they're allowing us this time together is because they want to discover the stone's location for themselves. If I were to tell you where I may have hidden them, they'll have everything they wanted. Mages, the Black Dogs, you and your soldiers, and finally the Ember Gems. As soon as I name the hiding place, they'll probably come in here right away to grab you." Mezban's features fell, and she glanced at her husband. He returned her gaze with fear in his eyes. "You have discussed the jewels around the Regions, haven't you?" Pallor overtaking the rich olive of her skin, Mezban returned uncertainly to her seat.
"It's all nonsense,"
said Papu, his deep voice rumbling.
"Your soldiers are armed, Mezban. The Regions would never have allowed them to carry weapons if they didn't intend to let us leave."
Lomang relaxed and grinned.
"You are right, dear brother."
He turned to his wife.
"Papu speaks the truth, my dear. We have nothing to fear. The mage is only trying to beguile us, as is her way. We mustn't listen to her drivel."
He focused on Carina.
"You have one chance remaining to tell us where you hid the gems, or suffer the consequences."
Leaning forward and narrowing his eyes, he said,
"You can do your magic with only one hand, right?"
"Are you sure your soldiers are still armed? Do you even know where they are?" Mezban started with alarm and peered beyond the Regions outside the room.
"Take no notice,"
Lomang said.
"She's only trying to frighten and confuse us."
To Carina he said,
"I'm warning you, one final chance."
She sighed. "I guess there's only one way of finding out which of us is right. No, we no longer want to know where the jewels are. Lomang, we must leave."
"I'm telling you, she's fooling us, dear wife. She's only angry she must give up the gems to us before she enters into slavery. She hopes to get her revenge by tricking us into leaving without them."
"I do not want the stones!" Mezban exclaimed. "You don't?" Carina asked. "Oh, but I insist. Let me tell you where you can find them. They're—" "Be silent!" yelled Mezban. "Papu, knock her out. I don't want her to utter another word. Lomang, if you don't come with me, I'm leaving without you. I'll take the peregrine, and the Regions can have you."
"Papu, don't touch her,"
said Lomang.
"Let her speak."
Papu looked from the wife to the husband, as if unsure who to obey. The hand on Carina's shoulder relaxed. "You idiot!" Mezban shrieked at Lomang. "Why did I ever marry you? You've brought me nothing but trouble. You're too stupid even to understand how stupid you are. You've stolen from me, lied, cheated, dragged me into your ridiculous schemes, and ruined my life." The small woman was working herself into a paroxysm of fury. Her face glowed red, her eyes looked about to pop from their sockets, and her hands clenched and unclenched at her sides. Despite her personal worries, Carina couldn't help but chuckle. Lomang was dumb, sure enough, but so was Mezban, just in a different way. If the woman had been smart, she would have left a couple of minutes ago and been on her way to her ship. The Regions might have been caught unawares, and she could have escaped. But instead, her temper had gotten the better of her. She'd missed her opportunity, and now she was going to pay. Carina stood up. "I hid the gems in the viewing dome." None of the humans present heard her. Lomang was attempted to soothe his irate wife while she ranted and railed at him, hitting his chest with her tiny fists. And Papu was watching them with sad resignation. Carina cleared her throat and repeated herself, louder. "I hid the gems in the viewing dome." Mezban heard her and turned, her jaw dropping open, words drying in her mouth. The Regions shifted restlessly, scraping their carapaces against each other. Carina faced the aliens. The viewing dome at the top of the ship where I set the bomb. I hid the gems behind the bar. They might still be there. Though Lomang and Mezban were out of her immediate sight, she was sure she could feel them freeze. The aliens stopped moving, and for a moment all was silent and still. All hell broke loose. Regians surged into the room and grabbed Carina with their pincers, tugging her toward the door. She looked back. Mezban screamed as the aliens reached her. Papu tried to run and was drowned in a sea of black carapaces. Lomang gaped when the creatures descended on him, appearing amazed at this ill turn of fate against all his expectations. As Carina was dragged away and the black bag was thrust over her head once more, she smiled a grim smile of satisfaction. Chapter 32. Parthenia vigorously rubbed the 2 pieces of organic fibrous material together. She'd lost count of the time she'd performed the same action, all with the identical result: no fire, not even a thread of smoke. Her fingers were raw from her efforts, and her back ached from crouching over the shallow depression she'd dug in the floor of the pit where the Regians had put her. The method had worked for Fern on Ostalon when Carina had transported them to different places on the planet. She was sure she was doing it right, according to what he'd told her. Perhaps the material was too damp. Everything was damp down here in the Regian city. The air was so humid it was as if you could wring water out of it. Her hair had turned into a ball of frizz, and her clothes felt moist to the touch. It was also cold. She was chilled to the bone. She could almost feel the water in the atmosphere leaching the heat from her. If only she could make a fire. It wouldn't only allow her to cast as the Regian king had commanded. The flames would also help to keep her warm. She was no splicer, but she knew her health would quickly decline in the conditions, and she might have only days to live. A shadow moved above her, shifting the meagre light that penetrated from the Regian metropolis above. Her guard was checking on her again. Ready. Now. King. No, I'm not ready. I can't make fire. Can you bring me some type of fire? I need naked flames. If you can do that, I'll cast for your king. Not word. Ready. Now. King. No, she exclaimed, standing up. I need fire. Fire, fire, fire. Why can't you understand? How can you not know what fire is? One of the first things humans learned to do was to make fire. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, when we were hardly more than animals. How can you build cities and starships, and yet you can't make fire? Not word. King, wait. Anger, ready. Infest family. Oh, she shuddered. She didn't know exactly what the guard meant by infest family, but it sounded bad. Please apologize to your king for me. Say, I'm really sorry. I need more time. The guard didn't move for some moments. Then the light shifted again and the creature was gone. Parthenia flopped down and picked up the pieces of fibrous material. Doggedly she rubbed them over the shredded embers in the depression. The guard had tried to bring her everything she'd asked for. The container seemed to be fashioned from a shell, and the opening was a little narrow, but it would suffice. The water was so murky she hadn't dared to drink it yet, though she was dreadfully thirsty. The metal... How did the Regians have metal if they couldn't understand the concept of fire? The metal was perfect, fine filings. Perhaps the only problem was that the aliens didn't know the word fire. They definitely appeared to struggle to understand other things she'd said. She stopped rubbing and held up the objects in her hands for inspection. Each about the size of her fist, they were flat on one side and tangled with something like bristles on the other. The inner surfaces were worn smooth from friction. At first she had thought they might be a kind of root from a tree or shrub, but now she wasn't at all confident the material was wood. Recalling her glimpse of the landscape, she wouldn't have been surprised if no trees grew on the Region planet. She hadn't seen any vegetation, and the sky had been thick with dark clouds. Perhaps she had arrived here in the evening, but she had a feeling the place was always like that. On the Bathsheba, the aliens had set the lights to low levels, which must have been how they felt most comfortable. If their world didn't contain wood, then her efforts were hopeless. She would never make elixir, never cast for the king, and her family would be infested, whatever that meant. She would probably be infested too. She put down the pieces of material and wrapped her arms around herself, trying to retain the remaining warmth in her body. She sniffed as thin mucus threatened to drip from her nose. If she couldn't cast, perhaps there was another answer to her predicament. She mentally went over what she knew. When the bag had been taken off her head, the first sight to greet her was a bloated creature that looked nothing like the other Regions. Its thick, segmented body lay on the floor of the chamber, about 2 meters wide and tall, and an unknown length, as she'd been unable to see the end of it. If the creature had legs, they were clearly not substantial enough to bear its weight. At one of its sides, Regions were collecting small egg-shaped objects the aliens seemed to be producing from somewhere in its large bulk. The chamber had been as dark as everywhere else, lit only by phosphorescent spots on the ceiling. The walls were sleek and dark, while the floor was soft and damp, like thick, deep leaf mold in an old forest. She'd been too terrified to speak at first, but as the silence surrounding her grew, she understood the aliens expected her to say something. If she said the wrong thing, she might immediately be hauled off to a Region kitchen. Bizarrely, the lessons in diplomacy and oratory she'd taken while growing up on Ithia came to the forefront of her mind. She stood up slowly, watching for signs from the Regions that her behavior was acceptable. When she was upright, she bowed. "My name is Parthenia. Alien, host, special, alien, creature, king, perform illusion." She touched her earcom. The deluge of words was overwhelming. "Please, just one of you speak. I can't understand you." "King." "Aye, king. Alien." "King?" The creature looked the least like any king she might have imagined. She assumed the alien was her. She bowed again. "I am very pleased to meet you, king." "Special illusion, creature power." "It is not an illusion, your majesty. I do have a special power, which I would be happy to offer in your service." Serving the king of the Regions was the last thing she wanted to do, but some dissembling could buy her the time and opportunity she needed to rescue the captives from the Bathsheba. "Power, show, ability, perform, alien." "I can't do it without elixir. If you will allow me to make the liquid I need, I will demonstrate my power." "Liquid bring power." "Yes, the liquid helps to give me my power." "Bring liquid, ability." A moment later, something poked her back. A Region was standing behind her, carrying a bowl filled with an opaque liquid that might have been water. "No, not water. I need elixir. Only I can make it. If you can give me..." She had told the creature everything she needed, but it appeared her requests would take some time to fulfill, because the Regions had removed her from her audience with the king and taken her to the pit. Along the way, she'd seen parts of the habitation. The aliens lived underground, which wasn't surprising considering the barren hostility of life on the surface. The tough chitinous substance that comprised the walls and ceilings in the king's chamber was the material of choice for the low windowless rooms that lined the passages. The creatures also seemed to favour the soft, dank floors everywhere she passed. Perhaps it was comfortable for their pincered feet. The end to her journey, when it had come, had been abrupt and unexpected. One moment she'd been walking down a dimly lit thoroughfare, flanked by 2 Regions, and the next one of them had sharply shoved her, and she'd found herself falling down a near vertical slope. In the poor light conditions she hadn't noticed the hole in the ground she'd been pushed into. She had a split second to fear the impact at the bottom before she hit it, though the soft landing and low gravity meant she was unhurt. After a few moments, her eyes adjusted to the even lower level of light, and she'd seen she was basically in a hole in the ground, about 3 meters wide. There was nothing for her to sit or lie on, no food and no water. The opening to the shaft she'd fallen down was beyond her reach, though the shaft itself was only a couple of meters long. Summing up her situation, it didn't look good. She wasn't ever going to be able to make elixir. Eventually the king's patience would run out, and her family would be infested. She had to try something else, and she had to act fast. Chapter 33. Atoy's words echoed in Carina's head. Easy for you to say, the Regions will keep you all alive. The rest of us will be dishes on the menu. Her friend was right, of course. The power she'd often considered as much of a disadvantage as a benefit, the ability that made mages a target for exploitation, could be the very thing to save her and her family. But the realization brought her little joy. The men and women of the Black Dogs had always been more than hired mercenaries to her. She had grown from a kid to a woman among them, and though they'd first fought for her because they were being paid, the lines of her relationship with them had since softened. They'd joined her on the epic journey across the galaxy. They were no longer employees, but companions. She couldn't allow them to come to harm on the Region's planet. When she'd figured out a way to escape, she wouldn't be leaving unless she could bring every single merc with her. She slumped against the side of the box the aliens had confined her in. It was the most comfortable position she could find in the small cube. From the movement she'd felt, she guessed she'd arrived on their world, and it was only a matter of time until one side of the box fell open, and a cold, damp gust of air blew in. She shivered and peered out into the darkness. She'd expected something brighter than the pitch black of the box's interior, but if it hadn't been for the sound of the side falling and the fresh breeze, she wouldn't have known what had happened. She guessed it was nighttime and cloudy. Her body felt light, and she recalled the planet's low gravity. The lid of the box lifted, and the remaining sides collapsed. She shivered. The chill wind was almost a gale, and she couldn't see a thing. She could hear stuff, though. The familiar rustle of Region's carapaces in contact with each other. Pincers plucked at her clothes, encouraging her to rise. "You can talk to me," she said. "I can understand you." Neither Lomang nor Mesban had thought to take the translator from her, either due to their stupidity or because they didn't think they would need it. She guessed they were regretting their omission now, or maybe not. Maybe it was better not to know how your captors planned to fricassee you. "No eyes, no see. Damn it! You want me to wear the stupid bag? Go ahead, put it back on me. I'm as good as blind right now anyway." Removing the bag had been the first thing she'd done after the creatures had forced her into the box. The Regions clearly didn't want her to see their ship or wherever they planned to take her. The small sack was thrust over her head, and the aliens began to prod her back. "Okay, I'm moving, see?" She shuffled forward, feeling with her toes for unevenness and obstacles. At the same time, she strained her ears, listening for sounds of the Regian's other captives, her family in particular. The kids would be terrified, though Parthenia would be able to provide some comfort and help to keep them safe. What would she do without her sister? She hoped she'd finally healed the rift between them. Suddenly the ground disappeared from beneath her feet and she plummeted. She screamed, but her cry was cut off as she hit a soft surface, falling quickly to her knees and then onto her side. Pincers poked her body. She heard a snip and her hands were free. Instantly she ripped the bag from her head, just in time to see the door to her new confinement close. Here there was light and odour, a terrible odour. She jumped up and ran to the grid that separated her from her surroundings. The Regian who had cut through her wrist binding and closed her cage door was leaving. She could see no other aliens in the place, only humans. Clutching the wires in horror and dismay, her gaze roved the scene, her mind almost unable to take in what she was seeing. Hundreds of people lay on the ground, under a strange pale green light emitted by some kind of phosphorescent plant. The people were unclothed and lying face upward, alive but barely moving. The reason for their position was obvious. Each person had a pillow-shaped object fixed to their stomach. Strings of the hard oblong cases hung from the ceiling to the floor. The sight sparked a flashback. She had seen the strings before, in the Regian's viewing dome, when she and Parthenia had planted the bomb. What were they? Why had the Regians stuck the objects to the people's stomachs? She reached through the grid. "Hey!" she called to the nearest person, who lay only a few meters away. "Hey! Can you hear me?" The woman's eyes flickered and her mouth moved, but no sound came out. Then Carina saw the source of the sickening stench. Only the people nearest to her were alive. Beyond them, in the center of the underground space, lay corpses. Blackened and rotting, some almost skeletal. They also carried the Regians' cases on their stomachs, though these cases had softened and collapsed. She dropped to her knees, and tears of dismay and pity filled her eyes. This was what happened to the people the Regians took from the poor settlements they raided. They didn't eat them. To be eaten would at least be a quick death, not this dreadful torture. In happier times, as a child, she'd loved to study insects. She'd found everything about them fascinating, what they ate, the homes they built, how they reproduced, and their life cycles. An idea of what was happening to the people forced its way into her stricken mind, and she turned to one side and vomited. A scream cut through the torment of her thoughts. The sound abruptly stopped, and she heard a dull, soft thump. Someone else had fallen into the chamber. She heard a child weeping. "Who's that? Is that you, Darius? Nala?" The sobs stopped. "Carina," Oriana replied. "You're here too. Oh, what's that dreadful smell?" It was difficult to see in the dim light, but from the direction of her voice, Oriana appeared to be in a cell on the other side of the chamber. "I'm opposite you, I think. Oriana, do you have a bag over your head? If you do, don't take it off." What could she tell her sister as an explanation? She had to prevent her from seeing the heart-wrenching, dreadful spectacle of the Regian's other human captives. "Huh? Just don't take the bag off." Oriana began to hyperventilate. Carina could hear her great hoops of breath across the chamber. "It's horrible, horrible," when she seemed to get over her shock a little. Carina, what's happening to those poor people?
I don't know, she replied, though she thought she did. Try not to look at them. I don't think there's anything we can do to help them. Fern arrived next, and Carina went through the same process with her brother. When Darius and Nala were dropped into the chamber, she thought she might have better success at persuading them to leave their bags on, but she didn't. The youngest children also saw the horror. As far as she could tell, her brothers and sisters were confined at roughly equal distances around the circular space. To her right and left stood cells like hers, but empty. The Regians seemed to want to keep the mages as far apart as they could. Nala had been the last to arrive. After Carina had done her best to calm her little sister, she waited for the expected fifth sibling, but she didn't appear. Finally she asked, "When was the last time you saw Parthenia?" Oriana replied, "We haven't seen her for a long time. The soldiers took her right after they took you." "You don't know what happened to her?" "No," said Fern. "We all came here together, but not Parthenia. We don't know where she is." "Shit! Where was the oldest of her sisters?"
Chapter 34. Parthenia's heart drummed against her breastbone as she contemplated her plan. Time was running out fast. The guard could come back at any minute, and if she was caught, the Regians would put her somewhere she had zero prospect of escape. She had to move, but her limbs seemed frozen. Hot blood generated by fear had driven out the intense chill that had invaded her body, and her skin was slick with sweat. "I'm going to do it," she murmured. "I will do it." Still, she remained motionless. "Now! I'm doing it now!" Somehow she forced her reluctant arm to reach out. She dug her fingers into the wall and pulled out a large chunk. Like the floor, the material was very soft and damp. She dropped the chunk and pulled out another handful with her other hand. Casting the stuff aside, she grabbed the edges of the hole and pulled them away, widening the gap. It had to be at least as wide as her. What would come next made her gasp with trepidation, but now she'd begun, she knew she wouldn't stop, not unless she died in her attempt. She ripped into the wall, yanking out thick pieces and creating a pile on the floor. When the hole was sufficiently wide and deep, she would stand on the pile to climb up into it. From then on, she only had to dig upward, all the way to the surface, dropping the humus below her. Within a minute, she'd made a deep excavation, and she was struggling to reach the top of it to pull out more material. She tried standing on the pile, but it squashed down nearly flat under her weight. Darn it! She jumped to reach further and succeeded in deepening the hole, but soon she was stymied again. It wasn't going to work. Not this way. She took a break, panting, as she tried to figure out a solution. Above her, the steady, dull light dimmed. She held her breath. Had the guard come back? But the light returned to its usual subdued level. It had only been something passing above, another Regian. What would she do if she was spotted after she escaped? She shook her head. She would have to work that out later. The tunnel was too perpendicular, she realized. She had to make it run at more of an angle. It meant more digging, which would take more time, but she had no choice. Thrusting her already sore hands into the wall, she began to tear at its lower surface, creating a deeper slope. As soon as there was room, she climbed inside and continued to extend the hole. Material built up behind her, which she thrust away with her feet. The thought of closing the opening to the pit horrified her, though she knew it would be inevitable. To keep her mind off the many grim scenarios that could result from her efforts, she thought about Carina and their siblings. She hoped they were all still okay and that she would find them soon after she escaped. When concern for her family also threatened her composure, she turned her mind to Camille. She had only just begun to get to know him, but she liked him a lot, and he seemed to really like her too. She had to escape. She had to reunite with her family and with the mercs. Together they would find a way to get off the planet. How long was the tunnel? Was she near the surface yet? Black, wet earth surrounded her and covered her from head to toe. She didn't dare look toward her feet in case the exit to the pit had closed up. She'd been steadily pushing away the dug material. Deep inside, she knew she must now be some way from the hole's entrance. She was like a grub, wriggling underground, trying to find the light. Was she even digging in the right direction any longer? She thought she was, but she could have turned without realizing. She had no way to confirm which way was up and which was down, and the low gravity didn't help. She felt like she was digging upward, but she could be mistaken. Grab, pull, push down past her body, grab another handful, kick her feet, drag herself forward with her elbows. The air was thick with moisture. Soil particles lined her mouth and nostrils and clogged her eyelids. Earth pressed in on her ribs and hips, and she had to force each breath, each onward movement. Where was Carina? Where were her brothers and sisters? Where was Camille? What wouldn't she give to see one of them right now? What would she not sacrifice for someone, anyone, to push a hand through the humus above her and pull her up and out? Where was Mother? She wanted that dear, sweet, kind, tortured, sad woman desperately. But she was gone, long ago and far away, and she would never see her again. Fear and grief forced its way up from her stomach into her throat, and she gave a great sob. Immediately she coughed, struggling to breathe in the scant air. She was nearing the end of her strength. If she didn't reach the surface soon, she would never make it. What a terrible way to go. The Regians would see what she had done, and maybe they would dig her out, and then... A spasm of revulsion passed through her, driving her out from her fog of despair. She realized she'd stopped moving, stopped digging. How long had she been lying here? She would not die this dreadful death, buried alive in a grave of her own making. She would not. With one last desperate effort, she plunged her hand into the earth and broke through into empty air. She'd paused in her digging only a short distance below the surface. Energy flooded into her. She pulled down the soil above, closing her eyes and spluttering in the deluge. Air moved on her face. For a moment she lay still, enjoying the simple ability to breathe freely. Caution overcame her elation, however. If she emerged from the hole in front of a Regian, all her hard work would be undone. She waited, listening for the telltale rustle of carapaces and for the aliens' voices over her comm. No sound broke the silence. Slowly she lifted her head and peered out into the passage. The chitinous walls dimly shone, reflecting the soft green glow from the ceiling. She seemed to be the only living thing in the immediate area. She pulled down more soil and then grabbed the edges of the hole before easing herself up and out. For the briefest moment she shook and wiped off the clinging earth. Then she ran, but before she'd gone far, she stopped and ran back. The hole she'd made gaped wide and obvious in the floor. She pulled in soil from the edges. If she had dug a vertical tunnel, her efforts would have been useless, but she managed to somewhat fill the diagonally sloping space. She quickly patted the earth flat, and then she was up and on her way, heading in the opposite direction to the king's chamber. Chapter 35. "Don't worry," Carina said. "We'll get out of here somehow." She was trying to allay her siblings' fears, but her words sounded hollow even to herself. She'd thought their abilities would protect them from the worst the Regians could do to them, but the fact that the aliens had placed them in the same area as their other victims said otherwise. Why else would they have put them here if not to attach the cases to their stomachs and leave them to die slowly and horribly? She was almost certain what the cases contained and what would happen to the bodies of the people who had already died. Certain insect species used other animals as hosts for their young, laying eggs inside the living bodies. When the eggs hatched, the larva would feed on the readily available meat, which would remain fresh for as long as the host survived. The cases were Regian eggs. When they hatched, the embryo would burrow into the stomachs of the victims and slowly eat them from the inside out. The next stage in the growth cycle usually involved molting and then moving away to find other food sources. Among the rotting corpses were what looked like the shed carapaces of small Regians, as well as some kind of fungal sprouting body. She guessed that, at an earlier point in the history of their species, the aliens had parasitized a native animal. But the original hosts had died out, and so the Regians had sought a replacement. Humans colonizing the sector had been in the wrong place at the wrong time, and that was that. The only thing that puzzled her was why the people weren't able to get up and move around. Insects employing that method of raising their young usually paralyze the host with a toxin, rendering them immobile without killing them. But the people in the room could move, albeit only slightly, and the movements appeared random. She couldn't see anything holding them down. At least they didn't appear to be in pain or fully conscious. They reminded her of brain trauma victims whose families couldn't afford the splicers' treatment fees, so they remained in bed, eating and sleeping, but not really awake. She turned her gaze from the appalling, pitiful sight and tried to see her brothers and sisters, but the place was too dark. None of them had answered her attempt at a reassuring comment. "Hey guys, did you hear me?" Her question drew short replies from each. They were still here, just too traumatized to speak. She wished the Regians had allowed them to be together. That would have been a small comfort, and she would have been better able to distract them from the ghastly spectacle. Even better, she thought, glancing up at the hole in the ceiling, I could have lifted them out of here. The distance she had fallen hadn't seemed great. If Fern had stood on her shoulders, Darius, Nala, and Oriana might have been able to climb out of the hole, and Oriana could then pull Fern up. Here they weighed about half their regular weight. Not that it would have done anyone much good. They wouldn't have lived long on that cold, dark planet, but perhaps it would have been a better fate than the one that now awaited them. A thunk broke the silence. Someone had landed in the cell next door. "Parthenia? I'm not your sister," a surly male voice replied. "Have you seen her? Do you know where she is?" "No idea. Looks like I've got worse things to worry about than you being separated from the brats." She knew she'd heard him before, but she couldn't put a face to the memory. "You are one of the black dogs, right?" "Yeah, and you're the bitch who got me into this mess." His tone and attitude helped her make the connection. It was the merc who had tried it on with Parthenia, the scarred man whose behavior constantly bordered on insubordination. Chandu. "That's rich," she spat back, in no mood to tolerate his insult. You made the choice to stay with the band. Cadwallader paid off everyone who wanted to leave and spend the rest of my life hiding out from the Dirksons. Some choice. He wasn't easily identifiable like Cadwallader. A few well-told lies would have secured his safety. But she couldn't be bothered to argue. A dreadful sound emerged from the quiet, the rustle of approaching Regions. Several of them, from the sound of it. A few moments later they appeared, 4, walking rapidly in her direction. Her pulse quickened. Were they coming for her? Were they about to stick an egg case to her stomach and do whatever it was they did to make people vegetative? She shrank against the far wall of her cell, her courage entirely failing her. And yet it was better they did it to her than one of the kids. She could only hope her siblings didn't see what became of her. But the Regions passed her cell and stopped at Chandu's. "What do you want with me, you?" He let out a string of colourful expletives. One of the aliens opened the grid. "Get away! Leave me alone! What are you doing? Get... What the hell's that?" He darted from his cell and into the sea of human bodies. The Regions set off in pursuit, their long legs stepping easily over the prone figures. Chandu tripped and fell, landing face first among the corpses. He must have hit one of the mushrooms too, because a cloud of spores rose into the air. He screamed in horror and despair as the aliens caught up to him. The sight of the spreading cloud of particles from the fungus sparked an idea. She might have the explanation for the near-comatose state of the human hosts. "Kids, try not to breathe in any of the cloud in the centre there. Can you see it?" Chandu's unhappy accident was many meters distant from the cells, and the chance of inhaling the spores was remote. 3 of the Regions held Chandu down, one on each leg and the third pressing on his shoulders. He flailed, but the creatures were too strong for him. The 4th alien held a device in his front pincers, a cubic box from which a tube protruded, widening at its end. The Region lowered the device in front of Chandu's face. "Stop! No!" he hollered, twisting his head vigorously from side to side. "No!" A pause, then, "Ah! What did you do? What have you done to me?" He coughed deeply. "Ah! What have you done?" The alien stepped back, releasing him. But Chandu didn't attempt to run away. He turned onto all fours and coughed again, so strongly he sounded about to cough up his lungs. "What was that stuff? What did you—" He collapsed. His arms and legs moved briefly, then they were still. The Regions moved in again and delicately removed his clothes. Next, one of them plucked an egg from the nearest string and pressed it onto his stomach. Their work done, the aliens left him and walked away, high-stepping through the grisly carpet. They were gone, and all was still again. She expected some kind of response from the children to what they'd seen, expressions of their feelings or attempts to seek reassurance, but nothing came. Her siblings were simply too horrified to speak. Another thunk sounded in Carina's neighbouring cell, making her jump. A second host for the Regions young had arrived. She prayed it was not Bryce or Jace. If she survived this ordeal, how could she live with the memory of either of them undergoing the same experience as Chandu? It would be an endless torment. A groan and cursing emanated from the cell. Terror exploded in her heart as she recognized the voice. "Is that you?" Chapter 36. The cold had seeped into Parthenia's bones again. She crouched, hugging herself, near the corner of a small passage that led from the main thoroughfare. At first she'd been terrified the Regians might smell her while she waited to catch her breath. She'd heard many species' sense of smell was far superior to humans, and they used it in the way people used their sight and hearing. But either the aliens' olfactory capabilities weren't great, or the soil coating her body was masking her scent. Several Regians had passed by while she'd been resting. They carried things in their front pincers while walking on their remaining 4 limbs. The light was too dim to see what they were carrying, but she had the impression the objects were regular household things, and she was in some kind of residential area, not a military or government place. It seemed odd that the king lived so close to the common citizens, and she hadn't noticed anything grand or decorative about his chamber. Perhaps the Regian society was very egalitarian, or their culture didn't value external displays of wealth or power. Another Regian oddity struck her. They carried no weapons. They fought using the acid they produced naturally. She had to admit the strategy was effective against humans wearing no armor. Yet it was strange that a spacefaring species hadn't invented military technology. Unless they had, but it couldn't be used at close quarters. She shivered, wondering what to do next. Trying to understand the creatures who had captured her didn't seem to be helping her figure out how to escape. One thing she knew for sure, she had to get out of that place somehow. It wouldn't be long before her guard returned to her pit and saw she was missing. She wouldn't be able to go far on foot, and the Regians would know all they had to do to recapture her was to search. They certainly had the numbers to cover a wide area quickly. If she could leave the metropolis, she might stand a chance. She might even discover where the aliens were keeping her family and the black dogs. If she could release them, that would really be something. The way things were at the moment, she would be content just to see a familiar face. Deciding she'd rested enough and was only going to get even colder, she peeked out from her hiding place and immediately drew her head in again. A Regian was approaching. It was impossible to hear them on the soft humus floors. She pressed her back against the hard, smooth wall and held her breath. The creature stopped directly outside the little alley. She froze, but not before shrinking her eyes to slits. The white in them would stand out against her besmirched skin and hair. The Regian turned away, and she relaxed a notch. It was doing something at the opposite wall. A section rose, revealing many tiny steps leading up. The Regian walked through the opening, and the section descended again. When it closed, it blended so well with the rest of the wall it was impossible to see. Could this be an exit to the outside? The steps might only lead up to the next level, but she would be nearer her goal. After checking no other aliens were approaching, she slipped from the alley and crossed to the wall. How had the creature opened the exit? She hadn't noticed it carrying anything like a key or security device. She scanned the surface. At the height of her shoulders, about the level of the top of the Regian's limbs, was a small hole. She bent down and looked in, but it was impossible to see anything. The dim light didn't penetrate. Her heart beat faster. The obvious thing to do was to put a finger in, but she feared something might cut it or bite it off. Swallowing, she lifted her left, non-dominant hand and poked her index finger into the hole, touching a sloping surface. A switch? She pressed. Click! The section rose. She darted in and up the many narrow steps. As she ran, she realized it was edges like these she'd stumbled and cut her knees on when the Regians had brought her here. Not at all suited to human feet, they were perfect for the alien slim pincers. The stairs continued for about 10 meters and ended with another section of wall. She quickly located the hole holding the switch and pressed it. Beyond the open doorway stretched the desolate surface of the Region's planet. An icy wind cut straight to her skin. She stepped out. Groups of large and small rocks peppered the landscape. She sped toward the nearest group, which was sufficiently large to hide her. She leapt over a rock and then hunkered down. Looking back the way she'd come, she saw a low hill with the door to the lower level set in the side. The door had closed, and the Region she'd seen go up the stairs was nowhere in sight. It was night time, but it wasn't too dark to see the barren area clearly. The heavy cloud she'd seen earlier had gone, and 3 moons shone down, one large and 2 smaller flanking it. Where had the alien gone? She couldn't see any other entrances to the habitation. The creature couldn't have disappeared. It must have been going somewhere. Perhaps it had been on its way to the place where her family and the others had been confined. She stood up and peered in the other direction. Moonlight illuminated every rock and pebble of the dusty surface. The horizon seemed close, though it was hard to get a sense of perspective in the unfamiliar scenery. She caught her breath. Only a few meters away stood a group of 5 Regions. Their black carapaces were the perfect camouflage in the deep shadows cast from the 3 moons' beams. One of them had moved a little, attracting her attention. They faced the same direction, as if waiting for something or someone to arrive. Standing up had brought her out of the shelter of the rocks, exposing her to the biting wind. She shook with cold and her teeth chattered. Ducking down again, she knew she was nearing the limits of her body's endurance. But returning to the comparative warmth underground was out of the question. Better to die out here, free from captivity. She only wished she could see her siblings and Camille again. She risked another peek over the rocks. The aliens remained in the same position. What could they be waiting for? No entrances stood nearby except the one she'd exited, and she couldn't see any roads or buildings. Once more the freezing breeze got the better of her, and she sank into the lee of the rocks. The wind soughed and whined as it rushed past. She jammed her frozen fingers into her armpits and tried to listen beyond its noise. She looked up at the 3 moons and unfamiliar starscape. How far was this planet from Ithia? She had no idea. The gilded prison that had once been her home seemed distant and dreamlike. Despite the presence of her demonic father, she had had many happy times there, playing with her brothers and sisters and enjoying the quiet, comforting love of their mother, which persisted throughout father's moods and tirades. She recalled the warm, verdant garden that surrounded the mansion, full of fruits and flowers. Sometimes she'd simply sat with mother in the sun, not speaking, just soaking up the pleasant warmth. She could almost feel the sun's warmth right now, and the drowsiness that came with it. It felt wonderful. She wanted to slip into sleep, warm and secure. Whoomph! The noise jerked her awake, and a tremor ran through the ground. Why did she feel so hot when before she'd been so cold? And what had made that noise? Fighting exhaustion, she rose to her feet again and looked out. Something was here that hadn't been here before. Something huge. Its shape reminded her of seashells father had once brought home, curved on one side and flat on the other. But this thing was many times larger. The tallest part stood 30 times higher than any Region, and it was the same width. The flat section rested on the ground, and a vertical surface rose from the base to the top. The thing had landed, causing the sound and vibration. The size and appearance of the object would have led her to conclude it was some kind of airplane or starship, except the thing was alive. The tips at the edges of its body moved, rippling like the fins of a flat fish, and the surface at what seemed to be its front looked soft, like skin. The Regians walked toward the creature. As they got near, an opening appeared, drawing back its edges like curtains or lips around a mouth. She watched while the Regians went inside. The opening was a pitch-black hole, giving no clue as to what was happening. Time passed, though she didn't know how much. It could have been seconds or minutes. All she knew was she had to see what was going on. What was that thing? She was at the end of her endurance. It was her only hope of survival. Finally, the Regians emerged, and between them walked two men. She squinted to make out their faces. She didn't recognize either of them, which probably meant they were Mezban's soldiers. And if they were Mezban's troops, that meant the thing had brought them here from the Bathsheba. An animal that flew through space? She had heard of such creatures, but none the size of a starship, and none which also carried passengers. But she didn't have the luxury of contemplating the revelation right now. Excitement coursed through her. If she watched where the men were taken, that might tell her where her family and the black dogs were being held too. The Regians poked the soldiers with their pincers to direct them, the same way they'd poked her, though she noticed the men weren't wearing bags over their heads. What that meant, she didn't know. The group walked around the huge flying creature and disappeared. She started out from her hiding place, somewhat fearful of the living starship perceiving her and raising an alarm, but it didn't appear to react as she approached. She followed the same path as the aliens and their captives, around the right-hand fin or wing. As soon as she rounded the tip, she saw them again. The Regians were poking the men vigorously, urging them forward, but they were resisting. Suddenly, one of the aliens gave a man a particularly hard shove, and he dropped down out of sight. A beat later, the same thing happened to the other man. The soldiers had fallen so quickly, it was clear they'd been pushed into holes. Was that what had happened to her family? She needed to get closer to find out, but the Regians were returning. She spun around, looking for a place to hide. There was nothing. No group of boulders in this area was large enough to conceal her. Her only chance was to return the way she'd come. But the aliens had already spotted her. They were loping in her direction, covering the ground fast on their lengthy limbs. She fled. Weighing much less than her usual weight, running should have been easy, but she had no energy left. Her legs moved as if trying to wade through treacle. She fell. A second later, a Regian loomed over her. "No!" she yelled. "No! Don't take me back! I won't go! I want to see my family! I want to be with them!" She scrabbled backward on all fours, trying but failing to rise. A hole opened in the front of the alien's carapace and liquid spurted out. Acid splashed across her exposed skin. She shrieked. Chapter 37. Carina lay on her side, unable to move, unable to think. Atoy was gone. Her friend was as good as dead, and her last conscious moments had been filled with terror, knowing her sickening fate. Right now, somewhere out there among the parasitized bodies, some dead and some still living, lay the person she'd known since she'd first boarded the Duchess as a 16-year-old street rat. They'd trained, fought, and parted together, and though neither had ever put it into words, they'd liked and trusted each other. After Atoy had landed in the cell next door, she had quickly taken in and understood the situation. Carina hadn't had to do much explaining. It didn't take a genius to figure out what the Regians intended to do. Except maybe not to the mages. Chandu had been inoculated with the fungal spores as soon as he had arrived. She was confident that was what the aliens had sprayed into the man's face. As well as several insects that lay eggs in hosts' bodies, she had also come across creatures who behaved as if in a trance, wandering around in the open aimlessly, or climbing to the tops of plants and remaining exposed, as if inviting a predator to eat them. The insects that exhibited this strange behavior all had one thing in common, a tiny protuberance on their heads like a small mushroom. They had clearly been infested by a fungus, and it affected their behavior. When she'd seen the puff of spores from the fungal body Chandu crushed, she had understood the reason for the lack of animation in the people who remained alive. The Regians squirted something up Chandu's nose and into his mouth, confirming her theory. The spores had quickly infiltrated the man's brain and affected his motor functions. She only hoped, nasty though Chandu was, that his mind was not awake and functioning normally, trapped in an unresponsive body. But the Regians hadn't done the same thing to the mages, yet. She supposed the aliens hoped she and her siblings might be more useful to them than only as fresh meat. The same was not true for Atoy. The accusation she'd thrown at Carina as the Peregrine towed the Duchess back to the colony ship had proven true. The mages were to be spared, for now, but the mercs were not to be granted the same clemency. It would have been better for her friend if they had activated the self-destruct, and it was a sign of their friendship that she had not. Atoy had paid the price.
"Yeah, it's me," she had answered Carina. "That you, Car? What the freaking stars is going on in here?"
Before Carina answered, she'd added,
"Or maybe I don't want to know. Fuck! What happened to Chandu? I saw them bring him here ahead of me."
"He's out there." Atoy was silent. Carina could hear her friend's breaths, heavy and speeding up, in the stillness.
"Guess they'll be coming for me soon."
Carina couldn't answer her.
"You know what I said, on the Duchess, about you mages and us mercs?"
"Uh-huh."
"I didn't mean it. Forget about it."
"But you were—"
"Forget it, okay?"
"Okay," Carina replied, though she never would. Atoy stood up and gripped the cage wires.
"And keep working out, right? You're weak. You can be stronger. And you need to be to protect those brats."
"You know, the Regians came for Chandu faster than this. Maybe—" 4 aliens appeared from the shadows and strode toward Atoy's cell. Her friend muttered expletives, then she said,
"Car, promise me something."
"Anything."
"Make it worth it. Live a good life. A long life. For me."
The sobs choking Carina stole her reply. The Regians opened Atoy's cell door. She put up a hell of a fight, breaking 2 of the aliens' legs and nearly making it to the exit before they caught her and subdued her. Atoy lay somewhere out there, not yet dead, but not quite living, and Carina would never be the same again. Since then, more black dogs had arrived, but the aliens seemed to be leaving them alone for now. The men and women filled most of the cells around the perimeter of the hatching chamber. Carina had broken the news about Atoy and Chandu to them. Hearing the fate of their captain distressed and saddened the mercs, but Chandu's death went unremarked. Even if she had elixir, a heal cast wouldn't fix what had happened to Atoy. It couldn't drive the spores from her body, and they were far too small to transport. Even now, the Regian egg would be burrowing into her guts, taking up residence, sucking out her life force. At first, Carina had discussed escape strategies with the mercs, but no one had come up with anything concrete. Now the noise in the place was minimal. Each of them kept their thoughts to themselves, though she thought she could hear murmurings that could be prayers. The noise barely penetrated her misery. Someone new arrived, and there was the silence as the new arrival took in the shocking sight before them. Then a voice called out,
"Carina, are you here?"
"Bryce!" She sat up. "I'm here!" She could just see him, looking out from a cell a few meters away.
"And the kids?"
"We're here too," Fern replied, "though we don't know where Parthenia is."
"Are you all okay?"
"Yes," Oriana replied sadly. "We're fine." "Atoy's dead," said Carina. "The Regians took her, out there."
"Shit. I'm sorry."
Carina couldn't respond.
"There has to be a way out of this."
"I'm all ears," one of the mercs growled. "We haven't any elixir," said Oriana. "If we had just a little, a mouthful, maybe we could do something." "But we don't," said Fern, "so there's no point wishing." Another thunk, another awful silence, each person in the room knowing what the new person was going through. Carina watched the place the Regians had come from before. The cells were nearly full. How long would the aliens wait before returning to select the next host? In some ways it might be better to be chosen soon, if the only alternative was to sit and see what would become of you. If the Regians decided the mages were of no use to them, they would probably be the last to be chosen. Carina wasn't sure they were any better off. Someone cleared their throat, a deep male cough.
"Carina Lin, are you in here?"
She sighed. "Yes, Jace, I'm here."
"Good. And the rest of your family?"
"We're missing Parthenia," Fern replied.
"Ah, that's unfortunate."
"Is it?" Carina asked. "I was hoping she was in a better place than this."
Yes, it is. It means we'll have to find her."
"I'd love to find her, but I have no idea how." A pause.
"Is this place under surveillance by the aliens?"
"I don't think so."
"I have something for you. For us, but I'm not sure if it's safe to talk about it."
"Something for me?" She stood up and peered across the room, trying to see the older mage. His large figure was easy to spot.
"Yes, something very useful, though not much of it."
"Something?" Carina's legs became weak, and she grasped the wires for support. "You're kidding me!"
"I'm not joking. Perhaps I shouldn't say any more. Now we understand each other."
The Regians didn't know Jace was a mage. Lomang and Mesban hadn't told them, and because none of the mercs had been wearing armor, he'd been mistaken for one of them. After the Duchess was seized, the Black Dog's weapons had been collected, but no one had seen any reason to take away a soldier's canteen. Jace was carrying elixir. Chapter 38. The sound of the cell doors unlocking was like the stridulation of insects on a still night. The unlock cast required little effort, and Jace could accomplish it with only one mouthful of the precious fluid. If their supply of elixir had been plentiful, they might have transported all the mercs out of the hatching chamber. But it wasn't, and even if it was, where should the mercs go? No one knew of a safe place on the Regian planet. Now they were free, the Black Dogs moved into action. One ran into his neighbour's cell and called for another's help. The three men quickly formed a tower in the hole that led to the surface, and the topmost man looked out. Immediately he dropped to the floor and said in a loud whisper, "Regians, coming this way." Carina swore. "Quick, back to your cells, everyone. If they come in here, I'll split them." But the aliens didn't enter the chamber. Instead, new victims dropped into empty cells, 2 of Mezban's soldiers. What their arrival meant was unclear, but a quick decision had to be made. While the men were boggling at the sight of the dead and dying human hosts, one of the mercs sped over to them and demanded to know where their loyalty lay. Would they forsake Mezban and come over to the mercenary band? Unsurprisingly, the soldiers agreed, giving loud assurances of their new fealty. "Let's go," said Carina, as loudly as she dared. As she ran to reunite with Bryce and gather her brothers and sisters, the black dogs began to form towers as the original 3 had. The first men and women climbed up and out. Carina quickly stepped through the dreadful blanket of human hosts. When she reached Atoy, she stopped. Her friend's eyes were open, though unfocused, and her chest slowly rose and fell. The swollen egg case covered more than half her torso. Carina saw movement through the translucent shell. Something wriggling. "I'm sorry," she whispered, kneeling down. Her heart and throat aching like they were about to burst, she gently took her friend's head in both hands and then twisted sharply. A crack of breaking bone sounded, and Atoy's neck hung loose. The rising and falling of her chest stopped, and her eyes closed. For a moment, Carina couldn't see. Her tears dripped onto her old friend's face. "Goodbye," she murmured. "Thanks for all you did, all you were." A scream from outside pierced the air. "That's Parthenia!" Carina yelled. She ran out from the hosts and over to Jace, grabbing the elixir from him before speeding on to the nearest tower of mercs. "Help me up!" She pushed the canteen down her shirt. The waiting mercs parted, and the man at the bottom of the tower formed a stirrup with his hands. She put her foot on it. He boosted her upward, and the next man grabbed her wrists, lifting her higher. In another second, she was pulling herself out of the hole and onto the cold, dusty surface. Blinking in the bright moonlight, she swiveled, scanning the landscape. The first thing she saw was the slope of a small, dark hill. Except it wasn't a hill, unless hills moved. The lower reaches of the slope were undulating. She seemed to be looking at a living creature. Then she saw the Regions. 5 of them were gathered around something on the ground. Another scream rent the atmosphere. Her hand shook as she pulled the canteen out from her shirt and unscrewed the lid. She steadied her breath, took a drink, and closed her eyes. Achieving the calmness of mind required to cast was hard, but failing wasn't an option. She opened her eyes. The 5 Regions briefly shrieked before they were torn in 2 and their bodies evaporated into the ether. She raced to her sister, hoping the alien's death throes hadn't been heard by others of their kind. Parthenia was a ball of grime and burned flesh, curled up on her side. "I've got you!" She sipped elixir again and quickly cast heal. While she watched fresh skin grow over Parthenia's wounds, some mercs arrived. "We're bringing the rest of your family." The tension in Parthenia's body faded, and she sat up. "Thank you." "Thank the stars you're okay," Carina replied, rubbing the wetness from her eyes. More mercs were running up, followed by Jace, Fern, and Darius. "Where are Oriana and Nala?"
"They're coming with Bryce," Jace replied. "But we need to transport the last of the soldiers up. They can't get out by themselves." She shook the canteen. Very little elixir remained, but leaving anyone behind was out of the question. She handed it to Jace, who took it and left. "Now what?" Fern asked. She was distracted from answering by the look in Darius's eyes. The boy's expression was tortured.
Of all the experiences her brother had endured, she doubted he would ever recover from this one. "We could try to steal the Regian ship," Parthenia said. "That would be ideal," said Carina, "if we knew where they kept them." "It's right there." Parthenia pointed at the hillock. Carina turned to take in the sight of the massive animal again. "That's a starship? Are you feeling all right? I heard it land, and I saw the Regians bring 2 of Mezban's soldiers out of it. Was that why the aliens had put bags over their heads? To prevent the mages from seeing how they travelled between the stars? Their precaution was certainly justified. An organic, living space vessel could have many advantages. "Then we'll try," Carina said. Jace was returning with the remaining mercs, and in the meantime, Oriana and Nala had also arrived with Bryce. She quickly explained what was proposed, and then they set off at a run with Parthenia, who took them to the entrance of the vessel. A tall facade rose to a narrow overhang. "That's the opening," said Parthenia, indicating a cleft at the base. "Gross," Fern exclaimed. "It's like lips." He prodded the surface. "Feels like skin." "Should we cast open?" asked Oriana. But as she spoke, the aperture parted. "Quick, inside," Carina urged. A hefty merc held her back, then nodded at a couple of the others. The 2 soldiers ran in, followed by the man who'd made her wait. He re-emerged. "All clear." "Regians!" someone shouted. The aliens were pouring from a doorway a short distance away. "Should we split them?" asked Fern. "Not if we can avoid it," Carina replied, hoping to conserve the vital elixir. Mercs were running into the living starship. A couple had picked up Darius and Nala and were carrying them. Fern and Oriana also disappeared into the opening.
"Come on,"
said Jace, tugging on her arm. "Just a minute, I have to—"
"What?"
Her heart was torn. The remaining elixir could make all the difference, and yet she couldn't leave the Regian planet without doing one last thing. She took a drink.
"What are you doing?"
Jace demanded. She closed her eyes and cast. When she opened them again, the Regians were nearly upon them, and Jace was standing at the entrance to the starship, beckoning her urgently. She looked toward the holes in the ground leading to the hatching chamber. Flames were already licking from them. Chapter 39. As Carina stepped onto the Regian starship, Oriana took the elixir from her and cast lock on the door, and Darius seemed to be in agony. The little boy was writhing on the deck. "It hurts! It hurts! It hurts!" Fern and Jace were kneeling at his side, but they didn't seem able to help him. "What's wrong?" Carina asked, crouching down. "What's wrong, sweetheart?"
"He doesn't appear to have any injuries," said Jace.
"Darius," said Fern, placing a hand on his brother's forehead. "What hurts?" "Should I cast heal on him anyway?" asked Parthenia. "Maybe, but—" Carina had a feeling there was another explanation for Darius's state. "Where's the pain coming from? Is it from somewhere on your body, or—" "No, not me. The animal hurts bad." A merc ran up, emerging from the ship's interior.
"We're screwed. We can't find the flight controls."
Carina cursed. Stealing an alien ship had always been a long shot. Now it looked like they were out of chances. Darius sat up, sweating and gasping, his eyes wide. He clasped Carina's arm. "You have to help it! You have to help the animal!" There was only one animal around here she knew about. "The ship? Is that the animal you mean?" Her brother dug his fingers into her flesh. You have to take off the tie. It hurts so much. A faint drumming could be heard from outside. The Regians were trying to get in. The lock cast would hold for a while, but not forever. And she was worried the aliens would spray acid on the starship creature. What tie? Do you know where it is? It was a long shot, but perhaps fixing the starship's problem might help them with their plight. It certainly couldn't do them any harm. Uh-huh, Darius nodded, grimacing. She helped him stand, and then supported him as he set off into the opening that yawned beyond the wide entrance. Her brother walked like he was carrying the weight of an entire planet on his shoulders, wincing and letting out small groans. He hobbled down a passage that resembled a throat, slim supporting ribs underlying the translucent, pale green skin of the walls, and a ceiling that curved over them. A hole appeared. "Down there," said Darius. "It's down there." The tunnel that led from the hole sloped steeply. If they went down it, she wasn't sure how they would get up again. They would have to transport, and that would take the last of the elixir. Still, there seemed nothing else to do, and perhaps the flight controls were down there. "Okay, come here." She sat on the edge of the hole and pulled her brother onto her lap. Then she pushed off with one hand, and they slid down the strange facsimile of something from a children's playground. The Regians had embedded their phosphorescent plant on the ceiling, unless it grew there naturally, which Carina doubted. The illumination lit their way as they smoothly descended. If Darius hadn't been in pain, and they hadn't been in dire danger of recapture by the Regians, it might have been fun. They hit the bottom. "Ow! Ow! Ow!" Darius yelled, though it couldn't have been due to the mild impact. They were inside a roughly round room. The skin of its walls stretched over supporting ribs as it had been in the passage and tunnel. Structures protruding from the walls slotted together like pieces of a 3D puzzle. "Is the tie here?" "Yeah, it's here. There it is." He ran a few steps to one of the structures and grabbed at something frantically. "Let me see," said Carina, joining him. Darius moved a little to one side, but his small hands didn't leave the thing he was clasping. It was a binding of a tough, flexible material, tied tightly around a piece of the starship's tissue that bent like an elbow. Her brother was plucking uselessly at the ligature. "Darius, you have to move out of the way so I can try to untie it." He let go and stepped back, wringing his hands. She squatted down and examined the binding from above and then below. When she looked at the underside, it was clear to see the material had simply been twisted tightly and knotted. She worked her fingers into the knot and pulled it apart, and then she quickly untwisted the tie until it hung loose. "Ah," said Darius, flopping to the floor. "That's better." "It stopped hurting now?" "Yeah." He put his head in his hands. "That hurts so much." "I thought it was only emotions you felt." "I do, but when people are in pain, they get upset too." The deck lurched. She gripped one of the structures to keep her balance, but the movement was too great. She landed next to her brother. "What was that?" "I was hoping you could tell me." The starship lurched again, and then came the distinct feeling they were rising. "Are we going up?" "I think so." "Are we? How does the starship feel?" "It's happy now. Much happier. I think it's flying." The deck lifted and turned, sending them barreling into a corner. Then it turned again, sending them in the opposite direction. Darius squealed and then giggled. The sensation of rising continued. There could be no doubt they were flying. Removing the creature's binding seemed to have released it from the Regian's control, and now it was escaping, taking its occupants with it. "Carina!" called a voice from the other end of the tunnel. "That's Fern," said Darius. "I know." She went to the opening. "We're down here." A moment later, Fern's voice came echoing down, louder. "There you are. We've been looking everywhere for you. Do you know we took off from the planet?" "Yes, we realized. Well, we found the rest of Mezban's soldiers. They were corralled together in a big room." "Are Lomang and Mezban with them?" "Uh-huh, and the big guy. But their soldiers are really angry with them. The two who swore allegiance to the Black Dogs are talking to them. They figured out they could have gotten away from the Regians if Mezban and Lomang hadn't taken them back to the Bathsheba. Things are getting a bit hot in there." "Honestly, that sounds like good news to me," Carina replied. "If Mezban's troops dealt with her, her husband, and her husband's brother, it meant she wouldn't have to. She was too tired for revenge." "How are you two going to get out of there?" Fern asked. I'm not sure. Should I ask Jace to transport you?" "No, it's a waste of elixir. We need to save it for an emergency." "Well, I'll see if I can find a rope or something." "Thanks." "No problem." Fern paused, then said, "Do you know where the starship's taking us?" "Nope, I have no idea." "Okay, I just thought I would ask." Chapter 40. They were heading for a moon. Bryce wrapped his arm around Carina. They were sitting behind a transparent shield covering one of the starship's 4 openings to space. The openings appeared to be part of the creature's visual organs. Sensitive sprays of tissue stood behind each shield, but there was also enough space to accommodate 2 people, and the creature didn't seem bothered by them. She rested her head on Bryce's shoulder. The Regian planet's 3 moons floated serenely in a sea of star-speckled ink. They were growing slowly larger, and there was no longer any doubt they were the starship's destination. The central, largest one seemed the likeliest target. Bryce gently squeezed her. "How are you feeling?" She sighed. "I miss Atoy." "We all do. She was tough, but she was well liked." She was... What to say? Atoy had been her bunkmate, her friend, and her saviour on more than one occasion when they'd worked together as mercs. Cadwallader's death had been hard, but Carina hadn't shared the same instinctive understanding with him as she had with her old friend. Atoy would have a place in her heart forever. "She was..." Bryce prompted. "I can't talk about her yet." She sighed again. "We need to figure out what to do when we reach that moon." "Do you think the starship's gonna land and eject us?" "Who knows? But I don't think so. I think she carries other creatures around in a kind of symbiotic relationship. She gets some benefit from our presence, though I haven't figured out what it is, and her passengers get to travel into space. The Regians probably hitched rides on them for millennia until one day they discovered a way to control them and force them to go to destinations of their choosing." "She?" Bryce asked. "All starships are female. You should know that by now." "Okay, we need to persuade her to take us to the Bathsheba." "Yeah, but how? My fear is she's attracted to the light of the moon, and when she gets there, she'll be attracted to the light of the Regian planet and fly right back." "I hope not." "Me too. But at least we'll be prepared this time. We might not have any weapons or armors or elixir, but..." Her words petered out. The kids had searched the ship, but they'd found nothing. "You're not filling me with optimism here." She sighed again and settled her head a little more. "Bryce, I want to take back what I said that time in the Twilight Dome.
I kinda thought you did.
I was cut up about the mess of pain I seem to cause the people I love. I don't want to hurt you.
I know. I understood where you were coming from, and I knew there wasn't anything I could say to change your mind, so I left it. I didn't sweat it because I knew you would be back one day.
What made you think that?
I'm just too irresistible.
She snorted and laughed before pushing him away. He held out his arms and she settled into them again. Cadwallader told me once I should hold on to what I have, and I'm going to do that. Life's too short.
Live a good life, a long life, for me, Atoy had said.
If only it were that simple, but she would try, starting with not rejecting the people who meant so much to her. They had been underway for an hour or longer. Carina was warm and her family was finally safe, for the time being anyway. Mental and emotional exhaustion began to hit, and she felt her eyes closing as her mind retreated to the haven of sleep. Then the starship abruptly veered up and left, accelerating fast. Whoa! She tried to steady herself. What the hell? Shouts and cries of shock and fear echoed through the ship. Bryce got up and leaned out of the small recess, trying to see what was happening. The ship continued to pile on speed. Maybe the Regians are on our tail. They might have more of these spacefaring creatures. This one might be trying to get away. She listened to the yelling, but she couldn't make out what it was about. Saying he would go and investigate, Bryce stepped out and disappeared. While he was gone, the starship's flight gradually evened out, and the creature slowed to her previous speed. Several minutes later, Bryce returned. He leaned in at the opening, looking pale and shaken.
Lomang, Mesban, and some other passengers have gone.
What?
Some of the people on board aren't here anymore. One minute they were here, and the next, empty space. It happened a split second before the ship switched course.
Huh? Fear clutched her heart. What about the kids?
They're okay. They're all still aboard, and Jace's too. Shao took a head count of the mercs. Lomang, Mesban, 6 of the black dogs, and roughly the same number of Mesban's ex-soldiers have vanished. Papu's still here, but he's in a state of shock.
He climbed in and sat down. What was going on? What if the same thing happened again? What could they do to stop it?
Do you think the starship made them disappear?
But how? I guess it's possible. Lots of things seem to happen around these parts that you don't see elsewhere. Then she recalled the weird, anomalous readings she'd seen on the Duchess's scan data while they'd been trying to escape from the Regians. The ship's computer hadn't been able to interpret information on an area of space near the Regian planet, which could only mean something about it didn't conform with known laws of physics. The answer hit her. Oh, wow! The Regians' odd ability to time-shift, the strange composition of their bodies, the way they disappeared when they died, it all made sense. I think the missing people might have moved out of sync with time, or they were moved by something. Imagine if, while you were aboard a vessel travelling at high speed, you suddenly stopped moving forward in time, or you moved ahead a fraction of a second. As soon as you re-entered normal time, the ship wouldn't be in the same place anymore.
Moved out of sync with time? What are you talking about?
She explained her theory, adding, the starship knows about the anomaly. She felt it approach, and she flew out of its path, but not fast enough to save everyone.
So the Regians evolved their ability to time shift due to this anomaly in space periodically drifting across their planet?
Exactly.
But wouldn't this ship also be affected by the time shift? Why did the anomaly shift the passengers but not the ship?
My guess is she can shift with it, and somehow she knows we can't. Bryce was silent. Eventually he said,
I sure hope the ship detects the anomaly earlier next time.
Me too. Those poor men and women. She leaned against him again, trying to savour the moment, not knowing if it might be their last. But the minutes crept by and nothing happened. The living starship swept through space, smoothly and sedately. It seemed like they were out of danger for now. However, they still had no clue what to do when they reached the moon. They couldn't leave the ship, that was for sure, not on an airless satellite. So if she decided to fly back to the planet, they would have to go with her. And then what would happen? As Carina was ruminating on their predicament, Oriana's head popped up above the edge of the opening to the recess. I have an idea. Cool. What is it? It's an idea about how we can get back to the Bathsheba.
Even cooler, said Bryce.
But it'll use up the last of the elixir. Jace says there's only enough for one more cast, and I don't know if my idea will work. There's only one way we can find out. Let's hear it. We know the starship's alive, right? Darius could feel her pain. She thinks and she feels. And I think she must make decisions about where she goes and what she does. She has a mind. That means we, as mages, might be able to control her. Carina gasped and sat bolt upright. Stars, Oriana, you're right. Why didn't I think of it? One of us could enthrall her and tell her to take us to the Bathsheba. She would know the ship's position because she's been there before. I mean, it's a little cruel, said Oriana. Not as cruel as what the Regians were doing to her, and once we arrived, we would set her free.
I think you're forgetting something. The Bathsheba might still be infested with Regians.
Perhaps, but if we can just reach our supply of elixir and the soldiers can get to their weapons and armour, I'm sure we can take her back. The Regians are just insects with a unique ability and access to spacefaring animals. It was Lomang and Mezban's stupidity and greed that let us down. Bryce smiled.
And after we take her back, what then?
Then we find out where we are and set a course for Earth. The end. This has been Accursed Space, Star Mage Saga Book 5, written and narrated by J.J. Green. The next book in the Star Mage Saga series is Flight from Sanctuary, Star Mage Saga Book 6. For more J.J. Green books, visit jjgreenauthor.com.